Hello everyone. Today we're going to build 4 must-have e-commerce website for any React developer. As you see, that will be our first e-commerce website. By the way, I will just give the intro for that e-commerce website on the first line, so you can jump on the video by following through the timeline, and you can just get the exact one. So this will be the first one, and then the second one, it will be that Amazon Pro. As you see, that will be the first user interfaces for that home, and don't worry about that, all the other pages it will be handled as usual. And the third one, it will be that Smart, that will be the home page for this particular website. And the last one, it will be that Budget e-commerce website. So this is the 4 e-commerce website. And now what the specialty is going to be, we're going to use that React for 2 and Next.js for another 2 to build this application. And also we will use that Stripe payment integration to go through that payment, and also for that user authentication we're gonna use a MongoDB in some, and also we're gonna use that Next authentication, and we're gonna fetch the product from the API, so that will be handled also. And after that, the shopping cart management, it will be also be done. And by the way, all over the application, those all will be that responsive. It's going to be from that mobile, from the larger to smaller devices, and all devices it's gonna just perfectly shaped on that. So feel free to go through it, and it will be actually a pretty much good project for any developer who are going to be beginning or just doing to that end. So we must say this tutorial is designed for developers at all levels, from beginners to those looking to deepen their expertise in modern web development. And by the end of this video, you will have 4 fully operational e-commerce website ready for deployment, and all the repo link that for this project or all 4 project, all the live link and also the repo link, GitHub repo link, it will be in the description below. You can also get that link to be cloned, and also you can do, if you feel free to go with the overall video, you can go there. So please like, subscribe and activate the notification bell to stay updated with my latest tutorials, and let's dive in to build these projects. Hello everyone. Today we're gonna create shoppers e-commerce website. As you see, we're gonna have one header option over here, and then we're gonna create our banner portion, and then it will be the product portion over here. Now this product, actually we are going to use the Next.js, so we are using our own API. If you just go through the /API and product data, as you can see, that product data is available over here. But now when you go back, you can see that initially is loading a very fast, because we are using SSR, server-side rendering, with the Next.js. So the product is always available whenever the page loaded. So now this will be our product section, and then we have our footer. So now what is happening over here, we can actually add some products over here. Now as you can see, it's adding the products over there, and also after adding, there is 2 things happening. One is happening with the number of the product items, and then the price. So both are calculating all together. So now let's add some more product. And also if you click in the details button, as you can see, it will take you in another page with the product ID. And then from here also you can see a little bit more details, and then also from here you can add the products. So let's go to our cart section. In the cart, we will have all our products available, as you can see. Now from here also you can add the products, delete the product. Like if I want to reset the cart altogether, I can reset it anyway, and see there is nothing available. So we can also pass a message over here. We could do that later on. So now let's add some more product, because we are going to create our checkout section, which we are going to use do by us. We will implement that one with Stripe.js. So let's go over here. As you see, we have all the products available, and there is one catchy thing. Whenever I add some product, there is so many things happening. As you see over here, whenever I add, total amount is changing, and there is a previous amount, that one also changing, and how much a customer can save from each and every product, I can get that value over here. And the same procedure is happening over here. Then we are calculating our entire value, the total amount. So lots of calculation going on, and you're gonna master it in this build if you are staying with me at the end. Now, as you can see, we still cannot make the checkout because here what is saying, please sign in for checkout. And now here also you can make one adverse section. I'm using the use effect. So if you can like your own advertisement, you can close it. Like if you go to shoppers and come back to cart, it will always be available whenever anyone rendering over here. So now let's make a sign in to create the checkout. And there is a lot of option available, and it's very simple to do with a next auth authentication. So we will sign in with our Google. So it's showing me my available accounts. So now as you see, now we are able to sign in, like able to make the checkout. So first of all, I want to go to my Stripe.js. So let's, because I'm gonna show you how easily we're gonna do it in a real time. Okay. Now after signing in, I need to go to the payments option over here. So now let's go to our over here. So let's make more items. We will make a bigger amount. So now we have 7,766.02. We're gonna make the checkout over here. So let's click on the checkout. Once I click in the checkout, because it will take to my Stripe page. As you see, we have all the items available over here. As you see, now from here, now there is one tricky thing, because remember, our items amount is like that much only, because I am returning over here only single items. But remember, I add so many items, but I am just returning one item, so the price value over here the same. So I'm gonna do it the similar way. Then I will show you how you can add the particular quantity, particular item, and you can get the actual value from it. So it's a tricky part. You need to stay at the end to learn how I will do it. So now let's make the checkout. We have 3,412. We have the item, each and every item we are added. We have total 6 items, but the quantity is only single quantity I'm sending here. And also we have one shipping, shipping charges over here. It will also calculate all together. So don't worry. At the end of the build, we're gonna create it in actual way. So let's make a payment over here. I'll just put my name. Okay, you can select the country which we have. So I will select my country. Let's put in Dhaka, and also, okay. So now for the default card, which will be 4242. And now also, let's make that one and CVC 123. So we are making a payment of 3,412, right? So let's make the pay. And now the payment is done and is redirecting me to a success page, whereupon it's saying thank you for shopping in shoppers.com. And also you can go back to continue shopping. Let's go to our over here in our friend in Stripe. Let's see, is it available or not? 3,400, I believe, something. And you'll see our payment is done. And if you go back and down, we can see the items. I'm saying again, we are passing a single quantity because we need to pass so many other quantity. I'm going to resolve it at the end of the video. So now here, as you can see, our product is also available here. So now once I click in continue shopping, it will take to my homepage and everything is refreshed as it is. So it's so cool. You're going to learn how to modify your API. You're going to learn how to generate the Stripe payment authentication and make your own payment. So no further ado, let's go and do the build. So I already opened my terminal over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a latest one, npx. It will be create next app, and which will be latest. I'm not going to type anything. Let's Next.js giving me the solution is required. So now I need to put the name. So it will be shoppers YT. And of course, I want the TypeScript for that application. And I also want ASLint. And now I don't want the source directory. So I will go without source directory. And also I will not use the experimental app directory because I want to make it as a production build. And now everything going to be installed. So as you see, all the dependency are installed. Now let's open that in the code. Let's see where it is. So we have the shoppers YT. Let's go to, oops, shoppers YT. And now we're gonna use it. Open it in our code. Already it's open over here. So as you see, oops, it's giving me the source directory. I think I click in a wrong way. So no problem. Actually, what I will do, I can use the source directory, or what I will definitely do, I'm not gonna use the source directory. So I'm gonna select both of that, and I'm gonna, so now I don't need that. So you can use the source directory or not. It's just depend on you. I don't want to use it. So now what I have over here, I have one pages directory, and every single pages and documents and index, so everything is available here. So just make it npm run dev. So you're gonna run it first. Okay, let it run. And now in the indexed file, you see we have so many things going on because it's running with that module section. So we can actually, because we will use the Tailwind CSS over here. Now here, there is something which is not finding the global CSS. Remember, I already deleted that portion. So I need to go and import that one again because I'm deleting the source folder. So that will be, now it will go to styles. Oops, I think it will be in the same styles. Okay. Oops, still not finding that one. Okay, okay. Import styles. And also, okay, also here. So actually we are not gonna use the module. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just remove everything from all of the section. Now I'm gonna just take a main section, and I will take H1. This is the app. So now I'm not gonna modify over here that one, and also enter everything. I'm gonna remove it from here. I will just make it a bit clear, and in the app also that looks fine, and the document also it looks fine. So now this is our application is ready. And first of all, we need to set up our Tailwind CSS for it. We're going to go with our frameworks guide, and that will be for our Next.js. So now we created our application. Now we need to install our Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to take another terminal and install that one. So after installing, also we need to create a Tailwind config file for us. Oh, after creating that tailwind.config.js, we need to go to that over here, and just I'm gonna paste that code over here. So now it's gonna take everything related. The source directory we are not using. Actually, we don't need that one because we are only using the pages and components. App also not required. I'll just keep it as it is. So also a global CSS need to be changes. Let's go to styles, and this home module I'm not gonna using. So I'm gonna, and all the other CSS I'm gonna just remove, and I will use the Tailwind one. So now as you see, this is our application, but Tailwind is still not running, and it can be possible because we need to restart our setup. So let's go and npm run dev. Now if we open that one in our terminal, we're gonna see Tailwind is moving. Now you see the Tailwind actually working. So now after having the Tailwind, one of the another things is required. First of all, I'm gonna create one folder over here, which will be called components, which will get all of our things. And also in the public over here, I'm gonna just go and grab one of my previous file where I declare all the related images properties I'm using. So I'm gonna just go and grab all the images from there, copy, and I'm gonna paste over here. If you're watching my video for a long time, you're gonna see how I am using the images in my application. I'm taking all the images in the assets folder, and from that folder, like in the folder of images, I'm taking one index.js file. You can also take index.ts. So it's just an image. I don't want to go for the type definition. So now from here, I'm just declaring all the images from there. I'm gonna give that all assets link. It will be the first link in the description, and you can get that assets link and you can just copy and paste. It will work just fine. So this all the images for the shape and for the slider, all images are available over here. And also what I am gonna do actually, let's just let us modify our pages, which is our index page 1. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna change the title over here in our index file. So this will be our shoppers.com. And also remember, I am having also one icon over here. So I'm gonna pass that icon to get the kick. So it will be small logo.aco. After saving that, now you can see the icon, the title is changed, everything is going fine. So now, first of all, we will create our navbar, and before creating the navbar, we will just take some of the, like in our tailwind config file, I'm gonna just go and get some of the colors for us. Also the max width and height, everything we're gonna just declare over here. So I'm gonna take a max width as, it will be max width. And that max width actually it's going to be the in proportion the way I want. So it will be like that. We're going to take a container which will be 1520, and the content container it will be 1280. So what I mean actually over here, that will be our container over here, and now that is our content container. So these two container we're gonna use, and also whenever we're going to make the responsiveness in our application, we're gonna also use some of the screen size over here. So I'm gonna just go and grab that screen size. So that screen size, it will be in that extend over here. And also I'm gonna take some of the colors to use over here. That will be blue, light blue, yellow, and hover beige color, and light text color. And after that, what I'm gonna do, there is two shadow. I'm gonna use the two shadow over here. I think not two, one shadow. That is the custom shadow I'm gonna use, which will be the banner shadow. So pretty much that everything. So let's go to our components, and I'm gonna take one file which will be our navbar.tsx. It will be tsx. Now what I'm gonna do, reactjs to create a functional component, and to run that, sometimes maybe it will not find that in your application. And to do that, what you need to do, you need to install that ES7 plus a snippet for the React, so that RFCE or RAFCE it will work in a similar way. So now we have the navbar. So first of all, we need to connect that navbar. So let's grab that navbar, and in that over here, I'm gonna use that navbar. So now you will see that navbar is available. Now in the navbar, if we just go back to our previous build, as you see, in the navbar we have a different div and different section, like we have the logo, then departments, then the services, like so on. It's all going on by that way. So you're gonna create that one in simultaneously. So first of all, let's create the first one. So I'm gonna just go and comment through whatever the requirements it's gonna be. So first, in our navbar, first it will be one div. Inside that div, we're gonna create all of these things. Okay. To create that one, what we first need to do actually for our topper div over here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just introduce some of the class name, which will be width will be full, and BG will be the blue BG, the custom BG we defined in our config file, and the text by default it will be white text. And also if we just save that one, and now actually that will be white, but we're gonna have also the like a maxed width and height. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take another div over here, and inside that div we're gonna take all of our other things. So first of all, we need to use our logo, which will be our image. So let's take one div over here, and inside that div I'm gonna use that image tag from next image, and for that image the source will be our, it will be logo, and that logo we need to import from our public folder. Remember, we have one index.js, and here we are importing that logo. So that logo we're gonna implement over here. So let's go and grab that logo from there. So it will be import logo, and from public assets, images, and then index. So now this is our logo, and after the source we need to also make an alt tab, otherwise it will give that error. So it will be the logo. So as we say, we can see the logo, and it's pretty much big. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add some of the class name, which will be like width of 44, and as you see, that looks perfect. So now that is getting in actually entirely in different ways. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna give a width here. So let's put a class name, and it will be max width container, and mx it will be auto. If I save that one, as you see, that actually pushing that one from little bit, because it's the max width 1560, right? So now we have a max width, we have the image. Now after the image we should have a departments. So now in the departments we have one icon that will actually gonna make as a custom icon. But as you see, whenever I am hovering, there is some action is going on. We need to create that one, right? To create that one, let's go and create that. We'll go to our image over here in the top level of the div. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna introduce that height of 12 and px of 5, and also I'm gonna make a rounded of a full, and then a bg it will be transparent, flex, item center, so everything will be center from the point, and gap, I'm going to introduce a gap too, because we will sometimes it will not be image, some other items will be there, and whenever I am hovering over it, it will be hover bg color, oops, it will be bg, and the duration it will be 300, and the cursor will be pointer. So let's add that one over here. So now as you see, that is taking the entire width, because we are not making it flex over here. So in the top level of our application, we need to make that one as a flex, so it gonna take the particularly the width and height properly. So what I am gonna do here, I'm gonna take a height of 20, we're gonna give it overall height, and I'm gonna give a padding in x-axis 4, and I'm gonna make flex item center, and then justify between, so it's gonna push through all the items together, and it will be the gap of 2. So now as I implement that one, as you see, we have a little hover effect over here. So now we need to create that department section, because now to make the department section, I'm gonna use another div, and inside that div, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create one div over here where the icon will lie down, and there will be a p text departments. So now as you see, this is available over here. That's no problem, because we're gonna catch it later on. So now we need to create that icons. First of all, this effect will be implemented in all of our applications. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in our style in global CSS, and here I'm gonna rectify whatever the class name we are giving over here. So at the layer level in the components, I'm gonna declare that, like I'm gonna give a dot nav hover. So dot nav hover. So now I'm gonna predefine the class name. So it's pretty much the similar whatever we actually did over there. The similar class name I'm gonna just popping up. As you can see, the same class name we give over here. So instead of putting a raw class name, a much more class name, I'm gonna what? I'm gonna remove that and implement that one. And as you see, it will work much better. So now what it gonna help, I'm gonna just copy that class name. Also, I'm gonna use it over here. As you see, it's also giving that. So now let's go and create that our icons. And to create that icons, it's also much more easy in that deep. I'm gonna take a span tag, and that span tag, I'm gonna introduce some of the class name with that. It will be width of 4. Actually, first of all, what I am gonna do in overall div, I'm gonna go and grab some class name. I will make a grid pattern, and I'm giving a width of 4 over here. And now for the initial part of that icon, which I'm gonna create because it will be rounded. So let's give a border of 1 pixel, and it will be border white, and also it will be inline flex. So now as I save that one, you're gonna see, because first of all, this one will be square, that one will be a little bit rounded. So now as you see, we have one icon over here. And now don't worry, because we make justify between, like if you want to see it in proper way, we can just remove that justify between for time being, and you can see it's coming all together. So now we have one icon. We need to just create another 3 icon. And as I'm making it a grid 1, like grid calls 2, you're gonna just take it as usual. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just copy for time, and you're gonna see our icon is ready, right? So now there is another catchy thing. For here, actually I'm using a font, okay? But here it's getting the normal font we are using over here. Now to check the font, because I'm gonna show you how you can make the font optimization, which is very handy in Next.js. So now here we are using that font family UI sans serif. So which font I'm gonna use actually for our today's build, it will be Open Sans. And to connect that font to our application, we need to make a little bit work. And first of all, as you see in our over here in our apps.tsx, over here we will connect the main thing there. So first of all, let's get our font. So I'm gonna import, and it will be Open Sans. Think Open Sans, and it will be from next font Google. So that's the font we're gonna use. For initial step purpose, we need to also make that one. Let's make Open Sans, and it will be the font we are using, Open Sans. And now we're gonna pass that object, and from there we need to tell the subsets which we are using, and that subset will be a Latin one. And after the subsets, we also need to make the variable, and the variable which gonna be font, and it will be Open Sans. So now we are declaring the font. So after declaring, we need to use that font. So what I am gonna do over here, instead of running that one, I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna take a main tag, pop it up over here, and in the main tag over here, I'm gonna add joining some of the class name, and inside that class name, I'm gonna take a backtick, and now over here, I'm gonna take that Open Sans dot variable, which gonna use that font Open Sans, and if it's failed, also it can also take the font Sun. So now it's even you go over here and refresh, it will not work yet, because we just make it for our normal custom purpose. But now we need to actually redefine with the Tailwind CSS. So now as you see, it's the normal font is happening. So it's not giving the things we actually really needed. So to do that, what we need to do actually, we need to go to the Tailwind config over here. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that const. We're gonna take the font, it will be family. And that font family, it will require it will be Tailwind CSS, and it will be the default theme. So now actually we can redefine the font family. You can structurize over here. Let's go back over here, and we're gonna design that font family, and that one will be just make a redefined section which will be like a sans, which will take by default. And after that we're gonna give that variable. Remember, we give that a font open sans, I believe. So now that will be our font. And of course, what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass that into a variable font family, and it can also redefine to take the sans. So now after implementing that one, as you see, our font is changed because we are using that font. If you remove that, oops, now we can actually using that font. If you just reload that one, the font is available. Now, what's the benefit of using that kind of font? Right? Like we can connect the Google font or other font, but what's the benefit to using the font in that way? Now, when you are optimizing your font, whenever you are reloading or refreshing, there will be no glitch. The font will always be available there. So whenever the page is loaded, font is available. So that's the basic purpose to using that font optimization. So we are getting our fonts, which we are using the open sans. Let's go to our navbar, whatever we are actually working with that. And I'm just gonna move through a bit faster because otherwise it will take a hell lot of time to finish that video. So now in our p tag, we're gonna just get a text base, and font we're gonna giving as a semi-bold. So now if the font is not working properly, you can just kill the you just kill the development server, and then you can run it again. It will work fine because we are working with that config file. So now our department is ready. After that, we have our services. So let's go in over here. We're gonna use the services. Let's take another div over here. So now inside that div, it will be the similar of that, but in this time, what we're gonna do actually, so let's just copy that one. Okay. And it will be services. So now as you see, that will be the similar, but a little bit rounded corner over here. And to do that, we need to make a bit of rounded. So how we gonna make it? Let's go and create that little rounded portion. To create that rounded, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just select all the span, and I'm gonna give a rounded of MD. So now after I'm giving that one, as you see, that is rounded, right? So now after having that, we need to also create the search bar. So first of all, we need to also get that a logo from there. So we're gonna use that React icons. It's very simple to use with any of the application. Actually, I love to use that one, and all the icons is pretty much available for it. So over here, we will create our search box, and it's very simple to just get the icon, like search any icon, and you just click on that icon, it will copy, and then you can just implement that one in your application. So I'm gonna close that one because I know whichever icons I'm gonna use for my build. And now in the search, let's make a div, another div, and then inside that div, I'm gonna take an input section. First of all, here it will be no hover, right? So this portion is not no need applicable for that one. But what I am gonna do, actually, I'm gonna give a custom height of 10, and also I'm gonna make flex, and I'm gonna give a flex 1, so it will take all the available space from there, and I'm gonna make it relative. So now for the input, I'm gonna just go and grab some of the class name to understand. You feel free to go through with that height full, width full, rounded full, px4, and just a normal part of that. And also for the placeholder, the text will be, oops, yeah. It will be search everything at, not Walmart, it will be shoppers. Because I actually got enthusiasm from the Walmart clone. So that's why the Walmart is written here. Now you see it's taking the all available space because we are giving that flex 1. And now what I'm gonna do over here, I believe we just can make that justify between now because we have the item. So now we need to get our icon over here, and to get the icon, we're gonna use one span tag, and inside that I'm gonna use one icon which will be IO search outline. That's my icon. I don't know now, it's still the auto import is not working, so let's go and import that one over here. It will be import, and then it will be from react, oops, not from, it will be from react icons and IO. So now our search bar icon is ready. As you see, that icon is available there. As I make that one is a relative over here, so I can actually make that one as absolute. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna just grab those class name which gonna make that happen. Now I'm making it absolute. I'm giving an initial width and making it rounded full. I'm giving flex and also making the VG YOLO. So now don't mind that I am pasting that one because I try it several times and it's working much fine. You can go through that each and every class name and it will just make a saving you time in a way. So now that's our search bar is ready. And after the search bar, we need to create that recorder, sign in option, and one card. So let's go and make that things. So it will be the my items. So again, the same div. And actually, let's go and grab all the icons I'm gonna use over here. So are the icons I'm gonna use. So in that div, what I am gonna do, take the AI outline hard icon, and the icon will be available over here. Now I need to take another div because I need to make it flex, which for the recorder and my items. So under over here, let's go and it will be one of the p tag. Oops. Recorder, and another I'm gonna take an h2 tag. It will be my items. So if I save that one, you see my items and other things is available, but it's not look so good that it's supposed to be. So let's go give a class name which will be never hover. Remember, our predefined class name we give is making a flex and putting it in a right order. So now in that p tag over here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make the text of smaller text XS, and also for our p tag, what I am gonna do, it will be the text, it will be base, and font, it will be the semi-bold font, and from the -mt, it will be one little bit on upper level. As you see, our recorder and my items is ready. So after that, we need to create that our sign in account option, which will be over here. And in the sign in, the same way actually it gonna happen, which we create over here. Let's go over here, and it will be AI outline user. And I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger over here. And that one will be sign in, and it will be account. So as you see, our sign in and account is ready. And now there is another small one, which will be our card. So to make that card, let's take a div, and inside that div, I'm gonna use that BS card too. And after that card, I'm gonna take a p tag, which will give us our total amount. So just make it a 0 for right now. Remember, in the bottom, the amount will be showing here. So let's save it over here. As you see, card is there and the amount portion is showing over here. So now for that card, what I am gonna do actually, I'm gonna go and grab some of the class name for our entire div section, which gonna make it a flex and also justifying it in proper way. As you see, that looks nice. So now over here in our p tag, we also need to make that text as small as it possible. So you're gonna make a text of 10 pixel over here. As you see, oops, it's not working because I need to make this one. Okay, so now that text is working. We need to make it a little bit bigger. I believe actually I put that in a wrong way. Yes, the text is LG. I need to make that one a little bit bigger. So let's go and make text to Excel. So the icon will be much more bigger. So now after that, we need to also having one span tag. And that span tag, for time being, I'm gonna give it 0. And also for that span tag, because I am gonna making it in absolute to go in the topper level. Remember, this div is relative. So what I'm gonna do, giving absolute width for height, because if we give it absolute, we need to give width and height to make that one visible. So now that one will show in over here. So now as you see, it's the similar of that one. I believe there is some portion is having a little bit issue. Let's go to an inspect. Let's see what's going on. If our font is working or not. I believe, no, our font is available. Okay, without seeing in that way, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use the font picker to check our font. Okay, it's open sans, so that's not a big deal. I think that's working much better. So now, and also that p tag actually, why is not working that much fine? Because I need to make it a minus empty. It will go a little bit top. Now you see, yeah, now it looks better. So we have our bottom like top header. Now we need to create one bottom like navbar bottom. So we will take another components which will be named as navbar bottom.tsx rafce. And now what I am gonna do, after finishing that one, I'm gonna giving that navbar bottom over here. So now there is one thing, we need to actually create that line over here, so which is not showing actually. So now what I am gonna do over here, this entire portion, I'm gonna take inside a div. And now over that top level of the div over here, I can actually make that border so that it will be visible. So like it will be, it will be class name first. It will be full height. It will be also full. And now it will be border B, which I'm going to give you 1 pixel. It will be pixel. Then I'm going to make the border B white. Now, after saving that one, as you see, that border is available. So now we are ready to create our navbar bottom portion. Now, navbar bottom portion, it just have a 2 part. So it will be just a similar of the previous one. In here, if inside that div, it will be actually 2 more div over here. So in that 2 more div, we're gonna just work a bit over here. Now for that one, we're gonna go in a similar way through the class name, which will give the max container, and also will make the justify between to keep that there. And now for that one, actually we need to import some of the images, which I'm gonna import over here, because we have one phone images, and also okay, that phone images is not available over here. So import phone image from public. Okay, so now first of all, what we're gonna do in our first tip, let's see what is available. First tip, we have one image, and then we have some of the items over here. So let's create that one. So first of all, inside the div, I'm gonna take another div, and in that div, I'm gonna introduce our image. So for that image, let's go and pop up the little thing, which will be the phone image, and the width will be 6. Now I believe you will see one image over here, and after that image, we're gonna also get one p tag, and in that p tag, it will be how do you want your items, and that p tag, we're gonna give some of the class name. It will be small text, and the font will be semi-bold. So now this one is available, but what we need to do, we need to make it flex to looks much better. So we're gonna make flex, and it will be the item center, and the gap it will be 2. So now that looks better. So now we need to also give that icon. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna grab that icon after the p tag, and which will be the actually without, you can also not give that one, because the by default it's gonna get the best one, best default one. And also after that, remember we're gonna having that one, we're gonna also need to create. Now I'm not spending much more time to show you how you can do it, because we have lots of things to cover up in that build. So to do that, now in that span, what I am gonna do, let's go class name, it will be width will be 1 pixel. Oops, and the height it will be a 4, and bg it will be white. Oops, it will be white. And now it will be inline flex because it's a span to make it visible, and the margin left it will be 2. So now we can see that one is available. After that, we need to take another div where we can also create the 2 other things. So now after that div, we're gonna take one more div, and I'm gonna just popping up those 2 things. You can just feel free to follow, and just 2 icons and 2 different things. Now as you see, it's coming downwards. So what I'm gonna do in that top level, I'm gonna introduce the class name, which will be flex, and item will be center, and the gap it will be let's give it 4 of gap. Now you see that looks better. So now this div is finished. Now over here, actually I'm not gonna take a div, I'm gonna directly take an ul, which will be redefined with some of the li, and that will be deals. Just take 2 of that so that we will understand what's going on. We have 2 deals. So now what we're gonna do in that ul, let's go and give some class name, it will be flex, and the gap will be 6, and text it will be small text, and the font it will be semi-bold. So now you see, I believe it will come all together. Why it's not coming? Yeah, it's coming all together. Now over here, you can see whenever I'm hovering, there is some hover effect is going on. Actually, now we need to create that effect also. And that's a pretty much simple effect over here, which will be in our li section. Let's go and give that. Whenever we are hovering, it will be underlined. Okay. And also we want underline offset 2. From the bottom, it will be little bit bottom, and the cursor it will be a cursor pointer, and the decoration it will be 1 pixel, and the duration it will be 200. So if we go over here, as you see in the deal, that effect is happening. So now what I'm gonna do, because there is around 6 or 7 li, so in over here I'm gonna just go and grab that one as the name of bottom li, the same setup of that we are giving. So now on that bottom number, yes, never bottom, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab that all of the li with the name of that particular class name. You see the bottom li which we gave in that. So now if we save that one, we are having that option. So now we have our header, top header and bottom header is ready. Now it's time to create our little bit optional over here, the neighbor. First, we're gonna create that slider over here. Then we will also create that flash pick of the day. So these 2 parts we're gonna create. Now this is the slider. Whenever you is sliding up properly, because yeah, it's sliding properly, and the image is there, and also button is there. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create that one. To create the banner, let's go in our components. We're gonna take another file which will be banner.tsx rafc. Now in that banner, we need to also connect over here. After neighbor, we're gonna get the banner. So after saving, we will be available to see that banner portion. So now let's go and create that banner over here. Now this banner have 2 portion, and also which having the content width actually. So to do that, in our, we don't need the neighbor, not required, global not require. So in the banner. So inside that banner, we're gonna have two particular div. So in the first div, actually we can go and reminisce the class name of that. So it will be the width full, the BG will be white, and like padding and everything, it's gonna be similar the way it's supposed to be. So as you see, it will not be that much visible over here right now, but it's available there. And also what I am gonna do, because as you see, we are putting it everything in like in the index, we are putting in the main tag. So that main tag, I'm gonna also go and grab some class name, which will be the BJ, it will be light blue. So as you will see, all the color, it will change once I'm pouring the other items. And also for that neighbor and banner, I'm gonna put inside that div, and in that div, I'm gonna give the container width in the max container. So the max width of the content container and giving the BJ of white. Now as you see, actually they are having also a bit of issue with that, because now it's coming over here. So I'm gonna make that neighbor out of it. So now as you see, this is our section over here. So now that looks perfect. So let's go to our banner section, and this actually in banner 2 part, which will be like this one, which will be like 2 and 3, and this one will be 1 by 3. So let's go, and the related class name which I'm gonna giving, let's put it over here. And also for the down one, let's put it over here. I'm just getting those class names to show you what I'm gonna do over here. As you see, this two is available. Here we're gonna create our slider, and here it will go our flash pick of the day. So these two portion we're gonna create right now. So first thing, let's go first. So first of all, we will create the slider. And if you saw my previous video, I love to create that slider using React Slick. That is very good to use, and I love to use that one. So let's go to in the documentation. We need to install that one first. And also we need to install the CSS. And now we need to import that file over here. Now, whenever you are importing any external file in the Next.js, you need to keep that in that app.tsx. Don't keep in the indexed or document. You need to keep that in app.tsx. Okay, remember that one always. So now I will remove that one. So our slider is good to go. And how we can actually get the slider is written over here. So to do that, we can just go and grab that portion to show you our slider. So this is our slider portion. It will go over here. Also, we need to import that slider. Let's import the slider portion. And also we need to import that settings. Now you see the TypeScript error is happening. So we need to get that one to come up with the all type definition is required for running that React Slick. So after installing that one, the error will go, and you will see, yeah, the error is gone. And I think by now, as you see, our slider is ready. So I'm just gonna go a little bit in a short way to show you how we're gonna implement that one. First of all, I'm gonna get all the imports images I'm gonna use, which will be banner image. 1 to 5 image will be there. I think 4, yeah. So now I'm gonna implement that images over here. So first of all, I'm gonna remove this other div. I will use the one div over here. Then I'm gonna show you how we can implement the others. Then I'm gonna having one image tag over here, and that an image tag. It will be the source. Oops. Source will be slider image 1. Also, the alt will be the image 1. Oops, something wrong. Okay. I believe I didn't import that one. That's why it's giving the wrong. We need to import that one from next image. And for the first image, I want to make it prioritized. So whenever someone is coming in my app, they will see the first image over here. So this is our image. Now I need to pour some of the CSS class name for that. And to do that, I will go in our top level of the div. Let's go in that div, and I'm going to give it width of full, and I'm going to just give a height of 410 pixel. And I'm going to make it relative because there will be some of the items which will be in actual proportion. So for the image, I'm going to giving the full width and height. To take all over the page, I'm going to giving object cover and rounded LG. Now you see our images is available. So after images, we need to create that portion where it will be that spring fashion in balloon and other text item. It will be appear over here. So after that image, I'm going to take a div over here. And inside that div, we're going to create that one. So in that div, first of all, let's go. I'm going to take an H1 tag. And after that H1, there will be a P tag. And after that P tag, there will be a button tag. So in that button and other P tag, I'm going to take whatever I need. So first of all, I'm go and grab that text I'm going to giving over here. It will be string fashion in bloom. And also for our P tag, it will be that one. And for our button tag, it will be that simple, just shop now. So this is the items we're gonna putting over here. Now it will go Frankie because we need to make that enter div in absolute. So we'll make absolute and giving a width of 60 to make it looks better, and height it will be full. And because we are making it an absolute, so we're gonna make it in the top. It will be top 0 and left will be a little bit 4 to give you room to breathe, and make it a flex, and flex it will be in a column proportion, and the gap will be 3, and by the way it will be text of white. So after saving it, you can see that is available over here. That's good. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in H1 tag, and in over here, let's go and give a font of bold and the text of 2XL. And for our P tag, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna just go and grab some of the class name for our P tag. And now you see that looks better. So now we need to redefine our button tag. From here, we need to make it there like that. So to do that, let's go to our button. Class name, it will be background, it will be, let's give white, oops, white, and it will be smaller tag, and text will be black, and the font will be a semi-bold. I'm gonna make it rounded full, and giving width of 24 and height of 8 to looks a little bit better. And the border, I'm gonna give a custom border which will be 1px, and the border will be black. So now after having that, you see our button is ready. So now if I just go and grab with another one, like I have one image, let's go and grab 2 image. You see, if I say, you see now over here, actually the image will be different, the text will be different. So we need to create something by where we can see the different text, but we can use a component in that way. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take another file over here in our component. It will be banner text.tsx, RAFCE. So now in that banner text, so I'm gonna just take one for a bit now. This entire text which we put over here, I'm gonna just cut that all. I'm gonna paste it over here. Let's go to banner. I'm gonna take that banner text. So now we are having that banner text, the similar text as the way it's supposed to be. So now there is a problem with that because the text will not be same always. So see, text is different, the button text is different. So what we need to do, we need to pass all over the text as a props. Okay, so if we pass it as a props, then we can get that item. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab all over the text over here. Now you see we're passing the title, description, and the btn text. So everything we are passing as a props. So in that over here, we can capture that one as props also. So let's go over here in the banner. We're gonna get the title, we're gonna get the description, and also we're gonna take I believe the btn text. So now if we just come over here, passing the title, and over here we're gonna pass the description, and over here we're gonna get the btn text. And as you see, that is working much fine. So I believe there is a little bit a gapping option over here which we need to fix. Okay, let me just fix that one. Actually, if I is from the top we are giving it a 0, what if we give a little bit a 6? So it will be, yeah, now it looks good. So now as you see, whenever we are passing that one, the TypeScript is freak out because we need to define what we are passing, right? So I'm gonna take an interface, and that interface I'm gonna define whatever the props I am passing, and for that I am passing the title. Oops, it will be title, title, and that title, title will be string, and I'm also passing the description, which also will be string, and I'm passing the btn text, which also will be string. So now over here I'm gonna pass that one. Oops, oh, mistake again, props. So now as you see, TypeScript is happy, I'm also happy. Now there is another catchy thing. As you see, sometimes that text is different, like, so we need to change the color of the text. So what I'm gonna do, instead of raw define, because we can change the color from here, we can make the black or white. So we will also pass our css class name as a props. We can also pass that one. So what I'm gonna do, from the banner, I'm gonna pass that one, like that class name, as a css value. Okay, so now the same class name we put over here in banner text, so we are getting that one as a props. So also let's add that one in that class name, which will be string. Now instead of that class name, we can make our custom class name, and of course we need to add it over here, otherwise it will yeah, we need to add it over here, class name. So now as you will see, that is working similarly the fine way. So what I am gonna do, actually I am gonna go and get all the images I'm gonna use for my build. It will be 4 images and require a class name for that. So it will be in my banner, and instead of this the same thing, so I'm gonna just go and grabbing those images over here. That's the images, the text is available over here, the class name is here, and the text and class name, you can go through over it and you can understand it very much better. So now we are having that our banner ready. So now after that banner, remember we have also 2 button over here. Actually we need to create that button. So now you can go over here, and in the example you can understand how that one is working properly. So I'm not gonna waste much of time because we're gonna use that prev and next methods to redefine the button over here. So you can feel free to go over here and understand that. You will understand that one is very much simple. So for our today's build, actually you feel free to follow the step I'm going through. So now what I am gonna do, for first of all, I will make that dot false, and just that one. So I'm gonna get that my predefined class name over here. And also what I will do for next arrow and for the prev arrow, I will declare over here. So now I have that simple next arrow for next and simple prev arrow for prev. So I will just use that one over here to create that, because I'm not gonna waste that much time to explain. If you watch my previous video, you can understand much more better. So I'm gonna just go and grab my next arrow function over here. You see that that is the simple next arrow. And also I need to get our icons, and for our previous one, I'm gonna implement it over here. So this is the next and prev arrow. Go to React Slick documentation for this build. You can feel free to just follow that step, what I'm doing over here, and it will work just fine. So if I save that one, as you'll see, our button is ready and its banner is sliding smoothly. So now we have our first portion. Now we need to create that one over here, which will be the flash pic of the day. And to create that, we need to go inside over here in our another div over here. So first of all, inside that div, I'm gonna take another div, and that div I'm gonna take h2, which will be plus pic of the day. And you're gonna see that is available right here. So for that one, I'm gonna go and grab some of the class name to make it looks better. I'm just giving a text Axel, font semibold, text in black. And also after that flash shell, I'm gonna having another p tag, which will give us, it will be view all. And also for that p tag, I'm just go and grab some class name. And as you see, we have two. But what we need to do, we need to make it a flex to looks much better. Introduce some class name, which will be flex item center. And then it will be justify between. Now you see that looks better. So after that div, which we are having over here, we need to take another image, which we're gonna use. And that image over here, we have the source, and that source, it will be, let's give another image, which will be the banner image. And in the alternative, we're gonna just make cell. As you see, that image is ready over here. And for that image, I'm gonna just go and make a class name. Height, it will be 60. So it's gonna, and also I'm gonna make an object cover to looks a little bit shiny and better. So after that, we're gonna have one option button and the other portion. So to create that one, let's go over here. Actually, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna create a custom build button over here, which will be button primary or primary.tsx rafce. And over here, we're gonna get that as button. So now in that primary button, we're gonna get that options. And now in the banner, because we're gonna use that button elsewhere also, so we're gonna take that, use a custom hook with that. So now we have an optional button over here. And for that button, we also need to predefine some of the class name. So I'm gonna go and grab those class names to use that one over here. So the similar one with 20, height 7, and just a little bit like a designing pattern over here. As you see, we are getting our optional button. And now in that button, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass that text as a btn text. Okay, so that btn text, it will be optional text over here. And now I can actually get the props at btn text, and also I can use that props at btn text. And of course, you can, if you just avoid using with any, it will be fine. But what I am gonna do, I'm gonna use that same, I'm gonna use a type which will be props, and I'm gonna pass that one as props, which will define that the value will be as string. So now, as you see, that optional button is ready. And after that option button, we're gonna have two more things. One will be one p tag. I think both will be the p tag. So in first p tag, I'm gonna giving the price for it, which will be from 199, and also I'm gonna give it the name of it. As you see, that is available. So now for that, I'm gonna, for our first p tag, I'm gonna go some of the class name I'll grab, and also for our second p tag. Now this is similar, it's a simple class name. You can feel free to follow and you will understand this better. So now our banner is ready, our header is ready. So now remember, first of all, what I said, we're gonna use that API dot product data to create our own API, own product data. Remember? So these things we're gonna create now is coming much more interesting, because you're gonna learn how to create your custom API. Now, by default in Next.js application, you see the API and you see our hello.tsx. So now if you just go over here, API, and type hello, you're gonna see that same portion over here actually giving you that API, right? So in that portion, what we're gonna do actually, we're gonna create one API which will give us our product data. And if you also want to, feel free to, if you want to use the some other like fake I think store API dot react bd. Yeah, if you want to use that, actually I also uploaded over here. I'm gonna pass that link in the description, which will be the fake store API dot reactjs.com. You can see it's the Walmart products data is the data we are gonna use it. So feel free to link that one if you go in that link. Otherwise, also you can create your own API, custom API, which we're gonna create right now. To create that custom API, what we're gonna do over here in the API folder, okay, we're gonna create another like product data.tx. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just copy that hello one and I'm gonna paste it. Okay, so just I'm gonna pass at product API. So now if we go to in that API, we will be able to see that product API. You see, name product API. So now there we need to pass that actually as a variable, and we can, like, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a const. It will be our product data, and inside that product data I'm gonna pass an array, and inside an array I'm gonna pass the object, which object will be an ID like 101, an ID will be number. And what I am gonna pass actually, I'm gonna pass these things, because my product, which will be having an ID, title, description, and the image link, I also already created and uploaded in ImageBaby, so you can get that image. And is new, is true, category will be electronic. So those information I can use in my overall build. So this is the structure. I'm gonna use that one. So what I am gonna go, I'm gonna go and grab all of the products required for our today's build. Now I'm gonna go through a little bit slower, so you can feel free and see how you can do it. Also, I'm gonna put that in the description in the second line or third line, the link where you can find that product data. So these all are the products. It will be 20 products available for that. Feel free to use the way you want to utilize your product. So now we are having our array, right? So now how we're gonna pass that array, right? To pass that array, what I am gonna do in that JSON file, I'm gonna just simply pass that product data. So now it will be ready. Now we can actually access that product data. And if we just go over here, the product data is available. But as you see, the TypeScript is crying because it's need to have a type definition, right? So that type definition, what I am gonna do, oops, it's not showing over here. Yeah, I'm gonna just go and grab those all. I'm gonna go grab those one. Remember, we are passing the data as a value of the props. So now what I am gonna do in the data, I'm gonna passing that value, and of course that value is coming in an array, so we need to pass that one as an array. So now you see that one is gone. So now we can access that API in our front end, and we're gonna do it in our index.js. We're gonna use that assessor to get that data over here. So we are going to use the assessor to get our data from our API. So in our index, I'm gonna close all other. So now in our index.js file, tsx file, I'm gonna initialize that our like I'm gonna put that in the comment over here, like assessor data fetching is that here. So now we're gonna fetch that data. And how are we gonna fetch? Actually, we're gonna initialize a function. Oops, it will be export, and cons, it will be get server side props. And now we can run that function, and oops, it will be a function. So we need to create that. So now that function, it will be an assign function because we're gonna fetch the data from our backend. So now it will becomes the product data, and that data it will await, and that one it will fetch from our API which we have over here. Oops, I just server was down over here. So that data it gonna fetch from our localhost 3000 API which we are using for that. It will be our API. We can fetch that data from over here. Now, whenever you're going to deploy your application, you need to change that link from there because you will get your domain name and other things. Then the API will be productive. So just be careful whenever you are deploying in your production build. And after having that, we're going to make the data. We're going to take it as a JSON, and we're going to get the data over here. I think I made something wrong. It will be await. And then, oops, so, yeah, I made something wrong. So it will be await, and after await, I need to make the fetch. Yeah, I made a little bit of bad things over here. So we need to fetch the data, and after fetching, we need to pass that as a JSON data. It will be there. So now we are having the data available. So now how we can pass the data through our components or pages whenever we are requiring the data. And we can pass the data like props. So what I'm going to return from the get server side props, I'm going to return that as props, and that props will be our product data. So now this data actually I can access. So how I can access? If we go over here, and I'm going to just pass that as a product data. And if I make that console.log product data, now I will be available to see our data in our console. Oops, title, my title, additional get server side properties must be nested under props key. Okay. Did I miss something? Let's just make a refresh. I think I missed something. So instead of without the destructurizing, it will be destructurized. I think it's maybe because of the TypeScript is happening. That's why maybe. Additional keys or return from get server side props properties intended for your component must be nested under props key. Okay, we need to get that type definition to give as a props key. So what I'm gonna do in our top level, I'm gonna create one file which should be type.d.tx. So here I'm gonna go and define my type definition for my application. So first of all, we're gonna define our product data, which will be our product data. So we know what is available in our product data. So export, we're gonna export an interface which will be our product, and that product will including some of the things which will have the ID, title, is new, and all other things. So we're gonna implement that one, and it will be structures of array. So this is the type we're gonna pass over here, and that data actually what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass that as interface, and there I'm gonna pass it as a props, and that props it will be product data, and that product data, it will be product from the type definition. So now we're gonna pass that one as props. So the type definition is gone. Let's save it. Let's see if we can see our things. Still having some issue. Maybe I made some mistake of spelling that one. Get server side props. See over here. Oops. Get server side props. If I found the solution for it, it may be, yeah, get server side, yeah, get server side props and assign function, which will be const product. We are waiting for the product, and then we are fetching the product from our API, which will be the localhost 3000 API product data, and then we're returning the JSON, and in the return we are passing that product data as props. So now it's time to also, we are getting that props, and as you see, we declare in the type definition how the product it will be look like. So let's make console.log. I think we had a minor error. It will be go, yeah, it's going. Just hit the refresh button if you are looking that error again. So it will resolve that one. So now if we go to our console, as you see, our data is available, and that data is coming from our API. So now actually we can also create another component, which will be our product component. So let's go and make that one, which will be products.tsx rafce. So now over here in our index file, we're gonna implement that one, products, and I believe we can see the products now. Yeah, that product section is available. So in that product section, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass that data, that our products data, I'm gonna pass it as a props. So let's pass that one. So now in our products data over here, we can be available to get the product data as we are passing it over here. So how we can get the fetch the data over here? So in the products, we are passing that product data, and now we know what the value is over there. So I'm just passing any value, so it will be just fine. So we're gonna make a console.log just to see if what we are receiving over here, it will be the same product data we are receiving beforehand. If we inspect that one, go back to our console, the same array. Okay, so now actually we can go and map through that array and get our product data in our application. So those are the data. So I'm not gonna focus the CSS that much. I'm gonna go and feel free to show you how it's gonna do, because there is a lot of other functionality which we need to move on and make it simplify in a way to understand. So first of all, in our product section, what I am gonna do, let's go in the top level of that. I'm gonna go and give some class name, which will be, I will make it as a grid, so it will work just fine. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that product data dot map, and I'm gonna take it the item, and I'm gonna return a div. So now you see that item is freaking out because it doesn't know, the TypeScript doesn't know what are the items I'm giving here. So now if I give any item, it will go, but I want to amplify whatever the items I am passing because I know the items. So in the TypeScript, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna export another interfaces, which will be our item, which will be then passing an ID, title will be string, and description, image is new, old price, band, and category, which the type it will be here. So in here, I'm gonna pass that one, that item from the definition. So now we have the type definition to go. So first of all, let's go in the div. In that div, I'm gonna passing that image, and that image gonna have some of the value because I need to make custom width and height. So let's go and give that one. So with a 300, height 25, and the source will be the item.image, which source we are using, and it will be the item image. Now, if we come over here, as you see, that domain which we publish, because we need to tell the Next.js, that from which domain it can prefetch the images, because it's a server-side rendering, so it's gonna prefetch that images in a proper way. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna go in my next.config.js. Now here, I'm gonna pass the domain name, which the domain I'm gonna use for our today's application. So there will be like 3 domains which will support our images. For the pixel image, ImageBB, and other is for the Google. So now let's save it. And even you save it, it will not go, because whenever you are making any changes in your next.config.js, what you need to do, you need to just restart your server. So npm run dev. So now it's gonna start again, and I think this time the error will go. Let's load a bit. Okay. Size having the issue. Okay, so actually go in that deep. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass some of the class name for our in the top level of the div. So we need to give the key. Remember, otherwise it will freak out, which is going to be changing. So the key will be item.id. So now if we go over here, type error, device sizes is not iterable. I don't know from where this type, that one is coming. If we go to our type definition, did we make any? Okay, so this one I'm not using right now. Just remove that one. Let's see how it's happening. npm run dev. Sometimes it's giving some unexpected error, which is really, I don't know how it's happening. Okay, still the same error is happening. To rectify the refresh a bit, I think we made a mistake whereupon we need to just pass the image, then not the domain, it will be domains. So that's why it's not taking in that error is coming from there. So just feel free to just go through in that way, it will be all right. Sometimes it's giving some freaky error which we don't know how it's coming. So after hitting refresh, now as you see, we can have our product image over here. That hover effect is coming from that hover we created over here, that whenever we are having hover in group, that will affect over here. So now as you see, we are having our product. So after the product, let's see what else we have. We have that section in below, which will be the description, where we're going to start the description. So let's go below the products. So this is the div which we accumulating the products. So below that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a div, and inside that div, I'm gonna take another div, because we're gonna create 2 buttons. So let's go and use that 2 button over here. The first one, it will be the button which will call that add items, like add. And in that add also, there will be another icon is available, which will be go plus. And so let's see whatever the icons I may require for my application. So I'm gonna take that one. And for our button over here, before the add, I'm gonna span tag, span, and I'm gonna use that button over here. So now as you will see, you will be available to see that too. Now we need to just make a little bit CSS to make it a much better. So what I am gonna do in the button, I'm gonna go and grab some of the class name for my button over here. As you see, I'm giving a width and height and a background color. It's the normal proportion, and as you see, our button is ready. The similar way, I'm gonna also do that one for our details one, which will be in the below button. the all the properties, it will be same, the color will be changed. So for the color and other things, I'm gonna just introduce some of the class name over here. So also the same width and height, just a little bit go and further 24 and bg white and other some proportion of the class name. And as you see, the button is available over here. Now it's not only the button, we need to make it in a way that would be looks much better. So what I'm gonna do, in that initial div, I will make a flex and I'm gonna make it in a justify. Oops, it will be justify between, and the padding in y-axis, it will be 2. And you see that looks better, but our entire div over here is not looks that much better. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna be giving a padding in x-axis 2 and padding in y, it will be 4, and then it will be a flex, it will be flex in a column, and it will be justify center. So now as you see, our button looks better, and that also looks pretty cool. So what we're gonna do, we need to generate the other text over here. And to do that, after the button, the button is finished over here. We're gonna take another div, and inside that div, we're gonna take a p tag, which will reflect that one. Now we're gonna give the price in the dollar, which will be item dot price. So we will be able to see the price over here. And for the price, you see it will be a different color, like a green color. So we're gonna add that color over here. So this is our p tag over here. That will be the font title font, text LG and others. So now we are taking that inside the div. So we have that one. Also, we need to create that the old price over here. So let's go and grab that another, oops, it will be another p tag, and another p tag, it will be the item dot, it will be the old price. That's the beauty of TypeScript. You see all the things is available over here once you define that type definition. So now this is the thing we have. So in the top level on that div, I'm gonna give it a flex and item center. Gap will be 3, and also for the other text, which I'm gonna do for the old price, it will be text will be gray 500, and I'm gonna make it line through, and the decoration, it will be 1 pixel. So if we save, we can see that portion is ready. So, and after that, we need to add our title, description, and the star. So to do that, first of all, let's go and make that's the div finish over here. And now we're gonna give that item dot title. And some of the title is getting a little bit bigger. You see, it's different. It's much more bigger. So we need to make the title in a way that it will not go beyond that. So we will specify the letters, how many letters it's gonna take. Because because the title, it will be a little bit bigger, we will focus on that. So if I just go and grab the class name for the titles, font title font, font, not the title font, text LG font semi-bold py2. As you see, that is our title, and it looks a little bit Frankie over the down. So what I'm gonna do, item dot title, I am gonna make that substring of that. What it will go 0 to 25. It will not go beyond that. So this is our title, and also we're gonna go and make that description over here, and also we're gonna make that description also the same way. We will create the substring, which will be 0 to 80, and if there is another, it's gonna just go and show the crossing line over here that there is more, which we can be available to see once we are going the detail page. So now we have that our title and description. You see, that looks cool. So after having that, we also need to add our star over here, which will be the star icon. And that star icon, I'm gonna put inside a div, and it will be the B star fill. So there will be 5 star, and thus the star is available. And also you're gonna go and grab some class name, which will be flex. Text will be smaller text, and the gap will be, oops, it will be 1. So let's see. Okay, now we can see that one, but there is a mark of 25 which will be down over here inside a p tag, like how many icon we are, how many star we are receiving. And to do that, I'm gonna put that inside a div over here, because now see, it's gonna go, it looks much better. See, it's not looks that much better. So what I am gonna do, actually, I'm gonna, in the topper level of the div, I will make it a flex, and I'm gonna give a gap of 2, item center, and text, it will be SM, and margin top, it will be 2, little bit lower side. Now you see that is looks better. So now actually we can go and grab some of that other things to make it looks much better, to take everything in the center. Like as you see, we're having our description over here, flex goal, justify center. If we just make item center, it will go item center. So now you can feel free to do whatever style you want. I'm not gonna go to use that much style right now. Now, as you see, our header is not getting sticky. Now we need to actually go and configure some of the things which we're gonna do. First of all, we go to our neighbor in the top, which we're gonna do. We will make it as sticky, top 0, and Z, it will be 50. And after doing that, you see our header is header is sticky. So now after the header, after the product section, we need to create one like the footer also. So after creating footer, we're gonna utilizing that one, because as you see, whenever we go any of the page, like if we go to cart, our header and footer is available everywhere. Okay, other thing is changing, but header and footer, it should be available everywhere. So those things we're gonna create. First of all, we need to create our footer. So let's go footer.tsx RAFCE, and that footer we need to implement that one in our index over here. Yes, I believe after that one, footer. So we can be seeing the footer is ready over here. So now in the footer, we have a 2 portion, which will be footer top, and then it will be footer bottom. So that is the, okay, first we need to create the top footer. Also we create another components, which will be our footer.tsx RAFCE, and we will also get that top footer over here. Now in the top footer is a 2 thing. One, like we can also use, actually you can keep that in the footer itself, but I'm just setting things in a different way. So to now, what we're gonna do in our top footer, we're gonna have another div, 2 div it will be there, and it will be, we will love to hear what you think. So that will be 1, and then there will be a button which will be give feedback. So these 2 button, now this is the 2, this 2 it will be like that. So we need to create that one like the other way it's supposed to be. And to create that, first of all, let's go in the top level. We're gonna make it a class name, which will be white full bg, it will be light blue. And also in the div, which is entitled to our everything, I'm gonna go and make it padding in y-axis. I'm gonna give it 10, and it will be flex, it will be in a column, and gap it will be 4, justify center, and items also will be in center. So now it will see, you're gonna see everything is in the center. So now we just make that change in the button and the text. So for the p text, I'm gonna just give a font of medium, it will be just fine. And the button, there will be some more class name on it, because I'm gonna give a width and height with that one to move it a little bit flexible way. So now giving width 36, height 9, giving a border and also a hover effect to make it looks better. Now you see that is looks better. So now after the top footer, we will go to our actual footer. Now in that footer, what we have? We have a list of uh, li item, like some of the list item, which we're gonna make it in a flexible way. So to do that, first of all, the color is the different color. So now in our footer, let's go in top class. It will be full and bg. I think bg we defined before, or I think that will be the 9a. I have no idea if I defined that bg beforehand. Let's go to our Tailwind config. It's a 9a at the end. Yeah, we create that one as a hover bg. Yes. So instead of typing in a raw one, we're gonna make it a bg hover bg. So now as you see, we can see the hover is getting the color. It will be text as white, and padding top it will be a 4, padding B it will be 6 to make it looks much better. And now after that div, there will be another div which will be giving the width of the max container, and it will put in the middle from everywhere. So it will be mx auto. Now over here, I'm gonna take our sorry. Over here, I'm gonna get that our list item. So it will be departments. I'm gonna just popping up 2 because we're gonna initialize all over the things like the similar way. You see the all departments is available. So over here in that UL, I'm gonna giving some of the class name, which gonna make it looks much better. So what it gonna do, it gonna giving a width of full, and it gonna make it a flex, and it will be flex wrap. So whenever the flex is finished, it's gonna go in the lower side. So I'm gonna also giving a gap of 1, justify center, and then text it will be SM, smaller text, and the text color it will be a zinc of 200 to make a little bit of white variety. So if we do that, see, it's coming in the middle. So now over here also we are having a little bit like effect over here. So this effect we're gonna create using in the li list, giving a class name, which will be whenever we hover, it will be hover, the text will be white, and the duration it will be 200, and the margin left it will be a 2 from the left side, and the cursor will be pointer. So these are the very small similar things we're gonna create. Now whenever if we just go and grab that one, that same class name, if I implement that one over here, you see that looks much better. So in the similar way, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab all over the class, all over the list item I'm gonna use for that one. So instead of these 2 li, I'm gonna just put that one, the same class name. You can put in the css that same class name, or I'm just putting in that way. Feel free to type that one the way you like. So now we have that one, and after that we have one p tag over here, a similar smaller p tag. After the li, we're gonna having that p tag over here, which gonna give us okay, I'm not gonna use the icon over here, and in the C it will be 2023 shoppers.com all rice reserved. And for that text, okay, so now as you see, our footer is ready, our header is ready. So we need to make that footer and other things is unique. So like if I just make a card, oops, there is something wrong. Okay, so like if in the page section, because we're gonna having a cart page later on, so like if I want to create a cart page, like let's go and make cart.tsx rafce. So now we will have the cart page available. If we use the cart, you see the header and footer is not available in particular way. So we need to make that header and footer in a unique way. So in every single application, that header and footer will be accessible. So now for that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a layout in our component section. So layout.tsx rafce, that in that layout we're gonna formulate whatever things we require. So first of all, in the layout, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna take an empty curly braces, and then I'm gonna take the never. It will be our never which we have, and then I'm gonna pass that main. Because what I need to do actually, just it's better to explain a bit. I'm gonna pass that never and that footer over here, top footer and bottom footer. These three things I'm gonna pass, and inside all over the things I'm gonna pass as a children. So whenever I'm gonna go in the cart page, I'm gonna go all the items from the cart page as a children, but these other three things, our header footer will be available, and whenever I go to our home page, these things will be available from the like the children props. So other things, it will be available as the way it's supposed to be. So we need to pass the value as a props, which will be our children. So I'm gonna go and take a main value, and here, it will pass that value as the children. It will not be, it will be C. Oops, I'm not gonna take that one. Okay, so it's gonna pass that as a children, and then we're gonna go and have the top footer, and we're gonna have that footer over here. So now we need to specify that children, how that children gonna come, right? So now we're gonna get that children as props, and also we need to define that props. We're gonna define that interface, which will be our props, and inside that props, the children, which will be a React element. So the children will be a React element, which we are going to pass as a props. So now, as you see over here, our layout is ready. We are passing the never, top footer and footer as in every pages, and all the other things initially happening on that page, we are getting as in the children. So now it is ready to implement. So where we will implement, we're gonna implement that one in our app.tsx. So here we need to pass that props. So how are we gonna pass? I'm gonna just go bring my layout from the component, and that's it. I believe that's it. So let's go, and over here, as you see in the card, that is available. So also let's go to our never, because I'm gonna use that link over here. We're gonna take that link from the next link, and also whenever you're using that link, we need to create a herb, and it will take us to our home. So we click, we go to our home page, and now as you see in the home, that header and also the footer is available. So what we need to do in that index file, we're gonna remove that never, we're gonna remove that top footer, bottom footer, that's not required, and oh, we are having a console running over here. So remove that one, as you see. And also whenever we click in the card, we will be available to go in the card. So let's go down. Also put a link over here, which we're gonna take us to the cart. So now as we test our API, let's go to cart. We have the cart shoppers. We have that our homepage. So first of all, what we need to do, we're gonna create that portion to see the details. Whenever we click, it's taking us to in a page where we see with coming a particular ID, and that things is happening in that build. Now we're gonna create that page. To create that page, because that it will be an unique page. So in the pages over here, I'm gonna take a folder which will be our product folder, and in that product folder, you need the ID, it will be changed in every single direction, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a value as a props as id.tsx. So RAFCE, it will be product details. So now if we go over here and type the product and typing any ID value, it's gonna take us to our that product details. You see, it's getting that page over here. So now what we need to do, whenever we click on that details page, details button, it's gonna take us to that page, and the details is available over here. So what I'm gonna do, details is available over here in our product, I believe, in the products. So accept that products, I'll close the others. So in here, that details button over here, it's gonna responsible for that. So what I am gonna do in here, gonna use a not in that way. I'm not gonna use that on click function. I'm gonna use as a link from the next link to go on that page actually. So let's go href, and then it will be actually I'm not gonna pass in that it will be in href. So I'm gonna modify our path name, so it will be a path name, and I'm gonna use the backtick because I will take the product, and after that product, remember we have actually the item and dot id. So whatever product id is available, it will take us to in that page. Like if we just go and grab and click on that, you see it's getting the product and id. So but we need to also pass a query over here because we need to get that product details, right? So what are the details is available over here? We need to get the details. We need to get the id and get the title and everything. We will get it from here. So now if we save, and also if we go to our product page over there, we will be available to see that. So let's go, and here is our product page. And whenever we are passing in that things, we can get access that one using the router. So cons router, it will be the router, which will be the next router. And let's make a console.log router to get the value, to just see whatever we are getting, because we are passing a query. So let's see if we are receiving the query value or not. So if we click in details, as you see, we are getting that as a path name. As you see, it's a very big path name. We need to modify that one. And also we are getting that query. All the items is available. And by the way, we are receiving that ID here as a string, which can be a problem whenever we are storing data to our Redux toolkit. So we're going to modify that one later. So now we are receiving the value and our string is pretty huge. So we need to modify that one first. So what I am going to do in the products, I'm going to pass that a variable, which will be name as because I want to modify our string, that one, which will be a product. And then we're going to pass that one, that item, item.id. So we want to modify in that way. So initially it's going to take that name. So like if I go over here, click the details, you see, that looks better. So now in our ID page, whatever the things, it will be happening there. We will have one image and then the details over here. So I'll go much faster on that because we have a lot of things to cover up. You feel free to follow up with that CSS portion we're going to create. Just go through all the class name and it will work just fine. So now we are passing the data. We are getting the data available over here. So now we need to set the data, right? So to set the data, we'll take a variable which will be responsible to set the data over here. We will set the data in an empty object over here. And now the data may change, right? Whenever the product is changed, the data will change. So we will take that inside an use effect function. And in that one, we will also create another one which will be like load is loading and set loading, because sometimes maybe the data is going to be load a little bit delay, so we can put that one in an option. So whenever the data is loading, it will make the loading true. And we want to make the set product, which will be giving our router dot query whatever the product we're receiving, and whenever the product is available, we're gonna make the set loading as false, and when that will modify. Okay, we're gonna just passing an empty string to make that one looks better. So if we just go and make a console.log, and we will be able to see our products again. So let's go over here, clear everything, go shoppers, and let's go in details. Now you see we're receiving our product. So now we need to show that products over here. So it will be two step aside, it will happen. We're gonna inside that div, actually we're gonna take another div, first div, which we're gonna do, because we're gonna give a full width and the background will be white. And also the second div, we're gonna give a content width of that, and the max will be auto, flex, item center, and py will be 4. As you see, that is the div where we're gonna show over the items over here. And now inside here, we need to create a two div, which will be the right part and which will be the left part. And for the right part, we're gonna give that one as a class name, because we're gonna we are not giving the full height of that. We're gonna give a 2x3 height, first one, and the second one, the it will not be height, it will be the width, and the second one it will be 1/3. So we are dividing the width and height over here. So this portion, like we are giving the image a little bit bigger portion and the other one a little bit lesser portion. So first of all, let's go and pour the image over here. So I'm gonna take that image tag, because we are already using lots of the time the other one. Let's try to use that image tag. So in the image, the source will be, remember, we are passing that product.image. That will be our source, and it will be product image. So as we save, now you see we are able to see our product is available. Let's remove that console, not record anymore. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab the class name for that image, because what I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna give the overall width, because I'm gonna give it 80%, transform origin top left to cursor move, and just a bit of C. Now you can see, so it looks much better. So now in the left part, we need to create that left part over here. So this is the one where we'll go the left part. So first of all, I'm gonna take a p tag, which will be showing us our strategy, like both things yesterday. And you will see that text is available. It's coming in the center because we make a flex call. And also, I think somewhere we make it in the center. That's why, yeah, that looks better. So now what I am going to do for that p tag, because I want to go and grab some of the class name for it. Feel free to type those class name. It will be very easy. It will work just fine. Okay, don't be freak out, because I want to go much more faster, because if you see it's a 6 hours video, you may not look on it. Okay, so I will just go and type that one. Feel free to make a watch and make it worthwhile. So now this is our first portion over here. This portion is done. Now we need to create that other entire portion. So let's go and make that one. So what I'm gonna do after that p tag, I'm gonna take a div, and for that div, because we need to give a border on the div and other proportion. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna giving a padding in x-axis and y-axis, border and border gray, and you will see a little bit of marking over here. Yeah, inside that portion, we're gonna create all over the item. So now over here, I'm gonna take another div. I'm gonna take a button. Actually, I'm gonna take two buttons. One button, it will take us the bestseller, and another button, it's gonna take the rollback. That things actually work much better if you go through in production level, make your design much more better, and try to implement the some more items, because I'm just creating the design to show you how it can be done. So you can feel free to follow through in your application and make it little bit useful. So this is the simple kind of CSS I'm giving. As you see, that looks now great. So in the top level of the div, I'm gonna just give a flex and gap of 2. Now that looks better. Now I need to get the items portion, and also one more thing I believe which I need to create in that div. Okay, I'm gonna take that all over inside the div, because remember, after the div I need to introduce one. Okay, let me get all over the icons. I'm gonna icons and image I'm gonna use for this build. Okay, so this is the icon I'm gonna use over here. Oops. That is the icon. So now what I will do for that icon, I'm gonna go and give some class name for that, and text gray of 600 it will be there, and I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger to Excel. As you see, that looks better. So now in that div, go and make flex justify center, item center, and you see, oops, not justify center, it will justify between. Okay, now that portion is done. We need to get that other portion which is happening, which will have the product info over here. So now this is the portion, first one, that div. After that div, we're gonna have that product info over here. So let's go take another div, and inside that div, I'm gonna give a p tag, which will give us that our item. Oops, not the item, because we are using that product dot brand. So you're gonna see our brand available over here. I believe that overall portion, it will be inside that div, because I go out of div, it will not be. So in that product brand, I'm gonna go and grab some of the class name of that. As you see, it's giving an underline and other things. And for in the top level of div, everything on that proportion, I want to keep it in a flexible way. And now also for the p tag, which will be our product dot title, and for the title also I want to make it looks much better. So this is our product dot title, and after product dot title, we're gonna have another p tag which will contain that product dot description, and that description will be give us a little bit a light color, which will be Jing 500, and will be text as the normal text. So after saving that, you see we have our brand title and the description the same. It is that our way. And remember, we are giving one the icon, the same icon, the same setup what we did previously. We can just make the paste that one. That will work just fine. That's the icon we used in the our previous page. That's the same way I put that icon. So after that icon, we are having that the price section and others. So I'm just gonna go and create that one. So this is finishing over here. So now we're gonna take another div, and inside that div, you're gonna have that product dot price, and that price, it will be a little bit bigger, and the color will be different. And in that overall div, I'm gonna give another flex portion. Okay, so now, okay, that looks good. So after that p tag, we need to also create another p tag. which will be product dot old price. Yeah. And after that old price, also I'm gonna take an span tag, and in that span tag, bs info circle. Okay, that portion is okay. So now what we need to do, I'm gonna go and grab the class name for that. That looks good. So now we will use that add to cart. I'm gonna just this portion you can create as you like. I'm just gonna paste that one over here because that's the product info is, I believe that is the product info finish over here. And after that product info, it will be like online info, which I'm gonna implement over here. So let's go put a div. So what I am gonna do for that overall the online info, I'm gonna just paste it over here. I'm gonna giving 18 month and with frame and we just circle similar way. So you can just create the way you like. Okay. And for that level of div also require some of the class name. So that div is finished over here. Now after the online info, that is the portion we're gonna use here pretty much more. So we need to take a div, and inside that div we're gonna use a button which will be add to it will be add to cart. This button actually we're gonna pretty much require for our application because we will add that card in the add that product in the card. So I'm gonna go and grab some class name for our that button over here. So as you see, this button is ready. And also because initially we need to pass a border for that div over here, so which will be separated that one. So now you see, so now we need to introduce this portion over here. Before previously I told you, I already informed that I need to go much faster in that css because there is much more complication is coming over here. So after add to cart, we're gonna have that delivery option that will be inside the div, and in the p tag, how do you it will be want your item, and the text what I am gonna do, the p tag. Okay, that looks good. So after that I'm gonna take another div, and inside the div which gonna amplify with one more div because I'm gonna use the tree image over here, and inside the div I will have an image which will be within a source. It will be ship image 1, and so I'm gonna give an alt for that. Okay, it will implement the next image. So now we can see the image over here, so it looks bigger. So I'm gonna give you width of 10, so that image looks good. So now we need to create that text aligning over here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go and grab 3 of the text which I require for that div. As you see, that is available over here. So in the top portion of our div, I'm gonna introduce some of the class name which it gonna go and take the full width and border, and it gonna amplify everything in the middle. So as you see, that one looks great. The similar way it's supposed to be in here. So also in our top level of the div, what I need to do, I will amplify that one, including our text sizes. I'm gonna give a make of a grid calls of 3, gapping 4, and text as the extra small, as you see. So I have 1. I just need to add 2 more with that. So what I am gonna do after that div, I am gonna just go and grab other 2 over here, shift 2 image and shift 3 image, and you see that how do you want your item is ready, and after that the velo, we can also create another p tag. So that p tag, I'm just gonna go and grab it for you, and I need to implement that one over here. This is the p tag. It's not coming yet. Okay, so now that looks better. So this is the items over here. So now if we go back to our shoppers, and if we just go and select any of the icon in the details, as you see, we are having our details page ready. So now we have our detail page, we have our shoppers page. Now what we need to do, we need to add the item in our application. And to do that, what we need to do actually, let's go and our friend in Redux toolkit, because we're gonna use that Redux toolkit for our today's build. So from here, what we need to do, we need to install all of this over here. So let's install that one. And after installing, we need to create a store. So first of all, what I am gonna do, in the top level of our directory, because I'm not gonna using the source directory, so I will create a file which is calling the Redux, and then I'm gonna create that store.tsx, and here I need to implement that one. So this will be our store, and after getting that one, we need to go to our provider. And by the way, everything we're gonna implement that one, which will be reflect our here in app.tsx. So now in here, we're gonna modify that one, that how we're gonna store our application. So now we need to use that provider, need to import the provider from Redux, and also we need to import our store. So it will be store from Redux store. So what we're gonna do, this entire application, I'm gonna wrap it with our provider, and that provider, remember, it will take a variable of store, store, which gonna pass our store. So after doing that one, if you just have a refresh, and then because now we are initializing our Redux toolkit to our application, so just use your console and you can see the Redux over here. Now in the action, I think is the previous caching file is taking, so I will just go to our okay. So now as you see, I removed some of the cookies over here. So now our application is ready, our state is empty, and action is good to go. So now what we need to do, if we go through our documentation over here, we need to create our slicer over here, and then we need to go through and implement all of those things. So first of all, what I will do, I'm gonna go and create everything is required for our application of today. So in over here, in our Redux folder, I'm gonna take another file, which will be naming of that shopperslice.tx. Let's make it a .ts. And over here, we're gonna initialize everything. So first of all, what we need to do, we need to go and import that one, which will be, it will be create slice Redux toolkit. And now we need to make that initial state, which will be our, actually we're gonna use the two state. First one, it will be our product data, which will be an empty array. I need to make that equal sign, otherwise it will pass that error. And also we're gonna use that user info, which will be initially, it will be null. These two things, because we're gonna set our product data on the pass the product data, and also you're gonna use that user info. So after that, what we need to do, we need to const export. It will be export const. What we need to export, it will be our shopper slice, and that shopper slice will take a variable. We're gonna pass an object, and the name it will be shopper. And first it will gonna take that initial state, and then it gonna create that reducers. So we're gonna create one first reducer, which will be add to cart, and that add to cart will take a state and action. Let's create that function. And now first of all, I'm gonna just make that one small one. So first of one, it will be like whatever we're gonna pass, like state dot product data dot, it will be equal to, it will be action dot payload. So whatever the payload we're gonna pass, it's gonna take an store in the product data. So now how we can initialize that one, that export and consonant, what I'm gonna do, add to card, I'm gonna pass, and that value it will be that shopper slice dot actions. That will be the value on that. And by default, I'm gonna also export something which will be shopper slice dot reducer. That will be by default so far. Now in our store, as you see and go through the documentation, we need to connect our slicer on that. We need to pass the name and the slices variable. So how we can do that? Let's go to our store. So in the store, what we need to import is that our shopper reducer. So let's import. It will be shopper reducer from, it will be shopper slice. And in the reducer, we need to pass two things. Remember, we need to pass the name and the reducer. So name it will be shopper, and the reducer it will be shopper reducer. So after implementing that one, now if you go through our application, just hit a refresh. And now in this state, we are having the two state. One is product data, which is having an empty array. Another is user info, which is initially, it's null. So now first of all, let's go to our application in our home page. Now, if we click in the add button, we need to initialize that one. So let's go to our products. Remember where we are over here. We need to create that action over here, which we're going to create right now. So first of all, whenever we are using that one, we need to make a dispatch function. It's PATCH, I think, yeah. It's my bad. It will be const dispatch, which we're gonna use that. Use dispatch. So now, whenever we click on that button, on that add button, we're gonna fire off that one of the on-click event, which will take a function, and that function will dispatch the add to cart property. And here, we're gonna pass some of the variables. So what we're gonna pass? We're gonna pass all the available things for our products. We're gonna pass our ID, products ID, product title, description, images, image, price, old price, and other things. So we're gonna pass that one, and this item.id, we are getting that one from that item. So now if we go over here, you see that one is empty. If we click, we are adding one product. We click. Now it's replacing the product, but we don't want to replace. What we want, because we are also passing a quantity. So the actual value, it will be in that way. If any product is available, we will just increase the quantity. If that product is not available, then we're gonna add the product. So we need to create that functionality over there. So let's go to our slicer over here. So in the slicer, first of all, we need to rectify our item. Okay, so let's go keep it down. First of all, const item, and to get the item, what we need to do, first state dot product data. We're gonna go in that product data. We're gonna find through the item, and that item dot id equal to action dot payload dot id. So if we pass in that way, that will be our like the item. That will be our existing item. So now this is freaking out because we need to make an like it doesn't know from where the item, what is the item is available. So let's go to our type definition file. What we're gonna do, we're gonna add another definition for our application, which will be name of that store product. So whatever the product we are storing over there, we're gonna store id as number, not as a string. So we're gonna interfere in that. So id, the title, descriptions, everything we're gonna store over there. So now instead, actually now I can tell the TypeScript whatever the items will consist of. So this is the item. Oops, this will be the item. So now this item, it will be consistent of store product, and you see now it's know whatever the product is available over there. So now if we are getting that item, right? So now we're gonna make a function over there. Oops. If there is the item is available, what it will do? It will do item dot quantity. It will increase the quantity, action dot payload dot quantity. Okay, it will increase the quantity. Else, if there is no item, what it gonna do? It gonna pass that same option over here, but instead of passing that one, what it gonna make? It gonna push that value through that array. Okay, so now as you see, there is still we are getting some of the error over here, and that error is coming because it doesn't find the quantity over here. And to get that quantity, we also need to interfere over here. Let's go and make that interface, which will be shopper. It will be shopper state, because we need to tell the Tailwind that the TypeScript what is available over here in the product data user info. Okay, otherwise it will gonna freak out. So just gonna copy that name. So the product data will consist that store product, which will be an M3 array at the beginning, and now also the user info. Initially it will be null, or we're gonna use that user info over here. And also another type definition we're gonna require for our user one, which gonna export that. Oops. Export interface, which will be user info, and user info will consist of id, which will be string id, because we're gonna take the user from the different like the Google or some other one. So we'll just put it as a string, and email also will be string. So now over here, user info. So now it's know actually what is gonna need to find out, what is gonna look forward to. So it's gonna know that one, right? And even it's no, still our quantity does not exist. So it's gonna giving us that error. Let's find out what is that. Is probably we are passing that shopper state over here, and we need to connect that one with that. So now as you see, our action is ready. So now we will be able to add some of the more products. Like if we just hit a refresh, let it go all the products. So now our shopper, the product data is empty. Let's add one product. As you see, 112. Let's add the similar product. As you see, its quantity is 1. Add more, the quantity is changing. And now we can go through add more product. So now that is working fine. So now we need to access that product data over here in the card, and we can do that. Let's go to our navbar over here, because we need to see how it's actually working or not. We need to make that data. So what we need to do, we're gonna use that cons product data, and to access the data we need to use that use selector, and that selector will give us the state from there, and that state, if you just console.log, you can find everything from this state. So I know where to go, so I'm gonna go store.shopper, and it will be from their product data. And for in that state, I know whatever the items and types already I described, so I know what is going to be there. So if we just make that console.log and make that product data, we're gonna see whatever the product data is available. As you see, is undefined, because now if we add, oops, we have that product data. Okay, we're getting that shopper. Okay, just pass that state. Let's see what we are getting. Yeah. Okay. We need to pass that shopper and that shopper product data. Okay. State dot shopper dot product data. So now if we go over here, oops, it's undefined. Why is undefined? That is the shopper. That's the product data. Okay. Now we need to access that product data. I think we misplaced a name over here. You see the product data. So I believe that it was a naming mistake. That's why we are not getting that. Let's go over PRODEU. You see? DUCT. So that's the issue we are having. We made that mistake over there. So that's why we are not getting that actual data. So now let's go over here, add some more the products. As you see, we are getting our product data. So how we can actually see that product data over here, what we're gonna do, instead of that one, we're gonna pass that product data dot length. Let me just go and sort out some of the issue. So what I'm gonna do, if product data dot length is if the length is bigger than 0, means if there is a product data, so we're gonna pass that product data, otherwise it will show us the 0. So now as you see, we have 3 items. Add more items of the similar item, I think. More item. Also we need to check the price, because we need to see show the price over there in the bottom side. So now we need to get the total amount. Okay, and to do that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a variable. It will be total AMT, set total AMT, and it's gonna pass through use state. I'm gonna just pass an empty. Now whenever we are adding some product in the cart, it's gonna change the item. Whenever we are adding, it's gonna change the value, right? So we need to pass it through our use effect. So just let's make the price equal to initial price is 0. So now product data dot map item, which will be any value, we know the item. So now the price, it will be item dot price into item dot quantity. It will not be capital, it will be P, and we're gonna return that price. So we are just mapping through all over the items over here in the product data, and we are getting the each and every item price, and we are multiplying it with that quantity. Okay, so now we will be able to see the price over here. If you make console.log, you can feel free to make it. I know the price, it will be available over here. So I'm gonna make price dot to fixed because I want to show it in 20 later on. And now that one, whenever the product data will be changed, the total amount will be changed. So now we are having the total amount, and the total amount, it will be over here, total AMT. As you see, we are having that over here. Now as you see, that is increasing. You see, that's perfect. So now what I am gonna do, I'm gonna go a little bit a quicker way on that. So let's go to our shopper slice. So now we're gonna create some more slice. One, it will be like the plus quantity, like we want to add the quantity in our cart slice. So after that, this is the finish over here. Now in the cart quantity, we are getting the item. If there is item, we are just getting that item dot quantity. And also for the minus quantity is the similar way. What I'm gonna do, we're gonna find the item first. If there is an item available, and if the item is quantity equal to 1, that it will be 1. If it's like more than 1, then we're gonna minus the quantity. So feel free to go through on that, you will understand it better. And also we're gonna create that delete item, which will be deleting the item. You see, so we're gonna get the state.product. So we are filtering that item with the item.id, with that action.payload we are passing from there. And also we have another one, which will be the receipt card. Whenever we click on that, we're gonna pass, we're gonna receipt, we're gonna make that state.product card in that initial array which we are passing over there. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass that value over here. So now we will be able to actually go and make that one over here. Also, we need to be able to add product from here. And to do that, what I am gonna do, remember beforehand, I told that whenever we are this value, like that is our product ID. So now here we are receiving that ID as an string. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make the const ID, which will be I will make it a number, and that number, it will come from that product dot ID. So it will be ID. And now we need to pass an on-click event add to cart, that is over here. Before passing that, we need to get the dispatch. Const use dispatch. So now we need to dispatch that action over here. So it will be on click dispatch to cart. So now we need to pass that value. Now we are passing that ID as the ID, we are putting it as a number, and then the title, description, image, and other things. So now even you come over here and we add, you can see we can add that one, and that is whenever we are adding that, it's changing the price. So let's just hit a refresh. Okay, so now actually we can add, oops, let's go back over here. Yeah, go in details, add more. We can actually add the products the way we like. So that is working fine. So now whenever we are refreshing that one, our store is getting empty. So we need to actually stop that one. And for that one, what we need to do, we need to use that Redux persister. So first of all, we need to install the Redux persist. regex persist, and through that persist also we need to import that one in our, I believe in our store, that it will be in the store. Yeah, in our store need to import that. We need to import that config over here to let the persistor work, and also we need to pass that persist reducer. Now here it will be the reducer which we are using, the shopper reducer, and now in here we need to pass that value, and there the value we need to pass that the name of that reducer which we are using, so which will be the shopper, and also we need to pass another thing. We need to export that persistor from there, so we're gonna make export the persistor. So now we need to also import that persist get by which we're gonna link our application through that. So in that app.tsx, whereupon we're gonna create that item. So first of all, let's import that one, and also the persistor, and in over here we're gonna use that persist get, initialize that, and it will take a parameter which will be loading whenever the loading is happening, and the persistor, it will be the persistor we are passing through. So now if we go over in our application, if we add product, if we hit the refresh, as you see, the product is available over here. So now if we go to our cart page, we need to create that cart page. We need to create that like if we add that product or some of the more products. Okay. So now we need to see actually the cart page, how it's gonna work. So first of all, let's go and create that cart page. And actually before doing that, also we need to initialize another one, which will be we need to import that react hot toast. Remember, when we are adding a product over here, we are getting an notification with react hot toast. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna implement that one, react hot toast. So let's go and npm I, you're gonna install the react hot toast, and I believe we used that one already in the product. So let's go in the product. Yes, we're initializing that one over here. So in here, what we need to do, we need to get our toast and toaster. So that toaster, we're gonna put it in over here. And now whenever we are passing a product over here, adding a product, we need to fire up also another things, which will be and that toast dot success, and that success is gonna pass a variable, and in that variable we're gonna give that item dot title, item dot title to, we're gonna make it substring to that it will not be freak out and much more bigger. So is oops, it will not be there. That is added to cart. So now if we go over here and add some product, you see that is coming over here. And also we need to add it in the details page. So whenever we are happening on that, so in ID over here also we need to implement. So let's go in our product. So I'm gonna just go and grab those things. So it will be over here, and we need to implement our toaster in down. And we also need to import the toast and toaster. Okay, where's the wrong? Okay, it will not be item, it will be the product. Now if we add, we can see that one. So that is right. Oops, it will not be from there. So let's add some product here. We can see. Let's go back over here. Add some product. We can see. So now it's time to create our cart page. And to create the cart page, what we're gonna do? We're gonna go in the cart page. Let's go. Where is our cart page? That cart page. Now for that initial cart, I'm gonna go and grab some of the class name. Now there is a problem with the cart page. I'm gonna just show you why it's happening. If we change anything, like if it's a card, if we make that card page, you see it's refreshing altogether, because by default the pages is not in the server side rendering. So we need to, the components are. So what we need to do, we need to link that components with the card page. So we're gonna create another components, which will be the card page.tsx rafce. So now we can link that card page over here, like cart page, and now that cart page is available over here. So now the funny thing is that if we change anything over here, it will not reload. It will just automatically give a fast refresh. So it's very easy. So now in that cart page, we can create all the other functionality. So let's go and create that changes in the cart page. So now in that cart page, we're gonna have initially two div, and first div, we're gonna go and grab some class name for our initial first div over here, and also for our second one, which will gonna make a flex, because inside over here we're gonna make a little bit work over here. Now we can create two div over here. So now that two div will be particularly get the like as you see over here, this will be the one div over here, and the other items it will be in that div. So these two things we need to create. And to do that, first of all, I'm gonna go, and the first one, which will be width of 1/2, 2/3, and the second one, which I'm gonna go and grab 1/2. Oops, I think it's a second one. I think I copied the similar one. It will be that. So this will be the proportion. As you see, the second one, the border is happening over here. You can see that. So first of all, again, I'm just gonna go in faster way. You can just feel free to copy paste, because I need to do in some other things also. So now in over here, I'm gonna pass an h1 tag, whereupon we're gonna pass that card, and then also in that span tag, I'm gonna pass that variable. First of all, we need to go and grab that product data. Remember, we used that product data beforehand. So let's go and grab that product data over here, and we need to import that use selector from Redux. So now the data here, it will be product data dot length, and we're gonna pass that as items. So now as you see in the product data, we can see the card 3 items. We can actually see how many items is available over here. So for that h1 tag, we're gonna pass the class name, and for the span tag also we're gonna pass that class name. And you see that looks pretty better. And now after giving that, after the h1 tag, here it will be like pickup details. Remember, we already created three of the items previously beforehand, the three items. So the initial items will be available over here. The similar things, so I'm gonna go much more faster on it. So first of all, let's go and grab all the images and other things we're gonna use for that. So I'm gonna go and import that, the image and the icons I'm gonna use. So now in here, in the pickup details, in one div, I'm gonna take another div. Inside the div, I'm gonna taking that one image, and that image gonna go and I'm gonna just go and grab the image source and that alt tag and everything. Also, we need to import that image from next image, and after the image, I'm gonna having a p tag which gonna give us the name of that pickup and delivery options available. Okay, let's see what is modified. So pickup and delivery options. So now in the top level of that, what we need to do, we need to go and grab some class name. Now that looks better. So after that one, what we need to do, because in previously we did that one, so the same portion, either you can just go and copy from there, it will work just fine. So I'm gonna just go and grab those things. So the same way, I'm just passing that image and the all items available, or just the same design I'm making that one for the shopping, pickup and delivery, the similar thing. So now after here, after that, yes, after that portion, as you see, this is finished over here. Now we're gonna get that actual thing, which will be our card product. So now we're gonna pass the div, and that in that div, first of all, we have the solid and ship by, and then the other things. We need to create that one. So first of all, let's go here, and that we're gonna put an shoppers.com, and also for that entire div, I'm gonna go and grab those class names over here. And for the p tag, I want it to looks a little bit different and better. As you see, that's creating that, but the shoppers.com, I want to make it looks little bit better, little bit black. So the text is BLSCK, and the font, it will be the semi-bold. So now as you see, that looks good. Now after that, remember we already created that button beforehand. So I am just gonna go and grab the two buttons. There is a lot of things is over and overdue. So you can just feel free to go that, see the same rollback we created beforehand. Now what we need to do, we need to pass our product items. So now that is the actual things in that cart page. So now here it will be going to the, it will be items. So now inside a div, I'm gonna passing that, I'm gonna map through all over the product data dot map, and that item, that inside that item, we know what it will be there. Store product data. Remember the types, that the types, the similar type, it will be here, and we need to return that div, and inside that div, whatever we're gonna return, we're gonna give a key props for that div, and also the class name for the div, which will be, the key will be item.id, and the class name, it will be the normal class name for that. As you see, if you go there, you can see that is the items, it will be available over here. So 3 items. So first of all, I'm gonna take a div, and that div, I'm gonna go and give a class name, which will be width of 3x4, flex item center, and then the gap, it will be 2. And inside that one, I'm gonna pass our image. And for that image, I'm gonna go and grab some class name for and other the source and everything. Source will be our item.image. The alt tag is that, and we're giving a width and height in different way. So now as you see, our image is over here, is ready. So now after that image, this is the image. After that image, we're gonna take another div, which we're gonna pass an h2 tag. And inside that tag, we're gonna give that item.title. So that our title is ready. Now the title, we will just pass some of the class name for the title. As you see, looks good. Now after the title, also we need to pass that item.description. And for that description also, we're gonna go and grab some class name for that. Okay, now after the description, we need to pass that price and other things. So this is our description. We're gonna pass that price value and also the free 30-day return segment. So this is the things we are passing over here. So now that div is finished over here. After that div, we're gonna create the buttons over here, which gonna make that remove and other items. So first of all, to create that button, we're gonna take a div. Inside that div, we're gonna create one button which will be remove. And for that button, we're gonna go and grab some class name for that button. The similar and a simple class name for that. As you see, that looks good. Okay, so that is the remove button. And also after that remove button, okay, we're gonna have another two button actually, not one. As you see, we need to create that add functionality over here. So it will be a two button in a div. So let's go and create that one. So first it will be, it will be one button. Okay, let me think how we can implement that. Actually, it will be, okay. Okay, now let's make a span which will be item.quantity and another button. So first one, I'm gonna make that -1, which will be, and the second one, which will be for the, okay. Because for the plus and minus, we are just gonna add some icons, as you see, 2 and 1. So this is looking fine. So initial direction, what I'm gonna do in the top level of that button, initial state, over here in the div, I'm gonna go and give a width and height and also giving a border to look it better. As you see, that looks good. And for the button design, I'm gonna go, it will be the similar design for both of that. So let's go and give that one over here. And for that one over here. As you see, our button is ready and having a good functionality. Now we need to make it, arrange it a little bit good way. So I believe the button actually in not an actual position because it should become over here. So yeah, that is our div finish over here. So what if we just, that's our button div is finished. So I'm gonna enter that one inside that div. So now, as you see, okay, now it looks better. Okay, that looks good. Now it's cool. And also to make it little bit good, we can also give a over here in the div. Okay. So now if we just go empty of 2, flex item center, and now gap of 6. So it gonna looks a bit way. Now it looks good. Okay, so now we are having that button. So in this way we are finishing that one, our first one over here in the div. So now we will be able to take another div over here. So let's go and create that div, which will be one receipt buttons. So this is our buttons finish here. Okay. So now we have that portion which we are having that width of 1 by 3. So now we need to create another div in that portion, which we're gonna go and give a width of 1 by 4. And now over here, first one, it will be like item.price, just to see what we are getting over here. As you see, we are getting the price. So now we need to actually get the actual price and how many items is available and the price. See, the price is changing whenever the items is changing. So that things we need to create. And to create that, first of all, I need to create a component which will be our for, I think, a format price, because I need to check the price in the in a local way so we can get the actual value of the price. And to do that, let's go and create that formatted price. So RAFCE. Now over here, what I want actually, we're gonna get that amount through our props. Okay, so we're gonna get that amount through our props. And now what I need to do, I need to modify that one. So const, I'm gonna make it a formatted amount, which will be the new, and it will be the number, and it will take a variable as the amount, and then it will make that to, oops, it's not taking that number, it will take the amount. So I first need to create that interface, like the type for the amount, type amount, because I need to tell that it will be number, otherwise it will not take that number. So now it's know the amount will be the number. So let's pass that as amount. So now it's gonna take that new dot to, it's not taking, I don't know why. Okay, formatted amount, it will be the new amount, and that it will be in the number, and it's gonna take that amount as a variable, and that to okay, now it's taking to local string, yes, and that local string, it will be US of that. And now we need to pass that an object, which will be the style, it will be the currency, and that currency, it will be USD, and I think that it will be minimal fractional digit, it will be two digit. So, and over here I'm going, instead of deep, I'm gonna pass a person span, and now I'm gonna pass that formatted amount. So in that way we can use that actual the formatted amount without that to fixed or some other, we can get the actual value of that. So let's go to our cart page, where we are. We need to go to our cart page over here. So now instead of that one, because we need to show here the actual price, right? So in that ptag, what we will do, we will use that formatted, I believe, what's the name we give that? Format price, yeah. Format price, and now we're gonna pass that amount. So in that amount, it will be item dot price into item dot quantity. So now this is the amount we are getting over here. As you see, it's getting the 2 quantity, so it's giving the 2 price of that. So now also we will go and give some of the class name for that, which will make it looks better. And after that, a similar way, we need to get the formatted quantity for the old price. Remember? So this is for the old price. And now as you see, now after that, we need to get how much we save from there. So to explain that one, I'm gonna, after that p tag, I'm gonna take a div, and in that div, I'm gonna give a p tag, which will make us to see what we save over here. And now I'm gonna go graph some class name for that, and also for the overall div. So after showing that one, I'm gonna pass that formatted price over here, so we can see how much we are having. Where item.old price into item.quantity minus item.price into item.quantity. So what I'm going to doing is, from that old price, I'm minusing that the new price and getting that 120, which is the actual price the customer going to pay. So now as you see, we are having that items over here, the remove button. So now we need to add a one button, which will be our receipt button. And to create that receipt card, what we need to do, we need to go outside of that directory, which is the must over here. I'm gonna add a button which will be receipt card. Let's see if I'm in the right place or not. Yeah, I'm in the right place. So for that receipt card, I'm also gonna go and implement that one. So our receipt card is ready. And now it's time to create all the dispatchable function over here. I think, did we implement the dispatch over here? Not yet. So const dispatch, which will be use dispatch. So now, whenever we are on that here, in the receipt function, we will make an, oops, will send on click event, which will pass that a dispatch, and that it will be receipt card dispatch, and that's it. So whenever we come over here, it will remove all the products, all the available products from there. So let's add more products, because we're gonna add that other functionality by which we can remove the products one by one. So let's go to our remove products. Okay. I think the receipt card, okay, it will be somewhere here. So now all items shopper.com, and okay, that's the remove button. So that's remove, and then we are having that item.quantity, the -1, yes, which we're gonna create the -1. So let's go and create another on click event for that one. We're gonna create a dispatch over here, and that dispatch will be minus quantity. Okay. Inside that minus quantity, we're gonna pass that same the item value, which gonna minus from here. And now we're gonna having another add quantity, which will be the increase the plus quantity. So we're gonna create an on click event. Oops, it will be dispatch, and it will be the plus quantity. Inside the plus quantity, we're gonna pass another object, so it's gonna go through that item. Okay, and how that will work, actually we defined over here, right, in the shopper slice. So right, if there is a minus quantity, if they find it the item is available there, it will minus the quantity. If its quantity is equal to 1, it will be 1, so it will not go minus fraction. Okay, and now also the plus quantity, if the item is available, it will only increase the quantity, otherwise it will just add the item. So that's the same similar thing. So if we just add, you see the item is changing and everything working just fine. Now we need to get the our receipt quantity. So it's the like the remove items, not the receipt. So also we need to create an on click event over here. So let's make the dispatch, and it will be delete item. Yes, delete item, and we're gonna deleting item with the payload which we are giving the ID. We are filtering that one with that, right? So we need to pass that. Oops, we need to import that. Okay, what is showing? Cannot find. Okay, the delete item is not available. No, delete item. So now whenever we're gonna click and delete item, it's gonna delete that particular item from that page. So let's go over here, remove. Yes, we can also add, we can remove, we can reset our cart. So let's go to shoppers and add some of the more items. And also, by the way, we can go to our details page. We can add items from here also. And now in that other section where we're gonna show our price and other details, the buttons available over here. So let's go back over there, which we are giving a width of 1/3. Remember, in the down here, we're gonna create that portion. So first of all, we need to create one button. Let's go create that button, and that button will be continue to checkout. And for that button, we're gonna create some of the class name. Later on, we're gonna modify it according to our user. So that is the button. So continue to checkout button, and also we're gonna create that another one which will be giving us a sign that you need to have to sign out for creating the checkout session. So that we're gonna implement later on. And also we need to setting up a warning message. Remember, I told you beforehand that every use state it's gonna fire on that. So to do that, we're gonna take an use state. Let's go in the top. We're gonna create an state which will be the warning message state. So use effect, set warning message true. So now here, what we're gonna pass actually after that one, we're gonna pass a message and so whenever the warning message will be there, I'm gonna pass a div. So now inside that div, it will be, I'm gonna go and give a warning image over here. And also I'm gonna passing a p item, and including that, yeah, I'm gonna passing a p item over here. So these two items I'm gonna pass. So ug state, which I believe I need to import that one. Yes. So now as you see, these two things, these two things, I need to make it like that way. Also, I need to install, I need to import one uh, icon for it. So what I am gonna do after that, I'm gonna also import one So now that entire div over here in the top label, gonna go and give that a class name of that background and making it a white text. So this text is available. It looks better. So now for that close button, we're gonna go and grab some of the class name for it. And also now as you see, that looks great. So now in that close button, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take an on click event. So in that event, what it gonna do actually, it gonna make the set warning message, it gonna make it as false. So whenever it gonna go, see, it's go away. uh, Oops, it's not getting go away. Okay, just hit refresh. Set warning message false, should be make false. Okay, so whenever I am passing that value, okay, because I need to also change that warning message use effect value, because otherwise it will not know when the warning message is coming, right? Now this is the, yeah, use effect. So when the warning message is changed, okay, it will be set warning message false. Yes, that's true. I think somewhere I'm missing something. Set warning message, that one, it will be available over here. The whenever the warning message is available, I believe, yes, I put that warning image, that's why it was not working. So now if I just come over here, I can close it. If I go to shoppers and I come over here, now the warning message is available. So now I need to get all the items and other things available for here. To do that, let's go to, so here the set warning message is done. So after the set warning message, I'm gonna take another p tag. Actually, I'm just gonna go and grab those things because it's the similar things available for all other things, which will be the for best shopping experience and that sign in, so it will just giving an option you to for sign in and others. And now after I need to get that price and other everything. So let's go and in the top level, did we just create that one? So what I am gonna do actually, this entire portion over here, make it inside a div. Okay, so on that div, because I want to go and give a border of that, so let's go and create that border. So now it will be seen available with the border, you see. So now I need to create that a saving price and other things. So I'm just gonna go and grab those things from there. So this is the, okay. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. So now, uh, I think checkout price. So all the amount it will be there. So I'm gonna take a div. Inside that div, I'm gonna take another div, and that div will contain another div. And now I'm gonna take the p tag, which will contain our subtotal, subtotal, and inside that subtotal, what I am gonna do actually, product data don't length. Okay. And now actually I need to put it inside, and remember we did it in the beforehand in the top. Oops. Okay, so we need to create that portion over here. So we know the subtotal items. We're gonna make it a little bit semi-bold font, and also we're gonna introduce some of the class name for it. And in the top level of that over here also, just to make it looks better. So now is the time to create our items. So the same way we're gonna use that formatted price over here to show up our price. As you see, the total all price, it will be available. So total all price, we need to modify over here. We need to catch the all other price available for that. Remember, we create beforehand for the all the price. So we have the product data. So now over here, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass one of the variable which will create all the price. So now I'm just declaring the total old price and other things. So these three variable we require. So now I'm also gonna get through that old price and savings and AMT, which will be. So now I'm gonna go through and product data.map item. It will be store product data. And now old price, it will be item dot old price into item dot quantity. And now also it will be the savings, which will be item dot old price minus item dot price, the new price is available, and AMT, it will be item dot is into item dot quantity. And now after that, that will just return the value. Okay. Now what we need to do over here, we need to set that value actually with that total all price value and other value. So we're gonna get the total all price, and whenever the product data will change, that value will be changed. So now we can access that value, and as you see, we are using that one as total all price, and we will be able to see that all price. That is the all price. And now after showing the old price, we can also show up how much we are saving. So this is the, after that one over here, we need to create another div where we are going to show our saving amount over here. So as you see, the saving amount. So now after the saving amount, inside another div, we are going to take another one where we're gonna express our total amount, which is available over here. So after the total amount, so after in that div, I'm gonna take another div, and for that div, actually that is not that much mandatory. It's just a similar designing concept. So feel free to go through with the class name and others, just a designing concept for it. And now we're gonna go and through that estimated price. Okay. You see, that is done. Right? So now we have the estimated price. So now we are having all the functionality over here. Now it's time to create our sign-in section. And that sign-in, we're gonna use our next auth for our authentication. So Let's go to our next auth. We're gonna use that next auth to create our sign in and other authentication for today's build. So let's create that. Let's get it started. First of all, we need to import that one. So let's go over here, import next auth. And I'm gonna close all tabs. So what is saying now, after installing, we need to go to our pages API auth. We need to create that next auth.js. So now let's go to our API. And inside that API, we need to create a folder which called the auth. Inside that auth folder, we need to create that file. So let's go and create that file. I'm going to put it as JS. You can put the TX, but I will just go with that, the form we are using. So now over here, what I am going to do actually, I'm going to go and import all the functionality I want to use. Like you can use as much as you want. Now, okay. Okay, that's the ID and secret you can use. The same if you go through over here, you will understand it better. So now what we are doing, we are using the Google provider and other provider as the way we like. So now we need to see we are getting that value from the Google client ID or secret from a env file. So we need to create that file. So now let's create .env.local. And on that file, what's the value is required is for now on, so we're gonna use that I think we will use the Google client ID. We'll use try to log in with the Google, and others also you can use as the way you like. But first for our today's build, I'm gonna go with the Google, and this other one you can add. So now what I need to do, as you can see, we need to use that session provider to create the session, and also we need to implement that one through our apps. And as you see, we have in the app, we have so many things is running over here. So what I am gonna do, let's go and import that session, which will be coming from the next auth session. And after that provider, gonna use that session provider. And now we need to actually modify it. You see that session, we need to pass that session as inside a variable. So in that page props, you see, so after that page props also we need to create that as session props. So components, page props, and then we're gonna create that. No, it will not be in that way. So let's go. It will be function, then component, that page props, and that page props, what it gonna be, we need to pass the session and that page props. And that session, we're gonna pass through session. So now we can access through the session over here. So now what we can do, we can create that sign in and sign out option over there. So let's go to our navbar over here because we need to make sign in from there. So in the navbar, we will implement that one, use session, sign in and sign out. So let's go in the top over here. Click. It will not be in that way. I think I typed something wrong. Yes. Okay. It will be sign. So if we click on that, it's taking the sign in optional way, but we cannot create the application right now because what we need to do is go to Firebase. And now I'm gonna log in with my account, which I'm gonna use. Let's go to console. And I will create a project which will be shopper YT. Okay, so it's gonna initialize that application for us in the Firebase. Then we can access the Google login authentication for that. Okay, let's continue. Now in that, over here in the authentication, let's get it started. We want to use that Google authentication. Let's enable that one. Now, as you see, after enabling, you will get one web client, like client ID and client secret. And what you need to do, we need to just copy that one and paste over here, client ID and client secret. So these two things you need to copy and paste that one. So if I put my email and just save that one, I will receive that too. Then I'm gonna copy and paste that one. Okay, you feel free to do that also. So let's save that one. It's gonna give me that two things. So now I will just go and in my SDK and copy and paste that two things. So I already copy paste on there. So I will just go out from here because I'm not gonna locally I'm not gonna use that one. So for that Google providers, let's go and we need to actually initialize that application over there. So first of all, I think there is some more thing is pending over here. This, oops, I closed that one because just to be sure that if there is any other things pending or not. So we need to go to in our over here to adjust our application. Go to console, AT. We need to make our project setting over here. So now, okay. So we need to register our application, otherwise it will not work. So to do that, we make that shopper YT, register our application. So I'm not gonna go initialize in locally because I will only use the OAuth authentication from here. Now actually what we can do, I will use my account over here. We already initialized that application, so we can search over here. It will be shopper YT. So now that application is available, and also I already connect my that over here, which we are using for the next authentication, that Google client ID and client secret is available over here. Now, if you go to our home page, so I will go and try to make a sign in option over here. Let's make sign in. As you see, now this error is coming. So we need to create that a callback URI for that. So let's go in the web client. And now over here, we need to add that URI over here. And also we need to add our local host. So let's save it. Now after saving, we can actually go and make the sign in option. So let's go back to shopper if you feel free. And now if we go back sign in with Google. And as you see, we are having our accounts. So let's go sign in with that. So we are already signed in. Now we need to access that data over here. So how we can access to that data? Let's go to our navbar. Yeah, in the navbar, we can actually remember we can use that data using the use session. it will be in the neighbor. So we can use data through the use session. So like if we make that console.log and session, we will be able to see, you see, our user and everything is available. But we don't want to see that data through that session. What we need to do, we want to create two state over here in our reducer, over here in the store, in the shopper reducer, shopper slice, because we want to access the data through our store, right? So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use another two state, which we will be add user. Oops, it will be add user. And that add user will take one state and action. Now, so state.userinfo, it will be action.payloads. So that will be one. And another one, it will be the remove user. So whenever we will remove the user, it will be just making that initial state as null as beforehand. So now we also need to amplify that too, need to pass that. So we need to pass that to also user and remove user. So now actually what we will do in the neighbor, so we are accessing that one using the session. So we will create one use effect function. So let's go create another use effect. So what we're gonna do, like if there is session, okay, because we are accessing the session with that session. So if there is session, what will happen? Otherwise, what will happen? If there is a session, we're gonna we need to create the dispatch from there. So dispatch, use dispatch. Okay. So now we need to, if there is a session, we're gonna dispatch an action which will be add user, and in that add user, we're gonna pass three variable, which will be the name, and that name will be the it will be the session dot user. I think the session dot user, and we need to put an optional variable that user, it will be available. So we need to pass the user, and also we need to pass the email and images, and we are saying that users email and images, it will be available. So and else, like if there is no user, what it gonna do, it gonna, like, sorry, if there is no session, it gonna make that remove user, gonna also fire out that remove user, where happen that it will just dispatch on that. So in that figure out when it will happen, whenever the changes in the session and also changes in the dispatch, that function it gonna figure out. So now let's go. Actually, if we can access that our Redux over here, and we're gonna see actually our user info is available. So now we can access that user info also using the same parameter we are using to access our product data over here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just access that through our user info parameter. So the user info, it will be the you select your state and other things. If you want to console.log, you can find that user info there. So now what's gonna happen actually in the sign in and sign out, it's gonna depend on the user info. As you see over here, I believe that sign in available over here. So now user info, if there is an user info, okay, it's no user info. Okay, so now if there is user info, what we gonna pass? If there is user info is available, we're gonna pass that our sign out functionality. Okay, and also if there is an user info, we're gonna pass an image instead of that p tag. Okay, instead of that, no, not the p tag, instead of that alt like that one, we can use that user info.image. We will get that user image over there, and also we're gonna get that one. Instead of sign in, we're gonna get that sign out optionality over here, and over here it will be user info dot name. So the username will be available over here, and as you see, we have the name. And if there is no user, then we're gonna go out with the simple symphony. So let's go and click. So it gonna redirect us, and you see there is no user. And if we sign in with Google, now we can access the user, right? So now let's go to our card over here. Now that continue to checkout. Now in that button, we need to modify. So whenever the sign in option here, there will be a different thing. When there is no sign option is there, that time the value will be different. So what I am gonna do actually for that one, let's go over here in the cart page, and also we need to access that user info, and we're gonna access that one the similar way we access it before in the never. So that is the product data, and that will be our user info data. So now let's go and find out our button for the checkout button. Oops. Okay, continue to checkout. So in here, we need to make the changes. So, okay. So this button over here, okay, I'm gonna go and push through. First of all, that message will be only available if user info is not available. Only that message will pass. Okay, and that button also I'm gonna modify with that. Instead of that one, I'm gonna initialize two button. If user info is available, we're gonna give a we're gonna initialize that. We're gonna initialize one functionality. Okay, keep it that one functionality. We will create a handle checkout option, and the button color will be changed. And if there is no user is there, so that will be that the similar before one, the cursor not allowed, and the width and height, the color will be different. So now it's time to create that handle checkout option over here, because we're gonna create our payment checkout with that. So oops, it will be const and checkout. Done. So just to see how it works. So we are already logged in. So if we click, let's go over here. As you see, we can over here. Now if we sign out, we cannot access that button, I believe. Yeah, we cannot access, and there will be no event will be fire out. So now everything is ready, and we are good to go. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create our checkout session throughout our Stripe payment checkout. Okay, so let's go and create that Stripe payment checkout. Let's close those things. First of all, let's sign in with that, just to make sure we are on the track. And I'm gonna go to my Stripe. Stripe npm. So now I need to install that Stripe in my application, and also I need to install stripe.js. So both of the things I require. After that, also I need that npm I stripe.js that also I need to install. Okay, so now I need to create a checkout session. So first of all, to create before one, like as I say, you need to get two things from Stripe. First one is you need to get your publishable key. You need to get your secret key. These two key we require. In your .env file, here you will go to the Google Client ID, Google Client secret, and the secret public key, it will be over here. The publishable key, that public key, it will be here, and the secret key, it will be here. So go and implement that two key, and this one, the host, it will be for us, the host, we're gonna make it in the local host 3000. So I'm gonna just copy and get it here. This is our local host. So go and implement that two things over here. So now I got my publishable key and secret key already here. So now it's time to start building the checkout session. And to do that, first of all, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna go over here in the top level. I need to, it will be import. I need to import load Stripe from stripe.js. So now I need to also initialize that Stripe promise I need to create over here. And to create that one, I'm going to make Stripe promise. And that promise, it will be coming from the load Stripe. And now, actually, process.env. Now, if I actually access that strike public key, which I'm putting there in the env file, it will not work because as you see, we need to access that one in our server. So what we need to do, we need to actually call that in our next config file, and through that file we can actually access for that one in the front end and back end. So how we can do it? We can do it with that. We will write that one in env, and now it will be Stripe public key, and that public key, it will be from that Stripe, the publishable key, we are having that one over there, that process dot I think not next sanity, it will be Stripe public key. Yes, that publishable key we need to access over here to implement that one. We can actually make that name as a Stripe publishable key. If we go to env, you cannot copy because I reduce some of that things, it will not work. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take that variable over here. So now we can access that one as a Stripe public key in our application. So now to access that one, we can use that variable, that Stripe public key, throughout in our cart page. So now process.env, we can use that one. So now there is a bit of homework for you people, because it's not good that everything I'm gonna show you. Now there is an error coming from the env.env file. Take the challenge, try to resolve that one if you can. If you cannot, put me in the comment below, then I'm gonna resolve it for you. Okay, so that error, it will not let us to, it will we can ignore that error just simply. And the error, if you are going through to publish that one, like if you want to build that one to make in a production build, so if you still cannot solve that error, you can just simply ignore that type is called ignore builds. So it will just ignore that, oops, true. So it will ignore that error in the TypeScript build. So now as we change in the next config file, we need to restart our server. So let's restart that one. So now we are having our publishable key. We are good to go to implement that one. So no error, it's running fine. Let's go to our local host. So now what I'm gonna do, in here we are declaring our Stripe promise. So now over here I'm gonna make const Stripe. We're gonna await, And before creating that await, we need to make it as an assign function, and we need to await, and we will await for our Stripe promise. So also we will create the checkout session, and for that I will hit with that Axios. So npm I Axios I need to install. Now over here, what we're gonna do, we need to like create a checkout session. We're gonna create checkout session over here. So now const checkout session, it will be await, and then I'm gonna hitting it that with Axios dot it will be a post method, and that post method, it will be go through API, and that create checkout session. And in that checkout session, what the things we're gonna pass, that items, it will be the items, the product data is available over here, and that email will be that session, and we are telling that session will be available, okay, dot user dot email. So these are the things we're gonna pass over there. So before going through the further, we need to create that a checkout session, which we're gonna implementing over here in the API. So let's go back to our API. In the API, we're gonna create that checkout session.js. So now in here, we're gonna create that a checkout session by which we're gonna connect our backend to over here. Now, as you see, we are hitting that API, we are posting that data, so we need to destructurize the data before sending to Sanity. So let's const stripe equal to require, because it's the backend, we need to require that one, and stripe, and now process.env dot, we need to pass that stripe secret key. So stripe secret key. So stripe secret key. So that is the key we're gonna use for the stripe. And now how we can make a function over here, we can just export and we'll make a default function. And of course, it will be an assign function over here. And that assign function will take a request and also pass a response over here. So now in that response, now we will destructurize that thing. So we are sending, like, as you see over here, we are sending the items, which is our product data, and email, which is our session user email. So now we are receiving that data. So now we will take that items, we'll just destructurize that one and email. You can make console.log to see that. I know what I'm going to receive that one. So I'm not going to do that one. So I am receiving that request.value. So receiving that data. So in that data, I want to modify that data. There is some kind of criteria that Stripe is following. We need to focus on that one. So I'm gonna modify that data. Modified items. So in that items, the items we are receiving, that items.map. And now we're gonna pass that items through that. Now the description for the item, it will be item.description we are passing, and the quantity, remember we are passing a quantity before only one, but we need to pass that item.quantity, so it will capture all the quantity is required. So there is something wrong. Item.description quantity. Okay, if we pass quantity 1. Okay, before destructuring that data, I think before modifying the data, what I'm gonna do, let's keep it in that way. I'm gonna go in my cart page. I'm gonna finish that one, what is require all other things over here. So now these sessions, after passing that sessions, so now I need to redirect that one through that Stripe customer for the checkout. So to do that, what I'm gonna do, const result, it will be await, and it will be Stripe, and Stripe it will be available, redirect to checkout, and then we're gonna pass that as an object. The session ID, it will be checkout session dot data dot id. So this will be our checkout session ID. And now also we want to catch the error if there is then like the result.error. If there is an error, we're gonna also get that error. We're gonna pass an alert message, or we can make the console.log as you like. So the result, if the result and error is available, then we're gonna read that error.message we want. So now here we are passing that one. The result, it can be any result if it's the TypeScript is not freaking out. If it's freak out, just to be make sure it will not. So now we are done over here. Now actually we can pass that one through that our session. So before destructurizing that one, so now we are having the data. So now first of all, let's create the session so we can connect our API through that. So now const session, it will be await, and it will await for our Stripe, and to make it checkout dot sessions sessions dot create. And now in that particular part, we need to pass a payment method types. You can feel free to go to Stripe documentation to understand it better. And that payment method, it will take as a card payment method. And also like the shipping rates, actually if we come over here, as you can see, I think it will be our, and then with the payments, it will be in the products and the shipping rates, which I already create a shipping rates available over here. Let's load. We're gonna just create that shipping rate, and also we're gonna pass that rate, because you can pass as much as the rate you want. So we're gonna pass it through an array. Oops. Now that's the rate I created. So if you want to create a new rate, I believe it will be create a shipping rate over here. Now the shipping rate, I'm gonna just create a 10 USD. That's the shipping rate, business day, blah blah blah. Max is 1 business day and 3. So let's create okay. Outbound shipping. We create a shipping rate. Now we need that ID, and if in that ID we need to paste over here to access that shipping rate. So now that is the shipping rate, and also we can make that shipping address collection, like which country that address will be applicable. And now we'll make that just go through and pass the allowed country list. I will pass inside an array. So for that, I'm gonna give 4 countries for right now. And now you can put as much country as you like. Okay. So now this is the one part of that. And now also we need to create that line items, which will be the modify items. Remember that line items, we need to pass that items, which we're gonna modify later on. So that will be the modify items, and the mode, it will be the payment mode. Okay. And for the success URL, we can make one success URL, and also we can make one like if after the success, where it gonna go. So for that one, we're gonna use that backtick, and we're gonna make that process.env dot, remember we have a file of host. So it will go to host, then success. We need to create the success page later on. Success. And also we need to create that cancel URL. Oops. Cancel URL. And also we can pass the metadata. Okay, this metadata, it will be work much fine whenever you are actually accessing that data in your application to accessing your DB or others. That time that metadata, it will work much fine. So now we are adding that one. Now what we need to do after that, we need to return a response, and that response, it will be a status code of a 200, and that one it will be go through JSON. And now what we're gonna pass, we're gonna pass that ID, which will be session.id. So now we are passing that ID through our cart page where we can access that one. Now this is tricky things why I can't see the session, because we didn't add the session. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna just get the session from here. So let's go over here. We're gonna implement that use session. Okay. So now we are only having that error is supposed to be session dot. Okay, it will be session dot user dot id supposed to be. So if we not ID, it will be email, session dot user dot email, and we need to make that session as mandatory. Yeah, session is available. So now actually everything is going pretty much smooth. So now we need to modify our data. So now to modify our data, so let's go and items.map. We're passing that item. Description, it will be item.description, and that quantity, just let's pass 1 to just see how it's work. Description, missing something. So here, what I am missing, because I need to return, but I am not returning. That's the missing point is here. So modified items, and that items, it will be items.map. So now here item, because I need to return that data, so I need to return that, then I'm gonna passing that object. That's the making the problem. So this description, it will be item.description, and it will be item.quantity, and now the price data, which gonna be an object, and now I will make currency, and that currency, it will be USD or dollar, and unit amount, it will be item.price, because we need to multiply it with 100, because it's gonna count is a cent. So we need to destructurizing the data, so we are passing that in a cent. Now we need to multiply it 100 to get the actual dollar price. So now also product data, and the data will be, name will be item.title. Images, it will be item.image. So now this is our modified data. We are getting that item from over here, from the cart page. We are sending that data over here. So that product data we're getting as item variable, and the email we are getting from there. So now what we are doing with that items, we are modifying the way the Stripe are looking for. We are modifying the items. We are mapping through it, giving a description, which will be item.description. And then giving the quantity, which how much quantity the item has, the price that we're pushing through, and the currency we are also giving. Unit amount is okay. We unit amount item dot price into 100, product data, item dot image, and I believe everything we did much fine. Only that error, that's the known error. I know that. That's your homework to finish it. So I believe if everything is right, now if we just come over here, let's also go in the payment section. Now make a reload. Okay. So sign out for a time being. Now let's go over here. I'm gonna remove all the items from the cart because I want to create a checkout session. So again, sign in. Okay. So now if we go over here, add one product, 2, 3, 4, we can go to the details, and also from here we can add product. Now we have 5 product, which is coming 3,158. Let's click in the checkout. So now it's gonna take us to our like Stripe checkout. Now you see the 3,168, the actual value you're receiving, right? The one I said. So now we are also we can see the items available from over here. So now let's go and make that admin1, admin.gmail, admin. Let's make United States, New York. Okay, there is lots of state here. You can choose. Oh, okay. Now for the payment details, we're gonna use that 4242 1234 and 123. And you see that is not actually so better. We are not using that. I believe you need to go through lots of zip code over here. So I'm gonna use just my address. Now, if everything is right, we can create a checkout payment over here, and we can come over here. So now if we click, payment is successful. Now it's redirecting to us our success page. It's not finding, that's why giving a URL like 404. So 3412, I believe, 3412 or something. Yeah, 3168. As you see, we are having our successfully payment option done. So now also let's create that a success page over here. I believe it will be, let's go and create in the pages. So in here, it will be success.tsx RAFCE. So now in the success page, it will be just a simple ideas. It will be there. So where are the success? Yeah. So now in the div, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna create that div over here. And now, as you know, normally that page is not in server side. So what we need to do, we need to create that success page .tsx, so RAFCE. Now we will connect that success page over here. So success page. Now, as you see, that is our success page. So now let's go and grab all the available things for that. So for the success page, what we're gonna create, we're gonna give an h1 tag, which will be like, thank you for shopping in shoppers.com. And then we're gonna pass a button, which will pass that continue shopping. So now we're gonna just implement that one over here. You see, like just a flexible items to make it better. And for that button also, we're gonna give some of the class name. So now, as you see, our success page looks good, but whenever we are pressing in that continue shopping, it's gonna redirect to us our home page. Okay, and it's gonna take us to our home page, and also it's gonna create one dispatch, like whatever items is required over here, it's gonna remove from there. So const dispatch equal to use dispatch, and now over here what it's gonna do, on click dispatch, it will be dispatch receipt card. So it's gonna receipt all the card and it's gonna take us to our home page. And also we can create one 404, like if we come in FD, as you see, it's giving us some kind of different phenomena. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a 404 page for us. 404 will be 404.tsx, tsx, rafce. It will be so in that 404, we're gonna create that. Oops, it will be custom 404. So now for that, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna use that 3 portion over here, which gonna be giving us a not found image. So our initial div, and in over here, I'm gonna pass one image. Okay, which gonna give a 404 not found image over here. Oops, it's not reloading. Okay, see, the image is available now. And also we're gonna introduce one button over here, and that button we're gonna take us to a link. Link will take us to home. Okay, so initially whenever you are going to any of the page you don't know, you can just go and go to 404, and now you can go back to our actual application. Actually, you can go through and make more modify, like whenever if you're coming over here, like if the receipt card there is no data, actually you can remove all over the items and can pass a message. So feel free, like you can entire application, it will be just go blank, like no data. It will give an like a page where you can modify that no item available, go back to shopping, like empty card error, you can create. So just try to go and modify the way you want. I believe if you come until here, you will have a lot of questions. Just put that in the comments below. I will answer as soon as possible. And also, if you want to make it fully responsive and you want to deploy it in Vercel for production build, put me in the comments below. If I get more than 10 requests in the comments to make it responsive and put it in production, I'm gonna do it in second part and make it in a deploy in that production build. Okay. So all the best. I hope it can really mark up in your activity whenever you can do such kind of projects in a bigger level. Hope you all the best and see you in the next video. Hello everyone. In our today's video, I'm gonna show you how you can create this beautiful e-commerce website using Next.js and so many other up-to-date technologies. So first, let's just reveal what we have. We have a navbar here with a particular logo. Then we have all the categories that are rendered here, and we have another portion where we can see the wish list, we can see the card, and also we have that login button. So just let's go in the categories. If you go to the phone section, you see it will only available all the phones, and you can see the results. We have 20 phones available here. If we go back to the watches, you see the results is coming and all the watches is rendering here. Now how actually we can view that? If you want to go and see any particular product, you need to just click on that product and it's gonna give you a page which gonna render with the particular ID, and you see that page is rendered here, and you can add to cart from here also. And after adding the cart, you see the number plate is coming, so you can just make it a more, and also like if you just reduce, you see you cannot decrease below 1, so the message is available here, so you cannot delete it from here. So now let's go back to home and try to add some more products. And by the way, you can also put it in your wish list. If you click, you see added iPhone 14 added to the wish list or in the favorites, so that you can pass the message, and you see once you remove, it will remove from the wish list and it will give you the Toastify message, and also the icon it will change. So we can do that here, and let's also add in the cart some of the items. Okay, let's go back to the watches. So we will add some of the watches from here, and also we can watch from the wish list. Now we have the products, right? So now we want to see our cart. Let's go to the cart, and you see it will not give you a blink about the card because you need to go through the login. If you're not logged in, you can't see the card, even your wish list. No, it will not give you that permission because all the users should be rendered through that particular portion. Only then a person can be able, if you're logged in, then you will be able to see the card, and also you'll be able to see your wish list, because you can also then get your payment. And this all the data is I'm getting from the JSON server. And you see this is a very tiny bit of platform here. If you see, if you want to render all the products, that's all the products is here. Now also you can products through just render a single products with your ID, and also you can go through the category, right? If you want to take category of just watches, okay, I believe maybe it's watch. Okay, nothing, was it wrong? Or maybe we just misspell it, maybe just a single watch. Okay, here we can see all the watches data is available. So that's the place where we are getting all the data. This is for all data, and this is for the category based data. So don't worry about that, because I'm gonna give the data in also the folder in the API section. If you want to use your own API, you can use the data to create. So now let's go and start to create the login. So let's start login, and we are using the next auth login, and there is it's an OAuth login authentication. We have signed in with a GitHub, Google, and I'm gonna show you how you can actually go and customize all of that and can create the login authentication. So first and forward, I'll go with the GitHub, and after you click, it's gonna give you a pop-up asking the permission from the GitHub, as I did it before and earlier. So I have the permission. Now there is my profile, there is no more login. I can see my profile, right? It's my profile here. So now if I try to go to the wish list, you see it will take me to the wish list. Now what actually I can do in the wish list, I can view all the wish list products, I can delete a single product from here, and also I can add that product to the cart from here, right? And also what I can do, I can reset the wish list, and you see that a pop-up is coming from the window, so I can reset all together. And after I reset, it's just redirecting me to the home page. You can view it again because there is nothing to have shopping, so it's just redirecting me back to the home page. So let's go back to the cart. It's the similar setup of that wish list, but here is the bit of different. You have the picture, you have title, you have the price, and you can go with to increase the valuation, increase the quantity here. Like I want to add more products, you see I increase the quantity and the price is changed, and also the Toastify message is just coming, the iPhone 15 quantity added. You can also delete the quantity, and you know the message after, you cannot delete more than one, but you can delete from here all the products. And now also you can reset the cart, and in the total summary section you can get the total items over here, and the price, and how much discount you get, and after the discount how much you need to pay. So that's the amount we need to pay in our total price, right? And also one more thing you can do, you can reset your entire cart, and after resetting you see nothing in the cart and it will redirect to the home page. So let's add more of the product in the cart because we want to create a checkout to see how actually is going to happen with that Stripe.js. Now this is the Stripe here. My last payment it was 4051. So I'm gonna create that another instances of checkout. So let's add more products. So I have total 11 products, and inside the 11 products let's increase some of the more, you see. Okay, now I have 15,133.46 to pay, right? So to implement that payment checkout, because this button is, it will just take me to the gateway for the Stripe payment checkout. So let's click, and as soon as you clicked, it gonna redirecting to you to the payment integration for the Stripe payment. And of course we are using the free version. You can use the, if you are actually going to the production level, you can use the paid version and you can get some of a more beautiful feature from the Stripe. You can see all the items is available here, right? So now let's pay, and I will go with the default one, which is 4242 for the Stripe payment, the default card. And you need to just give a valid month and also a valid date, just higher from this year, and 123 will be the CVC number. And now you need to put your name. Okay, I'll put my name and let's pay. So what's gonna happen after the payment is done? After the payment is done, it's gonna create that payment instances, and then it will redirect to you to your the success pages, right? And also you see your card is empty now because you create that. So now you can actually get that order in your what you call that in your database or somewhere. It's up to you how you prefer. So what's happened is our payment is done. It's not showing here, so let's reload that one. And after reloading, you may see that 15,133.46 is already payment is done as a success is happened. So let's see the details here. And we can now go individually all the details. We have our item and we have all the details here, how we pay, and also the country origin IP, because the country is getting from the IP, so it's I think the same from my IP. So now this is how actually we're gonna do that. And now to create that application, what the things you need to learn, what the things you need to have. First and for all, you need to have that Node.js installed in your local machine. So this is the LTS version for Windows, and whenever and which platform you're using, it will show you that recommended one. So try to use the recommended one with the long-term service stability, that LTS version. And also you need to understand the Next.js a bit, because we are going to use that Next.js to create our entire application. And also we're gonna use now these two things is fundamental. And now what's the other things you're gonna learn from this video? You're gonna learn how to create authentication using that Next.js. And also we're going to use that Redux toolkit to create our store. So it's gonna be a very good things to learn the store management with Redux. And we will, to create that beautiful design, we're gonna use that Tailwind CSS. So it's a very good utility platform to use that CSS style. And also we're gonna use that Framer motion to create the motion, and also you're gonna use that React Slick to create that our beautiful slider over here that we're gonna create with that React Slick. So that's for all. I believe it if you even doesn't matter if you are a beginner or you are in the advanced, both can be helpful. It can be helpful for both of them if you are going with me to create this beautiful application. So let's start. And to go with that, I already have an empty folder here. So you need to also take an empty folder, and now inside that folder I will open my terminal. So now here I will run my command. So if you're using that npm, feel free to go with the npm. I'm using the pnpm, it's same like the yarn command. So I'm gonna make that pnpm, and it will be create, and that will be next app at latest. And let's give the name of Amazon Pro, or I will just put that next Amazon YT. Just you can give any of the name, just I'm giving that name. Okay, you see that nothing is happening because maybe I misspelled with the comment. So now if you're using the npm, you can just go with that here. This command you need to copy and then just you need to paste that command here, and it will gonna install everything for you. And now what I'm gonna do, I think I need to make a space for pnpm to take the action. So let's try pnpm create next app latest. Okay, so now it depends on you, doesn't matter whatever the platform you choose to use. Okay, now it's asking to give the name. I can actually pass the name here, or I will just write the name. So it will be next Amazon. I don't know why I keep that as Amazon. You can keep any the name of you want. So the TypeScript, I want to use the TypeScript. slint will be there, and you see the configuration for the Tailwind CSS in with the Next.js is very simple. It will auto configure whatever the necessary. So okay, source directory, yes, it looks my like code is clean, and also the app browser, yes, and no aliases. So now it's gonna install all the dependencies to run our application. Just give a bit of time to let it work. As you see, everything is installed, so now we can actually start working. If we put ls, we can see our project is here. So let's go inside that project and cd Amazon I think next Amazon YT. Okay, so if we put ls, we can see so many things already installed, and if we go back to our folder, you can see. So now what you can do from here, either you can open that one in your code from here, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just put a code dot, and I'm using that Visual Studio Code, so it's gonna open inside my code. As you see, it's opened here. So now first we need to clean up our application to see what actually is carried. So now if we just expand here, we have node modules to start all the running the necessary modules. We have a public folder, and also we have a source folder. Inside the source folder, we have an icon, we have global CSS to combine all the CSS, we have layout.tsx and page.tsx, and this is in the root folder to configuring with the Tailwind CSS config file to configure all the necessary items for other Tailwind. And we have that readme pnpm log, and this is very important one, that package.json. All the packages listed is here, and also we have that next config.js. So now what we're gonna do, first thing first, we need to run our application, and to run that we need to run one single command, which is npm run dev. So what this command will do, it's gonna start our application in the local host. As you see, because my another application is running, so it's showing me that localhost 3001. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close my previous application because I don't want to hang my device. So what I'm gonna do is that npm run dev again to run it in the localhost 3000. So also I'm gonna close this one and put that localhost 3000. It's gonna run my new application here. So now after your initial status, whenever you are rendering, everything gonna coming from here. So whatever you see in the localhost 3000 is going to be rendered from here. Okay, there is something is going on. Okay, that's the application. So now first thing first, because that's the default behavior, the default application pattern whenever you are installing Next.js application with that create next app. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna clean up our application. So I will select that main, whatever is inside the main tag, I'm gonna delete that. I'll take a new main tag, and let's put an h1. This will be new e-commerce website. Okay, let's save, and you see, but this background and every other things, did we put it there? No, it's just happening to be in the default behavior in the global CSS on the root. So what I'm gonna do from here, I'm gonna just select all and remove everything. And now you can see you have a clean application. I'll just make it smaller. So we have now a clean application, and we can start building our application from this on. Okay, so before starting further, let's just trying to understand our design pattern. As you see, this is our application. So first, how we gonna start? First, we're gonna have a navbar, right? This navbar gonna be applicable in overall all the pages. Then also you're gonna have a footer, which gonna also be appear in all the pages. Now in the navbar, we have a logo. So this will be in a div. Then inside create another div, we have a separate things which are gonna be our like the navigation portion, and this is actually giving us that logging and other authentication period. So these three separate div gonna be inside a single div, and this the parent div, it gonna take the full width, because our important the div one, it will be getting a max width, right? So this we are going to create right now. So and also our this navbar gonna be applicable for all the pages. Like if we go to visit the watches and other pages, you see the same navigation bar it gonna be appearing. So we're gonna create that. So to create this navbar here, what we're gonna do, and as we have that source folder, so first thing first, we need to create another so let's just make some file. So file, not file, the folder. So first it will be components one, it's gonna be components, and inside the components we'll create the folder whenever we actually need it. So now we're gonna keep it as navbar. You can keep it as header or some others, doesn't matter, it will serve the same purpose. So now we'll run that command reactjs to create the React Native snippet. But what about if we don't use that reactjs, you want to get it from the beginning? So let's just const and navbar, because you need to run a function. In components everything is a function, and give the functional parameter, and now this function is going to return something. And what it's going to return, it's going to return a div. Inside the div we're going to pass an h2, and it's going to give us the header. And in the React applications, once you have a particular components, you need to export something as default. So let's export, and it's gonna be as the default, and we're gonna export our navbar. So now our navbar is ready. Where we gonna inject? We can inject here right now, but if we inject here in every, because this is our parent page, it will be available in the parent page, but whenever we're gonna create the sub pages, it will not be available there. And for that instances, what we're gonna do, we're gonna keep that one is in the layout, because our old applications is gonna render it from here. So after or before that children, you see that everything is passing here as the children. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna call our navbar here, and you need to import it. As you see, it's already auto imported, so you need to import it from our navbar, from the components. As we saved, you see our navbar is ready. So now we can access the navbar. So now let's start to design that navbar in a way actually which we need it. So first we have a div. So in the top level of the div, now these things I can go slowly, structure by structure, and it's gonna be a very long video. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go a very solid way so that you can understand it very quickly, right? So before going a bit of further, what I will do, one more thing. In the source folder, I will take all the assets from my previous project. So this is the assets here. So this assets contains all the properties which I'm gonna use. So now inside that assets also, I want to do one more thing in the layout, is that let's go back to the Tailwind CSS. Okay, in the Tailwind CSS we need to configure so many things. So in the top of the things, just give me a second. Or not in that we can actually work on the config later on, because what actually I want to give a background here, and to implement that background, let's go to the global CSS, and I'm gonna just get that as, because I want it to be giving with all the properties. So in the BG design, I'm gonna just give a background image. Oops, it will not the backdrop, it will be background image, and that background image, so don't worry, that URL it will be available in the description, and also all the images, and don't worry about at all, because everything gonna be in a repo, and that repo link it will be given to you. So what actually it gonna give to us, if we just go through it, it gonna give us a 64-bit image to give a very beautiful background here. As you see, that is not the actual white, there's a background is going on. So we're gonna implement that background. So this BG design actually now we can adapt in our layout. So what I'm gonna do in the body, so where we keep the body, we can actually go through, give some class name, and then, but actually now we cannot do it because see, this class names is available with the inter font family. So what we need to do, we're gonna create a utility classes, right? So let's take another folder and I'm gonna give a name of as a lib, and now here I will create a folder called utils.ts. so there will be my utility function is there. So let's go to the npm because we are going to create we're gonna get another library from there, a tiny bit of library, and first one it will be CLSX. So this is actually giving a much more method, a tiny package, but a very useful whenever you are using it with that Tailwind CSS. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just copy that name and let's go back to my project, and this is one is running. So I will take another terminal, either git bash or anything you prefer. So I'm gonna just npm add and that command, and this will be one, and there will be another tiny one which gonna be a Tailwind merge. So with that together we're gonna create a utility class by which we'll be able to inject the conditional style and other things in any line actually. So this is a very fundamental things to use with the Tailwind CSS. So also let's just try to take another terminal and also npm add Tailwind merge. So just give it time because my net I think a bit slower, so it gonna just install these two dependencies. So both have been installed, so now we can we'll be able to create the utility class. So now what actually we can do, we're gonna make an export a function, and that function we're gonna give a name as cn. You can give any other name, but that's the procedurable way. So what I will do more is that I'm gonna take everything from the inputs, and that inputs gonna take a class value. I think yeah, class name value is coming with that, but it should not be. So I'm gonna manually import that first. So it's gonna be import, and that actually gonna be the type, and that type it will be a class value. Okay, I think the class value and CLSX and this both gonna come from CLSX. Okay, that's actually installed. Why it's not showing? And that I'm also gonna import that TW merge from that Tailwind merge. So now I have the class value. I think now it will be available. So the input, that type it gonna be that class value, and by default it gonna be an empty array. So what actually we are going to do with running that function, now what actually we're gonna return that TW merge, and inside that merge we're gonna just put that CLSX and all the inputs. Now if I'm going to explain that, it will just go out of the head. So whenever you're gonna implement that time you can understand it's much more a broader way. So now we need to implement it somewhere, right? What's the first is that our layout. So here, because we cannot inject any other class name because we already have an existing class name, right? So now how actually we can manipulate that? So keep that one. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this one to just keep for a safekeeping, and now inside that I'm gonna import my function and formula. You see the lib and utils, so that's already imported in the top. Don't forget to import whenever you're using anything. So now I'm gonna write that utility function. So I'm gonna just give the min height of a screen, so the project min height will be screen, and the font it gonna be sans, and like just or uncialized. Okay, and now I need to give that bg. So I think I keep the name as design, right? So let's go to the global css. Yeah, it's a bg design. So let's try to implement that. Okay, and as we did, any changes? Okay, I think some changes maybe. No, nothing. Okay, let's just try again. Or it will not be bg, because remember we are just injecting a class name, right? So it will be bg design initially. As you see, that's actually a background. You see, if you make it bigger, you can see the tiny bit of dot, right? So it's gonna giving is not so wide, but it's actually having a design. But now what's about that interclass name? It's just so simple. You just put a comma and just oops, it will not be that, it will be inter dot class name. Just enter that class name and both gonna work just fine. You're gonna get the CSS, you're gonna get your fonts back, so everything working fine, trust me. So now let's go back to the navbar because we're gonna use that utility class in so many places. So now inside the navbar, in the top level of the div, let's just give some class name for it. I'm gonna give a width of full, and I'm gonna give a height of a 20, and also a border bottom of 1 pixel, and also that border B should be the zinc of a 500. Okay, let's try. Okay, as you see, our border is obvious and I think it's going to be good. And now I'm gonna make also that BG white, but not the full white. I'm gonna give you 50% of the white, not full white. Okay, or for right now, let's give the full white, full BG white, because later on I'm gonna explain why I changed the white for what's the reason, right? And also the text, it will be a zinc 600. So whatever the text gonna be appear, it's gonna be zinc 600. So now this div is done. I'm gonna remove this one and I'm gonna take another div, and inside that div I need to put a logo, so it's gonna be our logo. So remember, we are having a logo here which we create on Github. You see the design pattern is going on, and also in the, I think the bottom part, you see that's giving a different color and pattern. So this thing also going to be created in a very good fashion. So now I will put that at logo.tsx. Now let's try RFC because we know how to create a function. So inside the logo, how actually we gonna get the logo? So now here, what we gonna do, we gonna, you remember that's the things we need to implement. So first thing first, let's just go what we can do actually. So we will not take a div, we're gonna take a link parameter. Remember, once we click on that, it's gonna take us always to back to the home page, so we need to keep it inside the link. So let's just keep inside the link, and then I'm gonna take a span, and inside this span I will put a tag, and after the span I'm gonna make that okay, zone pro, and now href, and it will always take us back to the home. Now what we need to do first is that to import that one instead of that. So now I'm just gonna comment that one, and first thing it will be the logo, then the navigation, and then it will be that icons. So that's the three things we're gonna create. So first let's oops, I click somewhere else. What's wrong? Okay, again it did the same. So first we're gonna import that logo. Okay, as you see our logo is appearing, but before creating that logo I want to design that div. Actually is giving me not giving me good impression for the eyes, so I'm gonna give a max width of screen axle, and it will be mx will be auto. Okay, looks good. mx will be auto, and also I want it to be the middle. So what I'm gonna do, flex item center, and it will not go with that because remember I have a height of that, so I'm gonna just take that height of full, the parent height it's gonna get. So our Amazon Pro is showing here. So now we need to work with the logo, and to implement all the method in the logo, first we're gonna take something as a props. We will take as a props the class name we're gonna put, and also that span class name we're gonna pass a utility. You know why we are doing that? Because that icon gonna change its colors whenever we are going to the footer and other way, or you can specify the color as the way you want. So now we have that, and just for right now accessing any of the error I'll put that one, but we're gonna write the props later on, don't worry about it. So now in the class name, what we are going to do, let's put the class name, and again I'm gonna use that our friend which is the cn and import it. And now here I'm gonna put that the text, it will be zinc of 950, so the black text, and the text gonna be Excel, the large text, and I'm gonna make it as underline, and underline offset gonna be 4. And the decoration, what actually mean by decoration? Decoration is the underline weights. See that weight, if we just give the decoration of 5, it gonna be bigger. You see, that's the purpose of that keeping as decoration. And also I'm gonna make it as a group. And why I'm making it as a group, as you see, when I hover, effect is coming only that, so I need to make it as a group patternable way. So now I have given the class name. So now also I can bypass, like whatever the class name I'm gonna pass, it's gonna take that class name too. So now it's work for that span, what actually, because see, this design is coming for all the style pattern, all the letters. So now what about that A? Because now we're gonna design that too. The similar way, again, that CN is already imported. So now I'm gonna make a BG of zinc, and that's gonna be 950 again. Okay, and the text gonna be white, and I'm gonna give a width of 8 and height of 8 to make that rounding parameter, and the rounded it gonna be full. And as you see, it's already giving me that rounding portion, you see, but it's not so nice. So to implement that, we give a width and rounded full, and also I'm gonna make it indent flex. Okay, so it's gonna take all the available spaces. Okay, so the inland flex I think is working. Okay, what's actually my application is gone. Okay, it's here. And now item center, justify center, and also what I'm gonna do is text, it will be 2XL. So it gonna be make a bit of larger, and also that font gonna be bold, and margin right I'm gonna give it 1 to give a little bit space or gap. And now whenever I wanna gonna group in the parents, it's gonna be giving a hover effect, and the BG it gonna be blue 700. And also I'm gonna give a duration to give a very smooth effect. Now you see, once I hover, is changing. So our design pattern is actually, well, we did it, right? So now this was the span class name we're gonna provide, right? So after that class name, we're gonna just pass that span class name whenever we want to change the background. So now actually we did it as with the any, but of course it's not a best practice to keep any here. So we need to define the props, and how actually we're gonna define. So we're gonna define an interface, and the name it will be the props, because we're gonna pass it like props. So the class name, oops, it will be class name, and we're gonna pass the class name as a string. And also that I believe the class name, or not the class name, actually it will span class name. Okay, and also it gonna be, oh, not the caps, it will be smaller letter string. And what's we gonna do, we're gonna pass it as a props. So now as we passed, as you see, there is still the error. Remember, we said that there will be that string, the class name, because the span and the class name, it could be there, but sometimes it may not be. Because see, if I want to pass the class name like a BG rate of 600, you see, it's actually appearing, but did I need it here? I don't need that one, so I don't want to pass, right? So to let the actually the tailwind, let the TypeScript know that whenever I want to pass, it will affect. If I don't pass, it will not take any effective method. So what I need to do after that class name, I need to just raise a quotient quotation. That with that notation, it's gonna be saying if there is a class name, it's gonna work, otherwise it will just be silent. So this portion is done, logo is done. Now we need to create our never, oh, sorry, not the never, but the navigation. And to implement that navigation, what actually I would love to do is that to create that navigation in the top beforehand. So I'm gonna just make a variable navigation. You can, by the way, you can create it inside any of the file, because I'm gonna take an array of navigation, and inside that array I'm gonna pass an ID object method. I will give an ID, or you can keep the title as ID, or actually it's up to you how you prefer. So, and also we're gonna pass the title. The first one, it will be home, and then we need to pass an href, and first href gonna take us back to the home. So with that way, in the similar pattern, we're gonna create all the others one. And as you see, I have, I think, the 5 let's go back there. Yeah, we have 5 here. So now what actually we're doing, we're passing an ID. By the way, you can pass that as a unique key because it's all a different names. You can pass the unique key with that also. So we have the ID and we have the title and we have the href. Now this is an array. We can now actually map through the array, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take an unordered list and then I'm gonna make a I'm gonna inject the JavaScript. So I need to put that curly braces and I'm gonna map through our navigation. So it will be navigation.map. I'll just take it as an item and pass the value. So now again, this will be as a link. So I'm gonna just put that link beforehand. And inside that link, I'm gonna pass our ally, the list item, and the list item gonna contain item, oops, not the time, item dot title. Okay, and by the way, we need to pass that href, otherwise it gonna start crying. The href, it will be item dot href. So it gonna take us to the home page and phone page. So whenever we click these pages, it gonna toggle through to us. So now as you see, this is already applicable here, but it's not in a very good motion because we made it item center, but also we need to make it justify between, and the padding in x-axis gonna be 4, but whenever it gonna be Excel screen, the padding in x-axis gonna be 0. That's it. So you see, this actually available here. And also in the icons, I'm gonna just take a P and I'm gonna just put that as icon so you can see the icon is available. Okay, so now what you need to do in the UL, the unordered list, put some class name. By default it gonna be hidden, you know, smaller screen. So whenever it's in MD screen, in the medium screen, it gonna be flex item center, and the gap, we are going to give a gap of 5, and the text, it gonna be small text, uppercase, and font gonna be semi bold. Okay, that looks good. So now we have that pattern. So we need to implement some other portion. Remember, there is an effect going on the hover. You see, that's actually going a very good effect. So first, before going to create that effect, I want to create a page which are gonna be take us to actually with the phone. You see the phones is available here, and we give the router name as phones. So let's create a folder. It's gonna be as phones. And because whenever you're going to create a router in Next.js application in routes, you need to just create a folder in the app. If you're using the app directory, if you're using the page, you need to just create a page. So in the phones, inside that folder, you need to create a file called page.tsx, RAFCE, and this page is created. So if we just write something, it's gonna be, oops, it will be a phone page. And you see, if we click in the phone, you see it's taking me to the phone page. So it's actually working. So let's head back to the phone page, or in the neighbor first. So now we can actually go and take the conditional approach, conditional effect. First of all, once we are going to that phones, we need to get which route actually we are going, right? And to implement that, we can use a tiny things from that Next.js, which gonna be const path name, and it gonna be use path name, and you need to import that from next navigation. And once you are importing that as it's a hook, what we need to do, we need to make that component as use client, otherwise you're gonna get that error. So you need to make that as a use client. So now what I'm gonna do, just gonna give a log and just log the path name, which path actually we are driving it. So if we open the console and go the path in the phones, as you see, it's going to be the phones. And if we go back to the home, it's just giving the home route. So now we can declare some of the calculation to create our second method. So, and it's gonna be starting in the ally portion. So let's give the class name. And inside the class name, I will pass the second bracket parameter, and I will use that backtick. So the hover, the text, it will be black because by default the text is Jenk, I think 600. And the cursor, it's gonna be pointer. It's gonna be pointer because we are in the link item, inside the link item, and the duration gonna be 200. And also I'm gonna make it as relative and overflow hidden. Remember, we're gonna use a line pattern, and then I'm gonna make it as group. Okay, And after that portion, we're gonna render a condition, and that condition gonna be if the item dot href is equal to the path name. So only then it gonna give us a conditional design, which gonna be text. Let's take that color portion with the design portion, because I want to use that color in a several way. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go back to the tailwind config.js, or it will be ts here. So I'll remove this portion, we don't need that, and I'm gonna make that use the colors from here, and I'm gonna make the name of that design color, and inside the design color I'm gonna put my color here, so it's just a yellowish color. So now I can actually implement that color. Okay, so this, it will be design color. If we just save, as you see, home already affected because we are in the home is highlighted. If we're in the phones is highlighted. If we go back to the phone case, you'll get a 404. It will be a 404. You see the 404 is there, but you cannot see the message because this page is not available. So that 404 it will be coming. So now this is the link. So now we need to create the other one, which gonna be a span tag. So it will be span, a self-closing tag. Let's give some class name over here also. And the similar way, we're gonna wrap it with the backtick, and first of all we're gonna make it an absolute, and height we're gonna give as 1 pixel, and it will take the full width. And pretty much you will not see anything right now because you need to give something which gonna be background blue up 700 is still not appearing. And okay, that's blue up 700. Okay, so now I'm gonna make a left 0 and also bottom 0, and nothing is showing. And whilst the issue is going on, it should show us there. Okay, now okay, what I will do, this is a relative div, I'm gonna just remove that overflow. Okay, it's nothing is showing. So now I will make also inline a flex or block. You know, it depends on what you prefer. Or I think it's no need that inline flex, it's supposed to come. Maybe we miss here. You see the height is not actually properly written. Yeah, that's the problem with the height. We missed that third bracket. Okay, so we gave that bottom 0, and now we want to make it translate x. It's gonna be minus 100%, so it's gonna be properly in the left portion. Okay, it's still not yet taken. Okay, it should not be there. I'm just messing around with the class names. And if we just remove that overflow hidden, you can see it's all are in the left portion. So now keep that overflow hidden here. And now whenever I'm gonna make that group and I'm gonna hover that, translate, it gonna be 0. So if I hover, as you see, it's coming. But we need to create that one in a very good way. So it will be a transition gonna be in a transform, and the duration gonna be 500. So now if we hover here, as you see, the design is coming and it looks so cool. So if you can give a VJ blue or some other, it depends on you. I'll just keep it the similar pattern. So now once we go in any of the page, I want it to be stay same like the color of the home. And to implement that, remember we did already, we just need to go with that item.href if it's equal to the path name, and only then it's gonna give that. So it will be the translate x gonna be 0 to stay on the point, and bj it gonna be that design color. That's it. You see, the design actually is working and looks good. Okay, so now we have this portion. So now we need to use some other icon also, and to implement that I'm gonna use that Lucide icon. So let's search that one. You see, it's already there, Lucide React. So this is the icon I'm gonna use. So first thing first, I'm gonna install that one here. So pnpm add Lucide, and here let's see how many icon we need. We need 2 icon and 1 login button. I'm gonna get it from here actually, all the icons, right? Okay, let's go and get the icon. And I will take two icon. One it will be heart and other it will be that shopping bag icon. So just import here, and still it's just installing. Give a bit of time. As we did the installation, the error is gone. And also if you search here heart, you see the icon is available here with a similar name. You can just take it from here. Okay, so now how actually we are going to implement. Remember, we are going to take a div here in the icons. Now inside the div, first we gonna all the icons we are going to take inside that link parameter, because it's gonna route us in some other way. So first icon it gonna be our heart, and the href it's going to take is in the wish list page. Of course we are going to create it later on, and also I'm gonna give some class name for it. And actually instead of going through on that, I'm gonna just popping up the class name here because it's gonna be similar in some other pattern. So making it an hover black, like hover text black, and some other class name is a similar pattern as you see. Okay, that's good. So now our heart icon also, let's give some class name, and it gonna be weight of 7, and also height gonna be 7. You can manipulate the width height the way you want. So now we will pass one span tag here. Remember, we make it relative and also group. So in the span, the same self-closing span. So now in that span also let's give some class name, and the hover it gonna be text of the block, and curse not that, sorry, oops, yeah, we are giving a different class name here. So what I'm gonna make, I'm gonna make it an absolute div, right? Okay, absolute, and the top it gonna be 0, and minus left it gonna be 1, and the bj it will be a zinc of, I believe, how much, let's just give 200. Not bj it gonna be 800, the text gonna be 200. Okay, 200 is nothing is appearing because we need to do something here, and that's what actually do. We will give a weight, we're gonna give a height of 4, and rounded it gonna be full, and the text it gonna be extra small text. You see, it's already appearing here. And instead of the self-closing tag, I'm gonna make two different tag with the closing tag. Okay, oops, it's not taking. Okay, because we need to put a number value here. Okay, let's just roll up. Okay, it's just saving, give a bit of time here. Okay, it's already saved. I think now it's gonna, you see that 0 is available here. So the text it will be the extra small text, and also what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it flex, item center, justify center to keep it inside the middle. And when I'm gonna hover in the parent div, what it gonna be do, it gonna be bj will be fully black. Okay, and also font I'm gonna make it a semi bold, and whenever I'm gonna just hover in the group, oops, it will be similar group hover, text gonna be white. Okay, now you see. Okay, why actually is not taking the flex? Did we make the flex? Yeah, flex, item center, justify center should work. Yeah, it's working, it just loading. Okay, so this is the one icon, it's done. So the similar way we need another icon, so I'll just copy paste that one, and this icon gonna be our shopping cart. So it will be, I believe that shopping bag icon should be there. And also to implement that, let's just reload. You see our shopping bag icon is available. And what I'm gonna do, in the top level of the div, put some class name, flex, item center, and the gap in x-axis you can give it 5. Okay, looks cool. So the similar pattern, the similar things actually, is it similar? Yeah, that's the similar here also. Okay, so now after having these two, we need to have another parameter which also going to be a link parameter, or I will just put a button here, and that button gonna say us to make login. So for initializing that a button, remember we are also, whenever we go in the button, that hover effect, we are having that. So I think it's gonna be a similar of the class name is here. Okay, it's kind of similar, so I will just copy that class name and let's implement here. Okay, and after that also, as we make it group and hover, so I will take that span tag, and inside that, or a single span tag is good and much preferable. Okay, so in the span tag is all the same class name I'm gonna implement. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take this portion, not the other portion. I don't want to be affected there, so let's just put some class name and that's it. And let's go. You see, this effect actually is retrieving there. And one more things, I believe I missed it. Okay, okay, what we did here, I think some of the portion I missed. Text block, okay, that's it, that's the thing, because we give it in the parent div and I need to giving it now here. Okay, that's why the design is not coming. So our login is okay, our other portion is okay. So also if we go back to the smaller screen, you see that looks good. Okay, fine. So now what we need to do, we need to initialize our banner portion, and I'm gonna close all other parameter. So the layout is done. So in our components, we're gonna just create another file which gonna be banner.tsx, and this banner to be imported in the pages. So instead of this h1 tag, I'm gonna just get our banner. You see, it will appear. We are actually in the phone page, that's why. Let's go back to the home. You see the banner is available. So we need to create that slider, and it's very simple to create. We're gonna create it now. And to use the banner, we need to get the React Slick to stay in the portion. I have several videos where actually I use that React Slick. So if you have any problem to understanding it, you can go back to so many other videos and learn a bit more about it, because I need to work with so many other properties. So I will just make it a bit faster here. pnpm add, I'm gonna add that React Slick here. So now first thing first, again, what I'm gonna do, let's go back to our banner. Remember, I have already the assets is available. So in the slider I have the images, and here in the index I already configured that image, and I'm passing that image from here, exporting it from here. So now I can access that image anywhere I want. So now in that parent div, what I'm gonna do, in the larger devices, the min height is gonna be screen, and I will make it as relative. So also I need to actually, if you, there is a very good documentation here, so that this the portion actually we needed to implement. Okay, so to go with that, also one more thing is that we need to add that React Slick, and also we need to add that Slick carousel. Otherwise the design it will not match. So add the Slick carousel. So these two things we're gonna use from that React Slick. So let's get that, import that one. And also one more things need to be initialized, and if you just go back to the documentation carefully, you're gonna see that, which is showing that we need to get that carousel, that CSS one, to let it work. And of course we will take it and we're gonna keep it inside that layout here. That's it. So now we will be able to use that React Slick in our application. And to implement that one, we just need to import one of the class name from there, not the class name, the slider. Okay, that will be here. And as we have been given, you see, it's just crying because it's written beforehand, and there is no like the tailwind, sorry, it's the TypeScript configuration is not available. So we need to install that types for React Slick. So pnpm, and it will be add with that types React Slick. And if you're using the npm, you can just go with the default npm install. If you're using the yarn, use the yarn add, and it's that simple. Okay, our Slick is done. So actually what we need to do, if we go in the documentation here, that's the same. We import the slider. So now we will just need to import the settings. So let's take the settings. We're gonna keep it here, and then we need to keep that slider here to let it be working here. So that's it. Our slider gonna be up and running. Okay, a must be null or a function. What we did wrong? I believe everything is right. Then why is giving us the error? Because we are using the slider which is not user friendly for the server. So we will make that as use client. That's it. Okay, as you see, now is previous and next is going on. So now what's the things we need to implement? I need to get back all the images. So let's import the images. Import, it should be slider 1. Okay, and also the slider 2, and I'm gonna take that slider 3 images I'm gonna use here. So now you see the settings here. Okay, so I will just try to keep it as simple as possible and as fast also. So I'll keep a simple div, and inside that div, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass that image. Okay, so our first image, so inside that div, I'm gonna take another div, and here I'm gonna pass the image. So that's our image, and also I'm gonna give the source, and that will be the slider 1. I need to give an alt tag, it will be slider 1. And also I'm gonna give some class name, and that class name is gonna be, okay, by the way, right now I'm gonna keep it as simple as possible, and I'm gonna make it as a priority because it will be the first image. You see, that's the image is applicable here. So now you see in here there is 2 separate background is going on, so 2 separate things gonna be working, right? So in the top level, let's give some class name, and I'm gonna give it width of full, and padding y it gonna be 32, and whenever it's lg, the padding y it will be 0, and lg height it will be screen, and also bj it gonna be slate of 200, and I'm gonna make it as relative. Let's see what you're getting. You see we're getting a background, and also we're getting the image. Now in the next layer of the div, I'm gonna give it width of full, and lg width it gonna be 1/3 portion, and by default it gonna be hidden. lg it will be I think inline block I'm gonna keep. Okay, and height gonna be the parent height, and bj I'm gonna make it as the design color background. You see, that's already available, and the z index gonna be 0. I'm gonna make it as relative. So these 2 is going good. So now I need to work with our image. So let's go with the image. Oops, it will be okay, I already defined the class name here, that's why it's giving that issue. So now here I'm gonna make that image as absolute div, and object it should be object cover, and also right should be 0, and whenever it's in lg devices, the right gonna be 48. Okay, right 48, or how actually -48 we actually I think that's gonna be, yeah, reactjs -48, and also lg height should be screen. Let's try. You see our image is here, but you see it's actually not giving the effect we are looking, because as you see, if image is going to the top, there is a blur effect going on, right? Now we need to implement that blur effect. So whenever any, you see the background actually it's visible but not so visible, so we need to implement that one. And to do that, let's go back to our navbar. Okay, inside the navbar on the top layer we will implement that, where is the the text is jing, and now I'm gonna make it sticky. Top 0, z index gonna be 50, so it will always be available to see. As you see, you can always see that. So now we will make that backdrop, and that will be background of white. Remember, I told you I'm gonna give 80% of the background, not the full background. As you see now, we can see, but actually it's giving a very bizarre effect, because we can see the image, we can see the background, it's not look so good. So to go out of that, I'm gonna make it a like the backdrop blur of 2 pixel. That's it. You see, it's just giving that backdrop blur, nothing else. So now we are having that image is looks so cool. So now there should be another portion after that div. So this is the div containing the image. So after that div, I'm gonna take another div, and that div gonna contain a p tag, which gonna say as get the best products for you. And let's see if it's coming. It's coming on the bottom, you see. And also we're gonna take another p tag where we're gonna come up with different text. Okay, so these 2 tags is just be staying at the bottom. We need to keep it in the top, so let's make it an LG. It's gonna be absolute LG. The top gonna be we need to make it in the middle, so 1/2, and LG left, it's gonna be also 2/3 to keep it in the medium portion. You see, it's just looking in that way. And I will make that transform. Okay, transform, and LG translate X gonna be 1/2 to keep it in the half, and LG translate Y also it gonna be it will be half, so 1/2 to keep it in actual proportion. Still it's not showing the where it should be, so I'm gonna make it flex, and flex in column. Okay, let's see where's it staying. Okay, the similar place. And item center, I'm gonna give a gap of 5. Okay, so now these things actually working, but we are not getting the effect. So let's try what we can do. We make it relative, that div also relative. So now LG is, we are giving a top 1/2, left is 2/3, transform, and LG translate X is okay. I think it's gonna be -X because we want it to be staying here. As you see now, actually it's appearing. Okay, so that looks good. So now what I'm gonna do, this p tag, I'm gonna make some design. It's gonna be class name, and the text is gonna be Excel and uppercase. And also for that other one, text gonna be 2 Excel, and text it will be it will be center, and text zinc, it will be zinc of 600. Okay, both text looks good. So now what we need to do is we will gonna have another p tag, right? So it will be a fonts in demand. So now in this p tag also we need to give some class name, and it will be the text the similar of the previous one, 2 Excel, and now font it gonna be semi-bold. You see what actually we are doing, we are trying to create this portion. Okay, so that's the one we are going to implement. And I believe this one not gonna be the 2 Excel, because we are just going to keep the text as in the, and also we're gonna give a width of 96, so it will gonna be actually crammed together. Yeah, that's the portion we want to create. So now after in demand, we gonna be create a button which gonna be select a product. So now you can interlink to let it go in anywhere, and also introduce some class name here, and that will be the text of base, and font it will be medium, and font medium. Okay, and the text gonna be also white. BG it gonna be the design color, and rounded it will be MD. You see. Okay, and also one more things forget maybe, because we remember we make it the X is the minus, also Y should be in minus, so that it gonna become in the middle. So now the rounded is MD, and also PX gonna be 4 and PY it should be 2. And you see that's a very good, nice patternable design. So now we can actually keep it in the similar way. So what I'm gonna do, the similar pattern, the same thing. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep that other 2. You see that's the one containing this portion, this first image. So that's the other 2. The same, I'm changing the image, giving the other image. As you see, if we go to the previous, it's giving me that. Wow, that's nice. So all 3 images is there. Now I need to create this portion. Okay, so this gonna be implemented here in the top. So what I'm gonna do, because now we need to just work with that our slider portion. So instead of giving that settings, I'm gonna input my settings where the dot is true, infinite true, autoplay true, and the slide show to show 1, and others is speed is 1000. That's it. So now we can see the button is down. So these 3 we need to make it work. So after that speed, I will use that I think what's gonna be implemented, because okay, so that's gonna be wrapped with the settings. Okay, so I will just inject one of that object, not the object, with the state. So it will be dot active, and it will be set dot active, and by default in UG state it gonna be false. Okay, or not the false, I'm gonna make it in the 0. So every time the first one it should be active. If you reload the website, the first one gonna be activated. So that's the one gonna be happening right here. So now I'm gonna make that before change, and I'm gonna take a function. Oops, it's gonna be prev, and I will just keep it in as any, the next also any. And now here I'm gonna rejoice with the function, and it will be set dot active next. So every time the next one gonna be the true one. So now how actually gonna be append the dots? Okay, so it will be append dots, and here dots it gonna be any. Similar way I will just write a function here. So now from where actually I'm getting those things, if you go with the Slick components, I believe you need to go to their home page, and there is a very good documentation there. So go to the docs, and here you can go back to the examples, and from the examples is like with the responsive, resizable, so many example is there. And I believe what I am following right now, it would be append dots. That's the one I'm following. So if you follow this one here, you can get a very just get a very good idea actually how you can implement in a very broader way. But for me, it's just gonna serving my purpose if you follow me with that. Okay, so now append dots, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna introduce a style. Okay, so just I'm gonna pass that style, nothing else, and I'm gonna make also the positioning. And after that I also need to make another thing which gonna be I don't know from where I'm getting the error. What's actually is crying. Okay, no overload matches. Okay, let's just go back again there. What we did, we make that append dots because everything gonna be inside that settings. Okay, okay, just it, I'm gonna ignore it right now, because I'm gonna import another thing which gonna be custom, I think, paging, and again it gonna take a I parameter for the indexing. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass that other div, which gonna be very important to pass that other behavior. Remember, not actually I should be returning that. That's why can be the possible error. And also the previous one, yeah, the possible error should be that one, because I need to return that value, not return that function parameter. So I'll just return in one line. Okay, that's it. So now you can feel free to go with that class names, because that's just keeping the positioning. Remember the 1 2 3 4, it was in the bottom, so it just giving me that positioning. You see that 1 2 3. So this the positioning actually I created, nothing else. So still it's coming with 1 2 3. I think we maybe missed something. Okay, let's just go with little debugging. And I believe I make the mistake here because it's taking some of the class name which you need to specify very properly, otherwise it's gonna be messed up. So again, I'm explaining to you to feel free to go to the documentation, and to save my purpose you can just feel free to go with the class name and write it here, and one by one you're gonna have a better understanding. Okay, so now if I go and change, you see that is actually giving a very good effect also, and that effect is created here also. I believe it's we made that effect in, okay, relative. Okay, if we make that fade false, you see it's not gonna give a fading, it's gonna just go with the sliding, and that effect is coming with that we make it fade true, so it's just giving a fading effect. So now after that, what we're gonna have this portion available here at the very bottom of the slider, right? So now what's we gonna do, where the slider is finished, so this is our slider. Again, I feel sorry for that because I go fast with the slider. You're gonna just feel free to read documentation and you will get a better understanding. So now I also need some of the icon to implement here, so I will just get the icon, grab the icon from React. I believe that Lucide React, and now I'm gonna take a div here. Let's just implement the div, and now inside the div I need to make that. Okay, so inside the div I'm gonna I'm gonna take another div, and inside the div let's make that clock. So this is the clock we're gonna be passing, and that class name, the text, it will be design color. Oops, design color, and width and height it gonna be the similar. Height it gonna be 8. Okay, you see that's actually in the bottom. So what I'm gonna do in the top layer, I'm gonna give something which gonna be height of 20. Background it will be white, and I'm gonna make it an absolute. From the left it gonna be half, 1/2, and from the bottom it's gonna be -10. So it's gonna be a little bit upper from the bottom, not exactly in the bottom. I will make that a transform, and minus translate x gonna be half to keep it in the middle section. And by default it's gonna be hidden, and whenever it's gonna hit in LG it will be inline of flex. Okay, and it will be item center, and gap in x-axis gonna be 12, and padding it gonna be 10. Let's save it, and now you see that is actually appearing here at the bottom. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just give a MB of 60, so you can see it actually that is appearing. So that's the one we are going to create. Now I will pass another div, and I'm gonna pass a p tag, and that p tag gonna be it will be Saturday, and then Thursday. And now another p tag, it gonna be just giving the timing, so 7 till at night of 8. Okay, you see these two taking the action, and I'm gonna make it class name font semi bold. Okay, nice. So in the top layer what I'm gonna do is to inject some class name, so not here, it should be here, and similar flex item center, and also gap of 5 and width of 60. You see that looks nice. So with that same pattern, all the other 4 it will be let's go back here. Okay, that looks nice. Okay, that's the portion actually we are creating. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna inject all of my other properties. Okay, so let's go back here. So it will be the similar of that. So after finishing that initial div, I'm gonna implement my other portion. You can just put that design color, that's the nothing else of the design color. So I will just go with that design color. Oops, yeah. Okay, let's save, and you see that's actually created this portion. So I have the phone number, address and email just to be having that proportion. So that much all for the banner portion. So now after the banner we need to create the other parameter. So now what actually we can do in the components, we will take another file which gonna be go as products.tsx. So now we're gonna create this portion where actually we can show the product so people can see and visualize the product in a way. So to implement that, first let's go to the products, and here in the top level I'm gonna just put some class name here, and that it will be empty of 10, just coming up from margin top. Okay. Oops, I need to also bring it here. Products, import it. You see the products is available. So now again I will do one more things. I need to create another portion called the container, okay, where I can actually make some setup to create the pages like the Mac Suite and other. So the container is available, and inside the container again the two parameter I'm gonna pass, which gonna be take as a children, and another is for the class name. And inside the div I'm gonna render all the children, okay, and also to give the class name here I'm gonna use that cn, don't forget to import. And here the padding y it will be 10, and also max width it will be screen axle, okay, and padding x6 it will be x-axis it will be 4, and axle it gonna be padding 0. And also after that I'm gonna pass the class name. Okay, that's cool. And now for that I need to pass some of the properties, like I need to define that interface. So oops, it will be interface, and it gonna be the props. And now that will be for the children, it gonna be oops, it gonna be react node. And for the class name, remember, keep it as optional, and it will be string. And here I'm gonna pass that props. That's it. So our component like our container is ready. So now after that initial div, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna round up with that oops, with that container. Oops, it will not be like that. Container, you see the container is the bottom, import it. So now if I save, I will be able to see in the, okay, let's try something as a p tag or something just mambo jumbo. Okay, it's not taking the action, maybe something is wrong happening. Let's go back to the container again. Let's see what we did wrong. Okay, we did everything. We are passing the interface as the props, we taking the containers children, okay, we're passing the children, we are passing the class name. So what's wrong with it? Actually it's taking, but the problem is we need to make it as mx auto, so we cannot get that in the middle. As you see, now it's appearing. So it was okay, there was no issue, just we missed one class name properties. So now in the products, what we gonna do, we will take a div and we're gonna create that h2, which gonna be written as choose a category, okay. And after that p tag, we're gonna put that the p tag portion, which gonna implement that explore the dozens of customs layouts or some other properties. So let's save it. You see those all are available. So in the top layer of the div, I'm gonna make a flex and flex in the column, and the gap of 2, and item should be in the middle on the center. And now for the h2 tag, again put some class name, and the text gonna be 3 axle, and font it will be semi-bold, okay. And for another p tag, class name, the text it gonna be lg, and the text it would be in the center, okay. So okay, that looks nice. So after that p tag, so the initial p tag, I'm gonna take another div, and inside that div I'm gonna take that link parameter from that next link, and inside that link I'm gonna take, because I need to use some of the icons again, I'm gonna take those icons from that the side React. I need to that PC case, scan face, smartphone, watch. You can feel free to go that side website and search for that icons. So the first one, it's gonna be a smartphone, and here also skip some. Okay, I will not put any of the class name, I will just make that href, and that it gonna take us that phones. Okay, so okay, you see the phone is available here, and what I'm gonna do of MB of 60 so that you can see. Yeah, if I click here, it's gonna take us to the phone page. So now after that smartphone, we're gonna also give it p tag, which gonna write us the phone, and in the top layer and the link parameter, I'm gonna give class name flex gap, it gonna be give a 2 of gap, and one more thing, hover text gonna be black, and cursor should be pointer, and the duration gonna be 200. Okay, looks nice. The effect we can see yet, because in the top layer of the div we need to modify here, and what we are going to modify, we're going to modify text of zinc of 500, and also flex item center, and also the gap gonna be 2, and md the gap it will be bigger, so it will be 6, and mt the margin top gonna be 5. Okay, we did that. Now we hover, you see the effect is actually showing here. So now after that link parameter, I'm gonna take that another div actually here, so it will be a self-closing div, and that div, let's put a class name, the height gonna be 7, and width it gonna be 1 pixel. Okay, and bj it will be the design color, and it gonna be inline flex to make that separator. Okay, so all other parameters gonna be it's actually going to be implemented in the similar pattern. So what I'm gonna do after that div, I'm gonna just get my all other properties for the phone case, watches, which gonna be take us to the watches parameter, and accessories. That's it, you see. So this 4 is affected and created here. So now we need to render the products. Okay, so where actually we're gonna render the products, it will be inside the container. Here we're gonna render it. So in the components, I will take another file which gonna be product.ts tsx rafce. So here actually we are going to render our products. So just let's get the products, and as you see, okay, maximum call stack. Let's just check what we missed up. Oh, we didn't implement that. We need to import. Okay, import product from products. Okay, it's not the products, it should be product. Pro duct. Remember one thing, actually when you write that name, we make it as procast. Actually it's not it's I think it's a misspell is there. duct it should be uct. Okay, so now also we need to implement that duct products, and also in the functional parameter I'm gonna just change it here, so it's a products, and also in the pages it gonna be products, not the other one. It's my bad, just save it. It's just the interlink debugging, you see. There's nothing to worry, we can fix it anything, you know. So now this is our parent parameter. Here we're gonna render the product, then we will pass the product to our parent, to our children. And remember, we use that json server.reactbd to get the product. That's the product we need to fetch. And to fetch the products, we will create a function, and that function gonna render all the products. So what I'm gonna do, in the source I will take another folder, so what gonna be make as helpers, and inside the helpers I'm gonna take a file which will be index.ts. Okay, so now here we're gonna call all the products. So what I'm gonna do, export const get products, and of course it's gonna be an async call because we need to wait to get the product from the server. And now I will take the response and it will be await to fetch, and inside the fetch parameter, remember I need to pass that parameter. Okay, so that will be our parameter. So now what actually I don't want to cache. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, caching, I'm gonna implement no caching, because maybe I will change the data parameter, then it's very painful to retrieve it from the local storage. So now what I'm gonna do, if the rest is not okay, I'm gonna throw an error. So it's gonna just throw new error, and that error gonna combine failed to fetch products. And now what happened if the response is okay, then it gonna return res.json. So now in this similar pattern we can call the products in our product. So here we can call that function, and before calling it, remember you cannot use that in the use client parameter, it always need to be in server side. Okay, that's the Next.js convention. So I will make that parameter as async parameter. You cannot make async as with that server client side. Async should be always in the server side. So now const it will be products. Okay, products is equal it will await. Okay, again I made that mistake, and awaits, and it gonna be get phones. Okay, I remember what's the name we give for that. It will be actually the get products, not the get phone. So let's just call get products. Okay, that's it. So now just make a log and let's see what we are getting inside the products, and that log actually gonna come here in our server console, because it's in the server side, so it will come in the server console. You see, we can actually get all the products here. So now we are having that products in the server. So remember we have another component which is called name the product. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass that products there. Okay, so the uct products gonna be take that products. That's it. So now let's go to our product section. So here what we're gonna do, we're gonna take that products, and remember we're gonna create that client side utility, because you know once you click a person can actually save it there, or can remember in the product what we have here, anybody can select that product, make it add to the cart. So client side implementation is going to happen. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it as use client. Okay, so it will be use client, and here if we just make that log to see the products, let's see if the product is visible or not. Go to the console, put the log, and you see our product is available. All 58 products is available. So now we can create our components to be familiar for the products. So first thing first, let's just render, because I will just keep it okay, let's define some properties here. So also I want you to let's see it, because we're gonna define the type definition. So just open a product. You see what we have ID, title, quantity, price, previous price, is new, and other properties. So what I'm gonna do in the top layer, I'm gonna just put a file which gonna be type.ts. So inside that type.ts we're gonna define that products type. Okay, so we're gonna export, and it's gonna be interface, and just make that product type. And first one, it will be our ID, which gonna be a number, and then it gonna be title, which is string. Okay, then it will be description, which gonna be string. So what I'm gonna do is the similar pattern, you can feel free to write it. So that's the one. So the ID is number, title is string, description is string, image is string, price is number, previous price number is new, it will be true or false, boolean value, brand is a string, category is string, quantity also the number. So that's all the parameter, we actually keep it there. So now what's actually we can do, we can pass that as that product type. And as we did, you see nothing happened. It's because in here, so that's actually we are calling it here. So as we call it here, we need to pass another parameter. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create an interface, and that interface gonna be item, and here actually we are passing it as the name of products. So the products, we need to define the products gonna be which type. It's gonna type a product type which gonna be combined an array. So now I'm gonna pass that item, and the error is fixed. So we don't have any error right now. And let's close other parameter. And what I'm gonna do in the helper function, also I need to create the other helper index. So now the similar pattern, I have that get product. So in the same way, I'm gonna combine all other parameter which gonna be get the other products. So the same pattern, you see. So I'm getting of the get phones which gonna hit with the category phone, and of course the similar way. And also for the phone case is hitting on the phone case, and for the watch, same with the watch and accessories, the similar pattern is going to happen. So just save it, because this 4 I need to render in 4 page and then need to pass to the products, because we're gonna render only that single component for all the pages, for all the product pages. Okay, so now let's go back here. We don't have error anymore. So in the product and the top layer, so I'm gonna give a class name here, or before giving the class name, I will just make that which gonna be products.map. I will just take it as item, and I'm gonna return a link parameter, because everything gonna be inside that link. If we click, it gonna just take us to the different page. Or before the link, I believe also I will just keep it inside a div, then I'm gonna keep it inside the link. Okay, now that link I'm gonna put an href. For right now I will just put that params, okay, nothing else. So now inside that, in the top layer of the div, but beforehand let's just render that image. Okay, so that image, and in the image I need to give that source, and the source it gonna be item. Oops, it gonna be item dot, you see, because we defined the type. Now we are having that image, and this image gonna be coming with the, any of the server, like I host that image in ImageBB, so I need to mention that also the width and height. So the width gonna be 500, and the height, oops, not the hidden height, gonna be 500. Let's save that one, and after saving you're gonna get an error. You see, you need to combine that. We need to configure that the host name in the next.js. That, remember, we have a file called next config.js. So now we need to configure our image parameter, the image domain name there. So let's go to that file, which gonna be where is that, next config.js, and in here I'm gonna define images, and inside the images I will pass that domains, and inside the domains I will pass that image parameter. I will pass 3 image parameter. One is for the product image, and other 2 it gonna be one for the Google login and another gonna be for the GitHub login. So both parameter I just implement here. Okay, so after you make any changes in the next config.js, so you just need to close your server, then restart again, and it gonna work. So the similar thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just hit and close that one. Okay, okay, what's wrong? Okay, and again pnpm run dev. So after it's running, it's gonna be work just fine. So let's go back to the product. While it's running, we'll just define some class name for it. So the class name, and the class name, the width it gonna be full, and height we're gonna give a height of 8, and object gonna be contain lg, object gonna be cover, oops, lg object gonna be cover. Okay, let's save it. Let's see how the product is appearing. You see the product is actually getting the full weight because we give the full weight, but what actually we need to do in the top layer, I'm gonna just make it as relative, and not the relative, that one, because that one it gonna be go as grid, and grid it will be grid calls of 1 by default, and MD it will be grid calls of 2. And whenever it gonna hit an Excel devices, the larger devices, the grid calls should be 4, and also the gap gonna be 6, and empty gonna be margin top gonna be 10. So if I save that, as you see, now it's getting the proper proportion, and it's actually gonna load so many other images. It's just going to get a little bit of time with that. Now in the parent layer also, I'm gonna give some class name. Again, I'm gonna make it as relative, and background it gonna be white, and I will make it as a group, and border it will be 1 pixel, and that border gonna be zinc of 800. Not 800 is not good, it will be fully black. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna give it a 200 of border, and hover border zinc, it will be border zinc of 500, and the duration gonna be 300, and hover I'm gonna make a shadow in Excel. Okay, and also I'm gonna make it overflow hidden, and that's because whenever we hover, remember in our previous example, our image getting bigger, so all the other elements, the overflow is gonna be hidden, as you see. So now in the image, let's create that effective portion. We make it LG object cover, and now whenever we are hovering on the group, we're gonna make it a scale of 105, and the duration gonna be, just give it 300. As you see, a little effective portion is going on, and it looks nice. So that's the image portion is done. So after the image, remember with the same parameter inside that, not after the link actually, we need to place that heart icon. Okay, first let's just get the icon. What's the icon we're gonna use? Only one icon actually, we're going to use the heart, so I'm gonna import it. Okay, so now let's get that heart. Okay, and in the heart icon, what I'm gonna do, there will be a color and other properties, so let's just put that, and it's gonna make it absolute. Let's see if we can see that it's visible. Okay, no, not yet visible. So when you make the absolute dip, and the top gonna be a 4 still, why we can, yeah, we can see that now. Yeah, top 4, and the right gonna be 4 because I want it to be absolutely in the right side, and the text gonna be zinc of 500. Okay, zinc of 500. And what we can do more, width of 5 and height of 5, and also hover, text gonna be black, and cursor pointer duration 200. Remember the color proportion, that's gonna be a fill color. Right now what I'm gonna do in the heart, I'm gonna just put that fill color. So the fill, it's gonna be, for right now I'm gonna make it as black. Okay, just to be in the black, because once you click it's gonna be red, and that going to be happen once it's gonna be added in that wish list. Okay, so this portion quite fine. So after the hearts, we need to take another portion of the div because our text parameter gonna be there. So I will take a p parameter, and there it gonna be item dot title. As you see, that title is appearing. So this main layer, I'm gonna make some class name. The padding, it's gonna be 4 padding, and a background gonna be zinc of 100. And whenever I'm gonna group in the hover, I'm gonna hover in like making a hover on the group, it's gonna be zinc of 50, and group hover, the shadow gonna be Excel. Okay, I think also the duration gonna be 300. Okay, you see. Okay, this is the same. Yeah, it's the same parameter is happening. So let's go to the p tag for the title. Let's just make that whenever I will make in the group on hover, the text gonna be design color, and the duration again the similar duration, it should be follow to all. And now another p tag, and that gonna be item dot price. So I will show the price here. So you see the price is happening, but this price is not look so good. Also again, I'll just keep that p tag, class name font, I'm gonna make it semi bold. Okay, but this price, you see there is a dollar sign with the price, so we need to create the dollar sign phenomena. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another component which name it will be the formatted price. Okay, so it will be formatted price.tsx rafce. So in the formatted price, what we're gonna do, we're gonna format our price with that US dollar sign, and in that we're gonna translate to local string on US dollar. So to implement that, in the amount we will take just an amount parameter, and here we're gonna type that props, or you can write interface, doesn't matter. So the amount it's gonna be as the number, and also we're gonna pass that class name, it's gonna be as a string. So here we're gonna just pass that our props, and remember the class name may be there, may not be there, doesn't matter at all. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass a span tag, and inside that span tag I'm gonna pass that amount parameter. So right now if we go back to the product, and if we just cut that one and make that formatted price, and inside that parameter of amount, if we pass that value, oops, it will be a single it will be a single object. Okay, if we pass that, you see we're getting that amount, right? But it's not formatted yet. Okay, it's not formatted, so we need to make it formatted. And how we can do that, in let's go to the formatted price, and here we're gonna implement, so it will be const for formatted amount. So in the formatted amount, what we're gonna do, it's gonna be taking a new number, and inside that new number we'll pass the parameter of amount. First we're gonna make it as to local lowercase, not so amount dot to is we are doing in the right proportion to local string. Yeah, to local string. Yeah, we need to make it in the local string, and should be that it should be an English parameter of US. And after that we need to pass an object, and inside that object we need to pass that style, which gonna be for the currency. And also for the currency parameter, it should be that USD, and also maximum that a fraction of digits gonna be 2. And now instead of that amount, we will pass that formatted amount here. So now it's gonna go with the dollar sign. And also you see, now if we just make that fraction of digits of 4, it's gonna give a 4 digits, but is the dollar have the 4 digit? No, so it will return the 2. So 2, it will be the maximum. So you see our price variation is okay. So after the formatted price, there is the other parameter we need to implement. Okay, I'll make it a little bit lower. So that's the formatted price. And now what's actually going to be there, there will be add to cart and more info, right? Let's implement that. So I'm gonna take a div, and there it will be a button which gonna be tell us to add to cart, and another one it gonna be just make it a link, and link gonna be more info. So that's the link. Also we're gonna right now just we're gonna make that href of home. Okay, we're gonna implement that parameter in a way. So now let's go back to the in the top layer of the div. Let's put that class name. It's gonna make it flex item center, justify between, and text gonna be sm, and empty it will be 2 for the margin top. Okay, looks good. So now what's actually we need to do in here, it will be the similar parameter for both of that. So I'm gonna select both of the parameter. Let's put the class name. First, I'm gonna make it all as uppercase, and font it gonna be semi bold, and hover the text it will be the design color, and the duration gonna be 300. Okay, looks nice, and that's serving the purpose. So now what's actually happening here, once we click, you see is giving us to a separate page. Of course there is a server error, so the pages is not loading because I deployed it and I didn't configure the environment variable. But what's the sole purpose? Going to show you an image, and then the data is available here. So that's the page we are going to create. Okay, so first thing first, we need to create a page with an initial ID, because right now we are having all the details, right? So now in the app we're gonna create a page, and it will be ID. So now over here, whenever we click any of the ID parameter, we will be able to go inside that page. So after inside here, we need to create a page.tsx rafce. So now if we just rename that one as product page. Okay, now if we come in the local host, give any of the number, any of the ID, it's gonna take us to, you see the product page is appearing, so that's the ID. So we will go to that with our actual ID. Okay, and to do that, I'm gonna close the types and others. Okay, so in the product, remember we actually initialize in the before on the top. Okay, so that's the same pattern, it will be on the bottom, both it will be the same. So now in the href, instead of this, we're gonna use that path name parameter, and we're gonna use a backtick here. And now what we're gonna mention, item dot, if the item is available, then item dot id. And inside that query parameter, because we're gonna pass a query, not here, out of that backtick. So inside that query, we're gonna pass a query, and what's the query it will gonna be, because we need to pass that ID, and that ID is gonna be item dot id. That's the simple parameter we are gonna pass. And remember our href, this one and this one gonna work the similar thing. So I will just pass that here also, because that's in both cases it's gonna do the same. So now let's just click here. As you see, we are going back there with our actual ID. So now we have the ID. So now actually we can get back the products. And how we gonna get that? Let's go and sort it out. So of course I'm gonna keep it as a server side, I will not make it as a client side application. So now what I'm gonna do, first I'm gonna take the search params from here. So it will be that search params. For right now I'm gonna make it as any, and let's just make the search params. Okay, as you see in the search params we are getting an ID. Okay, so now this ID we can grab it. So now how we'll grab it, and this will be const. I'll just make that ID string, because we are getting it as a string, but we need the ID as number, right? And so it will be the search param dot and ID. Now we are not getting that TypeScript things, because we need to make that interface, or we're gonna make that props type, and that types it gonna be a search params. Okay, pa, I think a search params. So what actually it gonna be, it will be inside an objects with an array of, it can be the key, and if it's a key it gonna be a string, and then also it can be a string, and or it can be a string of array. Let's pass the array, and also it can be undefined. Sometimes we don't want any value there. So now if we just gonna make that right now, and you see if we put the dot, I think it will not reflect with the ID, so doesn't matter. So now we have the ID, but it's actually not a valid one, because what we need to do, because if we just make that ID string also, we'll get the actual ID. But this ID, if we just make that like the type of that, like make that type of ID and I believe it gonna be as a string, as you see, but we need that ID as number. So how we'll make that number? So we'll just make that ID, and we're gonna make that, oops, it will be number, and we'll pass that ID string. So now if we just make that console.log and ID, oops, it will be ID, and right now you see we are getting back the number. So now actually we can retrieve the product from our background. Remember, we have all products there. So now what's we gonna do? We're gonna write a function. It will be a single product, and of course we will pass the ID in the parameter, which is a number, and then we're gonna write the function, and now we're gonna get the item, and that item, remember, we're gonna have that products in helpers. So we first can get the products, right? So what I will do, first thing first, I will make it as a async function, and it will be const products equal to await get products. So now we can access that all the products here. So it's gonna be products dot, we will use the find method, and with that we're gonna find, and we will take the parameter as product, and remember the type we already defined, the product type. So from there we can actually define which we want. So product dot ID, it's gonna be equal to ID. So if it's matched with the ID, it's gonna return that item. So let's return, and it will be the item. So I think it's going to work right now. So now product equal to, we're gonna get that I think the single product, and we're gonna pass that our ID in the parameter. So now if we make that log as the product, remember we'll be able to see the product. You see, we come back from the iPhone, we can see the iPhone product. So now let's go back to the watch, any of the watch, select, let's go inside of it. You see that it's changed, it's coming with the fossil gen 6. So it's better to show in a way to actually to highlight the item. So let's go and create that. So instead of the div, I'm gonna round up with that container. Oops, it will be container, and it's gonna import from the container the components, not the site. So I'm gonna remove this portion, and here I'm gonna take a div, and inside the div I'm gonna render our image portion. Okay, this image I need to import. Let's import the image from next image. Oops, and now this image, again the source, it will be product dot image, and the alt, it will be product image. Okay, and now here again the width and height, you can make it as auto, but I want to give 500 for the clarity of the images, and also put some class name. It will be that transform, and it gonna be transition, it will make the transform here. And also whenever I hover, oops, not why gate lens is open, whenever I hover, it gonna be a scale of 110 and the duration of 500. Let's see the image, it should be appearing. Okay, you see our image is here. So now what I'm gonna do, in the top layer of the div, we'll make some class name over here. Class name, the width gonna be full, and whenever it gonna be empty screen, the width it will be okay, never mind. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna first give in the top layer. So put some class name flex, and it will be item center, flex gonna be column, and md it gonna be flex row, and padding Excel of 4, and it gonna be in Excel devices padding X, it will be 0. Okay, so now we're gonna grab that parameter. So md it gonna be weight of half of that parent div. Okay, and overflow I want to be hidden, and bj of zinc of 50, bj, so the background of zinc as 50. Okay, And now I'm gonna make it flex, item center, justify center, and a padding of 10. Okay, that looks cool, I believe. You see, there is a background here and the image is rotating on, just rounding up on that background. So now this is the one of the div. Then I'm gonna get another div, and inside the div I'm gonna put that h2 tag, and inside that h2, first one it gonna be product dot title. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we can see the product title, and also I'm gonna make some class name here, and that first it will be with full md, it will be weight 1/2, the half of the weight it will take, and flex it will be in column, and gap gonna be 2. So now the title also gonna take some class name, the text gonna be 3 axle, and font it gonna be semi-bold. Okay, we have a very good title here. After title, let's put some p tag, and inside that p tag, let's see the structure. We're gonna have some 2 of the prices, so it will be the formatted price, and it's gonna be first one in the amount, it gonna be a product dot price, and the similar way, and the second one it will be previous product dot why is not coming? I think it should differ of that previous price, right? Okay, did we have that previous price? Yeah, we have that previous price. That why is not appearing? Is it not having that previous price? Okay, it's here, and I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, it should be this one. Okay, previous price. Okay, both are generating. Okay, now in the p tag, let's put flex item center and the gap of 10 to give us some of the gapping parameter, and the first one gonna, because we can pass the class name both of that. Okay, so first one gonna be text of lg, and font it gonna be semi-bold, and the second one gonna be class name and text of zinc of 500, and it gonna be line through to show that it's the previous price and which is not available. Okay, is it taking that? Did we configure it? Okay, let's go back to the formatted price again. I think we didn't configure the class name. Remember, we give the span but we didn't give the class name, so let's put the class name here again. Get our utility function, and first it's gonna be take text as base, and the text gonna be black, and now after that it gonna take that okay, we take the amount, and also we need to pass that class name. So that's the class name gonna reflect here as we did, I believe. See, it's reflecting, so we can get the price class name here. Okay, so we get back the price, and now after the price, after that p tag, what we gonna do? Another p tag, and it gonna tell us, oops, it gonna say us you saved, or a smaller letter saved, and of course I want to give a gap here, so that's the gap gonna be round up. So after that initial gap, again put that formatted price, and here I'm gonna pass that amount, and that amount gonna be product dot previous, oops, okay, what I did, product dot I believe it should be previous price, and then minus it gonna be product dot price. Okay, so we can see how much people can save. So 170 they are saving, and of course for that one, that formatted class price, we need to give some class name. So the text gonna be base, and font it gonna be semi-bold, and bg it will be design color, and we're gonna make it as underline, and underline offset of 2, just to highlight for the people. So that's the highlight portion is there, so to show that you are saving $170 from this product. Or we can pass the message also. You are like what you're passing, you are saved, and that can be the message. And we're gonna give a gap here, and here we're gonna write from this product. This from this product. Okay, also I'm gonna put a stop here. So now you saved that, so just a little bit highlighting so people to understand it. So now after that also we need to make this add to cart. Now remember one more thing, because I will just keep that one for you to because we're gonna have a button which gonna say as add to cart. So now this button we will not keep it here, remember, because what's actually gonna happen in the button, we need to make that client side a float. So this actually should not be here, so we need to create another component. So, and on that component we're gonna make that with that add to cart functionality. Okay, so first of all I'm just gonna keep it as simple as it right now. So now, or I'm gonna keep that in a p tag also, so it will be seeing it here, or okay, it's taking it there. Okay, so now it's here. So now add to cart, and then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make another proportion which gonna be product, and if there is that is new is available, and only then I want to show it. And what I'm gonna show, I'm gonna render a p tag, and inside that p tag I'm gonna say that or it will be new arrival. Okay, so you see this product is new arrival. So what I can do now, I'm gonna make some class name, and it will be text design color, and also the font it gonna be make as semi-bold. Okay, and for the other one take another which gonna be brand, and again the span tag where I'm gonna show that product dot brand. And the similar or not the similar, what I'm gonna do, put the class name, the font it gonna be semi-bold. Okay, so the brand is available, so I'm gonna put also the category here, category, and it will be product dot category. Okay, and I believe everything going so well. Okay, I will just remove that log which is not necessary. In the search param, whatever we got, I'm gonna just pass that as the props. We didn't pass it yet. So now after that category, also we need to take another p tag. What we gonna make it here is the product dot description. Okay, so the description it will be going on there. So now everything looks so fine, but add to cart need to be having some design, and where I am not actually we can do it right now, because as it's gonna be a button. Okay, so this is the button, it will be now the p tag button class name, and that class name, what actually we want to have it gonna be design color, and we're gonna give 80% of that, I think, to make it looks more flourish. And the text gonna be zinc of 700, and after that padding x-axis gonna be 6, padding in y it's gonna be 2, not 3, it's gonna be 2, and font it will be medium, and rounded MD. Okay, and hover the background it will be the design color. Let's see the effect. Any effect is happening? No effect? Yeah, this effect is there. Okay, so that's getting the design color, and and also one more thing, over is the design color, and what actually we can implement, and hover the text gonna be black, and cursor gonna be pointer, duration gonna be 200, and hover the shadow it will be LG. And what is one more important things we can actually give? We can make it as a width and height. For right now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna give a width actually here, because later on we're gonna implement the other functionality. So let's put that 52. Okay, that's cool. Not 52, it's gonna be 40, and my gonna be margin, and y-axis gonna be 2. Okay, so this is the add to cart button. So let's go back to our home. So we have our pages. So now let's go back to the phone pages. Here we can see the phone products, right? We will create the page right now. So inside that phone page, we have the pages, right? And by the way, we actually need one more things, which we call the footer. We didn't create it yet, so it's not looks nice once we are going through any of the pages. So I will just go and create the footer in a quick way. So let's take another file over here, and it's gonna be footer.tsx. Okay. Did he remove the console? Yeah, remove. So in the footer, let's just give a class name, which gonna be background, or I can keep it in Tailwind, but I will just go with that now. 735. That is the color of the dark color, and empty it gonna be 10, margin top, and padding in y-axis gonna be 10, and text gonna be zinc of 300. Okay, that would be our footer, and that footer we need to implement in the layout. Remember, we have the children, and after that we just gonna be take that footer here. Okay, let's save it, and you can see the footer is available. So now in the footer, first thing first, we need to get our logo, remember. So now here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass our container. Remember, container is coming with the max width and height. So inside that container, we will pass that our logo. Okay, the logo is available. Logo, you see the design is actually not matching with our design. That's why we can pass the class name here. So the class name, the text gonna be white. You see, we can see the text, and also we have another properties which is called that span class name, and that one gonna be bj of white, and text of black. Okay, now you see, looks nice, right? So we have our logo, and also after the logo we need to have another thing. Remember, we need to pass that UL, and here we're gonna make that navigation. And now that's why, because we created that navigation in the navbar. Remember, inside the navbar we created that navigation. So now actually that's not helpful, because we cannot export that navigation here. So for that instance, we're gonna take a folder called constants, and inside that folder we will take a file name data.ts. So now inside that data file, remember that navigation which actually we implemented here, I'm gonna cut it from here, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it export, and I'm gonna pass that navigation here. Okay, now we use that navigation, we just need to import it from that data file, and you see there is no changes, it's working fine. And also for the footer, now we can actually access that navigation and we can use it here. Okay, so how actually we can do it? It will be navigation, oops, not the navigator, it will be navigation from that const data, and then I'm gonna map through it, and I will pass that everything as item. Then I'm gonna return, and it's gonna return a link parameter. Oops, it will be a link parameter from the next link, and now I'm gonna pass that li. Remember, in the link need to put that href should be item.href. And also for, remember, and we are missing one fundamental things, we are not giving any of the key. Remember, in the deployment it gonna be affected us, so item.id is the key. So in the li, because we are not getting the error here, but in whenever you're on the client side, the error is gonna show up. So now we're gonna make that item.id title. Let's see if we can see the title. Yeah, that's available. And also let's go to the products. Remember, we actually mapping through the products, but we didn't pass the key. So the key, it will be item.id. That's the key. And also in the navbar, we use that. So navigation, we pass the href. Let's pass the key item.id. That's the key. Okay, so now in the footer, in the container, we're gonna go and grab or give that class name to implement. And what's the class name we want to give here? Let's make some class name, or I'm gonna make it just flex item center, justify between. Let's see. Okay, that's one or two things. So that will be one, and there will be another p tag which will be join me with at reactjs.com. So, and in the class name, it's gonna be the class name, and text, I'm gonna make it as right. Okay, so now this UL, let's just put some class name. Flex gap gonna be 6, and item should be in the start. Okay, is it okay? Or item should be, we can make it in the center, and also justify in the center to keep it everything in the center. And now in the link parameter, after that id, let's just you can give in the link, or actually we can pass in the li, doesn't matter, it will work in the simultaneous way. So hover the text, it's gonna be white, and duration, because cursor by default it's gonna be pointer. Okay, so now we are having that effect. If you keep in the phones, you see coming in the phone. If we go back to the home, we can go back to the home, and at the home also at the bottom you can have that. So now we are in the, I think we are, where actually we are. We created the phone page. Yeah, we are inside the phone page right now. So now we can, to get the products, very simple, we need to make that one as async. And also we need to like const, remember we will pass the parameter as products and await, and it will be get phones. Okay, so the phones data, and remember if we go back to the get phones, you see what we are doing, we're giving to the server, and the category phone we are passing. If you just go back to the server there, and remember in the Amazon Pro, if we pass that category watch, it's gonna be watch data is be available. So what I'm gonna do, go back to the server, and let's go back to the page, and the phone data, you just need to copy that. It will also work, it will also work just fine, or you can just fetch through the category, that's gonna be work fine also. It depends on you, whatever you like. So now in the phone page, we are having that data, but before implementing that data here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take another, or instead of the div, I'm gonna pass everything inside that container. Okay, so container, okay, and now I'm gonna pass a div, and again another div, then h2 tag, which gonna be phones. And here I'm gonna give a p tag, which gonna say as get the phone you want. Okay, you see that's came out very good. In the top layer, I think even it's not necessarily required actually. I'm gonna just not going to use it. So let's give in that name, so it will be border, I think bottom, yeah, 1 pixel. Okay, and that border b, it's gonna be zing of 400, and padding b, it will be 4. You can see that. Okay, nice. And make it flex item center and justify between. Okay, anything? Yeah, you see, get the phone you want, so it's giving that parameter here. So now after that, I'm gonna take another p tag, not up, I think out of that div. Okay, and that gonna be showing showing all, and it's gonna be products dot length. Okay, So the length of products is gonna be there results. So whatever products is, how many products is available here, it's gonna show that result. So now let's put some class name here. It will be margin top of 4 and the text gonna be zinc of 500, not 55, and font it gonna be semi-bold. Okay, now it's showing the result of 20. So what we need to do next to get the product, remember? So the product, and inside the product, in the parameter of the products, we will just pass the products. So what's the products we pass? We pass all the phone products here. That's it. We are having the phone products. So if we click on the phone, it's gonna work in the simultaneous way with the same pattern. So now we have the phone. So what's the two another pages we require? We have the phone cases. So let's go back here and we're gonna create another folder which gonna be phone. Oops. It's gonna be a naming true of that phone cases, and here you're gonna take page.tsx, and instead of taking that reactjs, what I am gonna do, because as is intended to follow through all the pages structure, I'm gonna just select all, and inside the phone cases I'm gonna paste it here, and it's gonna be get phone cases data. So inside here also, what's the parameter we can you can put any data you want. So I'll just make that get the phone case you want, and that's it, phone cases. Okay, so if we just click on the phone cases right now, I believe it's gonna give us the result of phone cases. See, it's very simple to create. Now every single pattern is rendering with that single function. So watch, I think this page is watch or watches, maybe, yeah, watches. So let's just go through with that, and it will be index, not the index, it's gonna be page.tsx, and I'll just paste everything here, and it will be get watches. So it will be watches get the what you want. Just to, you can modify the way you want to put it. Go back to the watches, and you see the 11 results and the watches is available. So one more thing is needed, which will be accessories, and here also I'm gonna pass that parameter, the page.tsx, and paste it here, and it will be get accessories, get the accessories you want, and accessories. Let's click on the accessories, and you see the accessories is available. And by the way, again, I'm telling you, this is fully responsive to create the designing parameter, and it's working just fine. So now you can go back to the Amazon Pro, and as you see, it's working very smooth. So now what we need to do, as you see, we can actually create the two pages, which is one of the card. Oops, actually where we are, okay, sorry, we are viewing the different page here. Okay, this is the page, this is our local page, so it's not created. So it's taking us to the wish list, but wish list is not happening, but the parameter is taking us to the, remember, it's gonna take us to the parameter of that ID. So that's the actually wrong thing is happening here. Even it's not it ready, but we are taking with that another prompt of the page. So better we create that page. So first one, it should be that card, and inside that card I'm gonna create that page, which gonna be page.tsx reactjs. Oops, it will be ce, and that gonna be our card page. And also we will create another page, wish list, and inside here we're gonna render that page.tsx. Okay, and that one will be our wish list page. And remember, okay, give me a time to close all the other things or all. So I will open our navbar, And inside that neighbor, remember we create the href, so it will take us to the wish list. And okay, one it will be take us wish list, another it will take us to the cart. Okay, so now if we click, we will be able to go in the wish list page. If we click, we will be able to go to the cart page. So now let's go inside the cart page, because we will make that title here. So let's go to implement the title, how we are actually gonna create that. So that's our cart. So in here, what's actually I love to do, instead of the div, I will just render it with that container. Okay, with the container. Now inside that container, I will also generate another file in the components, which gonna be title.tsx rfce. We're gonna generate title here. Now this title gonna take two parameter. One it will be the title, another it will be the class name. So in the type, I'm gonna just type it as a props, and it will be the title gonna be a string. Okay, class name, if it's available, it also will be string. So now we're gonna pass it here as the props. So in the title, it's gonna be always h2 tag, and inside that h2 tag, I'm gonna pass that our title. Now in h2 tag, let's render the class name. Remember we use that cn formula. So now what I'm gonna do, the text gonna be 3 axle, and the font it gonna be a semi bold, and padding bottom it gonna be a 5, and border B it gonna be 1 pixel, and border B gonna be zinc of 400. Okay, and after implementing that class name, it also gonna take the class name which we are going to implement. So let's come here, let's save it. It's gonna come in the middle because we are using that container. So now what I am gonna do, I'm gonna just implement that title. Okay, and in the title, what's actually we gonna make that title your cart. Okay, as you see, your cart. So the similar thing we are going to implement also in the, I believe, in the wish list. Okay, so it will be in the wish list, and need to import the container, need to import also the title. Okay, so both are imported. If we go to the wish list, the similar thing, because we need to define the name your wish list. Okay, so now we have cart, we have wish list. So okay, it's something wrong. Application error, client side exception has occurred. Okay, I think it's not our problem, it's just having with the internet issue. So let's go back to the home. So we have the product. So now what we need to do, we will create the login. And now remember, anybody can go to the cart, but we need to stop it to go, right? So we're gonna implement that portion with that. Now how actually we can do it? To implement that, we will go with that our next auth. We're gonna use that next auth.js to create that implementation. And also we will do one more thing. We're gonna use that middleware to stop all the unnecessary access without the login portion. So we're gonna implement it right now. And again, we need to first install that. So let's go to get started, and feel free to read the documentation here properly. So everything is gonna be here, whatever I'm gonna implement there. Okay, so let's go to my file, and in here I'm gonna implement that pmp add next auth. So let's close all other files, because now we will start working with the API. So what I'm gonna do, let's close everything. Okay, now in the source, in the app, I will create another folder which gonna name as API, and with that API we're gonna use that functionality, and inside that API we're gonna take a folder named auth, and inside that folder we're gonna create a very tricky folder which gonna come with the third bracket, and then is paired notation, and then it's gonna be next auth, and then it's gonna finish. And over here in this file, in this folder, I'm gonna take a file, because by default with the Next.js, all the route file, like all the API file name, it will be route.ts. So it will be that route.ts file for me on that. So now first thing first, we need to import that next auth. So next auth from the next auth. And after importing, we also need to import the provider. So first we have the next auth. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write that auth options. So auth options, and it will be an object, and inside that auth options we will have the providers. So it can be multiple providers, so I'm gonna pass it as an array. So now first one, I'm gonna make that as GitHub provider. Okay, I believe we need to import it from the next auth. So import, it will be GitHub provider, and from next auth, and then it's gonna go with that providers, and then it will go to the GitHub. So it will be that GitHub, I think GitHub provider, yeah. So it will be the GitHub provider. Inside that GitHub provider, I need to pass some object which going to be happen to get the client ID and the client secret and others parameter. And remember, we cannot, it's not a good practice to directly inject all the params and parameters here. So in that purpose, in the root layer of our applications, we will create another file which gonna be .env. So that will be our environment variable file. We're gonna keep all the environment related things here. So first, what it gonna be here, it's gonna be here our next auth URL. So URL, and then we're gonna put that next auth, it's gonna be secrets, and also so many thing, it's gonna be GitHub ID, and then we're gonna pass that GitHub secrets. So this too, because I'm gonna show you how you can implement that GitHub things. So other portion I will not show you right now. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna implement all other parameter. So like the Google ID and other portion, I'm gonna just keep it here, because I'm gonna show how you can actually open a GitHub app, create a GitHub app, then go to create the logging instances. So this gonna be there for the demo purposes. So the similar things for MongoDB URI, I believe it's not required here, or I'm gonna keep it because later I'm gonna connect with the MongoDB here, or just keep it Stripe, keep it for the Stripe project. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close that file, or beforehand, let's just go and put that URL, which gonna be our localhost 3000 as the next auth URL. So in the GitHub provider, what we need to pass, we need to pass two things. One, it will be the client ID. So it will be that client ID, and that client ID should be from there. Oops, it will be a process.env, and that it will be that GitHub ID, which we already made it there. And also for that client secret, it's gonna be process.env, and it will be GitHub, it will be secrets. Okay, so now you see the TypeScript giving as error. You can either pass it as a string, the error it will be removed, or you just put that exclamation notation that it will be available. That's it. These two things is required. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna implement, or I'm gonna import all the providers. Again, I'm saying that depends on you, whatever the provider you want to prefer. It's almost similar. You just need to create the app, need to have that ID and other things, and it's gonna work. So now I have that next auth options with wrapping with all the providers. So what I'm gonna make, I'm gonna pass the name, I'm gonna declare the handler, and that handler it gonna come from that next auth, and inside that next auth I'm gonna pass that auth option as the handler. And now I need to export that to implement in all the files to appear it here. So handler as it can be a get function, or handler as post, it can be a post function also. So these two things is just working fine. So now let's go to our GitHub to open an account or open an application here. So if you doesn't have a GitHub account, if you have a Google account, you can just simply create with that. So in here you need to go to the settings. So inside the settings, actually everything gonna rounding up. As you see, the developer settings is available here. In the developer setting, you can see a button is called OAuth apps. Here you can create the new OAuth apps. So I will create that as next Amazon YT. Okay, next Amazon YT, and the home URL, remember our URL, that's the URL we wanna pass. Whenever we're gonna deploy, you need to change that URL also. And the callback URL should be API auth callback GitHub. So let's register our application, and of course it will maybe okay, it's registered already. So that's the ID we need to copy. So let's copy that ID, and in the env file I am gonna pass that ID here, and also I need to create the secret, and of course it will ask the permission. So you need to give that password. Okay, so after giving the password, your secret will be revealed. Now you can copy that. Okay, so now you can pass the secret here. So both secret is okay. So let's close it. So now our application will be able to access the GitHub to create the paging or like create the other things. So now first thing first, we need to create the login, and how actually we can create the login. Remember, we having that login proportion in the navbar, right? Let's go back to the navbar, and in the documentation we need to get one more thing, which actually calling that let's search something which will be next auth secret. Remember, and to create that secret, either you can go to they have a page where actually it's gonna be created, or you can run that 32-bit of that OpenSSL code to generate it. So I'll run that code. I'll just put that in my terminal, and it's gonna give me a random number which is entitled to have my next auth secret. That's it. Now I have the secret. You need to put the secret, otherwise you logging it will not work in actual parameter. So now it's already in the client side, so I will be able to access that and get the sign in and sign out proportion. So now to implement that first one, let's import, and I need to import that sign in. Okay, so it will be sign in and auth from the React. And what I'm gonna do in the button, I'm gonna create an on-click event, and that on-click event gonna make me to make the sign in actually. So let's declare the function, and it will be sign in. That's it. So I declared it already. So if we go back here and hit the login, it will take me to the login page. Is everything we did it right and properly? You see, we are in the login page. If we try with the GitHub, and of course it will ask the permission, I need to authorize it. So after authorization, you see try to sign in a different account. So our GitHub configuration, it's actually not properly configured. So let's go to OAuth setting. Did you say, oh, we didn't update it? Okay, that was the problem. We take back the things, but we didn't update the setup. So let's try in right now. So I think that was the problem with that again. So the callback is actually not working. So let's go to the OAuth application. So that is our client ID, remember? So is this our client ID? Let's go .env. Okay. So that's the GitHub client ID. That's the same client ID, and GitHub secret is last is B9. I think the secret we we made a mistake here. So that's the secret should be here. That's the GitHub secret, because it's the BE9 is the secret last one. So that's the OpenSSL code which we generate. This one, it's gonna be on the top, not here. Okay, so now we try again. I think it's better to keep a hot reload. It's a very misformulation what it did. So now let's try to sign in with the GitHub, and I believe this time it's gonna authorize, and you see we are on the topic, everything is fine, good to go. So first we have the session, but we don't know what is the session, right? And to see the session, we actually need to create a we need to create a constant variable, and you can call it is data, which gonna be mentioned as a session, and this parameter gonna come from that use session from the next auth react. So now we have the use session. If we make a log, and to see the session, just make a console log, and as is the client side, of course the data it gonna render. Okay, it's not a client side. What's wrong with that? Use session from next auth, what actually is saying must be wrapped in a session provider. Remember, we created that, but we didn't wrap it in the session provider. That's what we need to do. We need to go in one by one. So to wrap it that one, what's actually we can do, we need to create a layout, because whenever we are trying to wrap it, it's a client-side application, so we cannot inject it directly in our actual layout. So what I'm gonna do in the component, I need to create a file called layout. So in the layout, I'm gonna get that provider from there. So let's import, and it will be that session provider from next auth react. And now also remember, don't forget to make it as a use client, because this is the next auth is not in the server side proportion, so we need to use that. So now inside here, instead of div, I will make that wrap with that session provider, not the session. I believe it will be in that session provider. Okay, so now inside here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass everything as a children. So in the props here, I'm gonna get that children, and also in the interface, or no need to pass an interface. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just wrap it in the similar line, children, and it's gonna be react note. That's it. So our session provider is ready to go. So in the layout, what I'm gonna do, this entire things, I'm gonna pass that with layout. And don't worry, it will not okay, I need to import it also. It's not imported. Okay, that's imported from layout components. And what's actually is showing, okay, that's something misformulation is happening. Okay, let's just debug it. We are in the layout file. So okay, that's the layout. So the neighbor, footer, okay, it should be, because we passed the body in a way. So just be careful, because these three things put together, and this layout should be outside of like inside the body, because if you keep in the top of the body, you're gonna have lots of error, and your routing params, it will not work. So now if we just make that console and everything is going to okay, the similar console, you see we are having a user, and the similar user we are showing it here. So now as we have the user, we can go back to the neighbor. Remember, we can wrap that one with a condition, like whenever we have the user, we can show that the profile link page to go there. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cut it, and here I'm gonna pass the condition. If that session is available, it's gonna be something, not available, gonna be something. So if session is available, it's gonna be a link, and it's not going to be an on click, it's gonna be an href, and it's gonna be with that profile, and it will be also written here as profile. Okay, let's see if we can see the profile or not. Okay, our profile is available, so let's create a profile page here. So in the app, take another okay, oops, it's not here, it will be in the apps. Take another folder called profile, and it will be the similar, we're gonna just create a page here. So page.tsx rafce, which gonna be our profile page. So it will be profile page. So now if we click here, let's see, yeah, we are now inside our profile page. So that's cool. So now what's actually we want in the profile page to be seen, we can give it here. Now we want to pass our profile info here. So first thing first, I will wrap it inside the container. Okay, and also that gonna be here, container. Looks cool. Now let's give a p tag profile. It will be information. Okay, now inside the profile information, I will just try to elaborate it. So it will be class name and text gonna be Excel, font it gonna be semi bold, and padding B it gonna be 10, underline and underline offset gonna be 4, and the decoration it gonna be 1 pixel. Okay, so now we're gonna pass that profile information. Remember, if we want to get the profile info, we need to make it as a use client, but we don't want to create that use client for the page. So what I'm gonna do in the component, not a folder, I'm gonna create a file which gonna give us that profile info.tsx RAFCE. So now here we're gonna render that our profile info. So in the bottom, I'm gonna just get that profile info here. So now inside that profile info, what actually we are going to render, right? So what's actually we are going to render is, we're gonna guess that const, it's gonna be data, and it's gonna be from the session, remember, and we will make that use session here. And of course you're gonna get a solid error, because what we need to do, we need to make it use client. Now as it a component, it's okay to make it use client. So now inside here, I'm gonna take another div, and here I'm gonna take an image, and that image gonna come from the next image, and the source it gonna be a session if there is a session, and then if there is a user, if there is a session dot user dot image. Okay, so in the alt tag it will be user image. Image. And of course same with height need to provide, so it will be also height of 500. Okay, let's try, let's see. Now here you see the profile image is available. So what I'm gonna do, give some class name here. So the width it gonna be 20, height also gonna be 20, and object cover, okay, and rounded full. So my image is here, and remember you should have an error in your application, because you need to configure that avatars from the githubcontent.com. If you're using the Google, you need to configure that Google, this all a domains configuration. If you just configure it, it will be fine. Now you see, if I give that one, is it okay? Yeah, it's okay. Or you can just make that as a string. Now why we need to mention it, it just need to have the clarification that we know the image it will be there. That's it, nothing else. So we have the image, and after the image, what I'm gonna do, take another div and h2 tag. What it gonna make is that session dot user dot, it gonna give the name. Okay, so and also the similar way I'm gonna deploy the email also here, email. And now what I want in that top layer, so this layer, class name flex item center, and the gap it will be 4, just to show the information here. Now you may feel free to do whatever you want or you may like. So now I also keep a logout button here, so which gonna say sign out. Okay, so this will help me to create the sign out instances. So the class name it will be the bj zinc, okay, zinc of 950, okay, and the text zinc of 200, okay, and after that, and padding in x-axis gonna be 8, padding in y it will be 3, and font I will make it as semi bold. Okay, looks cool. Font semi bold, and empty, margin top gonna be 10, and whenever I'm gonna hover bg it will be design color. Okay, and also after making the design color, hover the text gonna be black, and duration gonna be 200. So as you see, Okay, and we can do so many other things. Just make it a rounded SM, just put a little bit rounding. So when we click, we will create that effect of like the sign out effect. And how we can actually do it, remember, similar way, if we just make that sign out, need to import, don't forget to import, otherwise it's not gonna work. So now you see, so if we just click on the sign out, that's gonna be sign out. So this actually in the same page, right? It's not redirecting me to anywhere. And also now I'm not logged in, but now if I go back to my profile, I can see my profile. It's not actually a good idea if you are not logged in to see that instances, right? And how actually we can stop that to happen. Now either we can use that one, which actually we're gonna use later on after that instances, what is called that middleware. But instead not using the middleware, also we can actually implement that, which to make that from that get server session from next auth. So let's try that. So I am gonna just close it, all other things, the layout, okay, and enb not require, route also closed. So now what I am actually going to do here, I'm gonna get that session. Okay, now this time not from that use session, right? So the similar session, and for that I need to make a wait, because I'm gonna get a server session. So server, whenever I'm gonna connect with server, I need to await. So get server session, and that I need to get from that user, like get server session. So like if I make that log and make the session, let's see if I am having a session or not. No, the session is null. So let's just go with create a login to implement that if we are having a session or not, what's actually we are getting in the instances. So we logged in, you see we are getting that session here. So also the same thing we're getting, but this time in the server. So now we can actually create some instances. So if there is no session, so means there is no session, or we can make another instances, no session dot user. Okay, then what it gonna do, it gonna redirect, and this redirect gonna come from next navigation. And where it gonna redirect, it always gonna redirect us to back to home. So now this time if we try to log out or sign out, as you see sign out, and it's directly giving us to the home page. So now if we just make it in the profile, you see you cannot visit the profile anymore. No, never, cannot. It will not let you go inside that profile page. So that's the actual like implementation, how it can be really fruitful. So let's log in again. Now we can go back to the profile. If we sign out again, we will not be able to see the profile. So try again to see profile. No, you never. Now also we need to stop to see anybody the cart or the wish list if they are not signed in. How actually we can implement that? And this one to implement is very simple using that middleware. So what you need to do in your, because our layout in the proportion layout is the source folder. So in the source, in the root of the source, I'm gonna take a file which name it will be the middleware.ts. Remember that name should be that in the similar. So here I'm gonna make export, and it gonna be default, and now it gonna from it will be next auth, and then it gonna come from that middleware, next auth middleware. So export and const, it gonna just, I'm gonna just pass that config. That's it. That's nothing I need to do. And I need to give a, oops, it will be a matcher. I need to pass a matcher here, and the matcher it will be array of content. So I'm saying it, the matcher it will be cart, right? So let's go back to there. So if I'm not logged in, is it taking me where? It's not giving me to have a single blink on the card. The similar pattern I will make it to create as the wish list. Okay, so now if I try to visit the wish list, it will always redirect me to create the logging instances. If I logged in, only then I will be able to see the wish list, see the card, see the profile, any things I want. But if I sign out, I will not be see that pages which I actually making redirected. Okay, so now I have the phone cases, so all the design parameter is done. So two things is now pending, is to create the Redux toolkit, to implement the Redux and create the store, and then need to create the payment. And after creating the payment, we need to store that payment authentication and then order list to in our database. So because to create the store, I'm gonna use that Redux toolkit, and I will just go with that quick start things. And here I need to install this much to my setup to go, and I'm just gonna get another terminal here, and then I will run the code pnpm. You can put add or I, it will do the same thing. So now it's gonna install all the things in my local machine. So now I need to set it up, and there is a very good documentation appearing here. You can just go one by one. So for me, if you are just going to follow through, just feel free to go and appease with me, because there is entire things. I also made video, most of my video I am using that Redux toolkit. Is my preferable. If you want to use the other available store things, you are just welcome, you can use that. So now what I will do is already installed in my source. I will just open a folder, and that folder I'm gonna give a name of that Redux. You can put that store or whatever you feel right for you. And here I'm gonna get two files. One, it will be that store.ts, and another one I will create later. So first thing first, once I create that, I will just get that, and this one, just this much this much code I will just get from here. And now after that, what I need to do, I need to connect that provider and store through here. So now I already export the store, and also so where I can actually export that one. So previously, if you remember, I have a layout page where we actually use that session provider, remember? So now in the same place we can use that provider to create that instances. So just we need to wrap everything with that provider, and you need to get that provider from that React Redux, otherwise it will not work. And by default it will take an instances of called store, and also we need to take our store from that Redux store. That's it. So before saving, I will go to my website, and I will go back to the home page, and I will just open my inspector. And here let's just go back to the Redux things. So let's see, and there's so many things is coming from the caching. So just okay, there's a lot of things giving out through the caches. Okay, I will just save that one, and let's see what actually I'm getting right now. So after saving that, I will just create a reload. I think, or I believe it will give me that actual instances. Let's go back to the console. You see the store. Okay, store doesn't have a valid reducer, so means my store is connected. It doesn't have the reducer because we didn't create any. So we need to create the reducer to actually toggle through with that reducer things. So now let's head back to our code, and if also we can expand a bit here in Redux. Okay, we will go with that. Okay, create next step, which we have been created in the action, and in this state we have nothing. Okay, so everything is good, it's good to go. So now let's go to our our application, and in the store, beside this store, I will create another file which will call is that proslice.ts. Okay, so now here we are actually going to create all the slice. And how are we going to create that? You can feel free to go with that things, because we are going to just follow up this all the things. It will be coming from here, so I'm not gonna following that. If you're following me, just feel free to follow me with that entire video and it will work. So now I'm just going to import the create slice from Redux toolkit, and also I'm gonna declare the interface initial state, and that states it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be, I'm gonna have 4 states. One state it's gonna give us that product data, which are going to be an empty array. Just let me get those things. So one will be that product data, which will be the empty string of products. That another one will be user info, which by default it's gonna be null. Once the sign in happen, it's gonna be fill up because I'm gonna push all the data to that interfaces. And now after that, we're gonna have that order data. We're gonna have also that favorite data. Now that order data, it depends on you how, because if you want to send that one to that your databases, that time you can use that. Otherwise, for this one, I'm not gonna use that in instances. So now here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make that export const, and it will be a pro slice to create all the slices, and that one it's gonna be taking that instances for the create slice function, and inside that function I'm gonna pass everything as an object, and the name I'm gonna give as pro. You can put the name as you prefer, and also I will declare that initial state by default it's gonna take, and then I will declare all my reducers. So I will test first one, so later on you can create all the instances because I will give you all the details, then you can create your own reducers. So first one we will test is add to cart. Now this add to cart, it will take this initial state, and also it will take as an action. Okay, and now we're gonna declare our function. So now by default, what actually we're gonna do is state dot product data equal to action dot payload. So whatever gonna come within the payload, it's gonna declare that, it's gonna replace that thing. So as you see, we have an empty area of the product data. Whenever you're gonna dispatch an action, it's gonna replace that product data with that particular product. So it's gonna replace that state with that action and payload, whatever we are sending with that payload. If you are going to sending an object, it's gonna replace that with an object, with an array of object. If you are sending an array, it will gonna be array and array, then it's gonna replace that object. So now by saying it, it doesn't gonna mean a lot of sense. So by doing it, it's gonna make a lot of sense. So now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna just put that export const, and I'm gonna pass that add to cart, and it's gonna be from that pro slice dot actions. Remember, that's the actions we have been created, and also we need to create a default export, otherwise it will not work. So let's export default, and that one it's gonna be pro slice dot reducer. So now we created that reducers. We need to connect that reducers with our application. And how are we gonna do that? The same thing, we have this store, we're gonna do it here. So now here we're gonna import that pro reducer, and that pro reducer it's gonna just come from that pro slice. That's it. So now here we can actually pass those entire things. So first thing first, we give a name. Oops, it will be pro, and then it's gonna passing that pro reducer. So let's head back to our application with that Redux, and as you see, we have that instances we have been created. We have 4 instances. We have product data, user info, order data, and also we have that favorite data. So now we can actually create and dispatch things. We can send the data, we can keep the data in our store, and that will be very easy to just to dispatch that one. So how actually we're gonna do that? Let's go have over there. You're gonna have one component which called the products, because all the products going are rendering from one single component. So as you see, this all the product is coming through as just a single component. Okay, if you change in the component, the data shape and everything will be changed. So now let's go back to there on that instances. So where actually I'm gonna create that, as you see, it's going to replace with so many things. So choose that. Okay, state, no. Okay, it's just keeping a lot of things in the caching right nowadays. So now once we click on that add to cart, our dispatch things going to happen. Now as you see, this component is use client, so we can actually use that dispatch things, the third-party libraries, because by default it's all at the server side. You're gonna have all the ideas if you're just watching the previous video, the first one. So I'm not gonna just declare it again and again. So now what actually we need to do is here we will just make that dispatch, and that dispatch gonna just trigger from that use dispatch, which we are going to import from that React Redux. Don't forget to import, otherwise it will not work and you're gonna freak out what's happening. So now where actually we're gonna create that dispatch, as you see we have add to cart. So now once we click on that button, that dispatch going to work here. So now let's just go with that. It will be on click, it's gonna just pass an event, and then we're gonna dispatch that, and in the dispatch we're gonna just trigger that add to cart functionality. As you see, I'm importing that one from that Redux Pro slice, the functions the actions actually created here. So I'm importing that one from here. Don't forget to import again, it will not work if you forget to import that. So now what actually we're gonna pass through that in the add to cart, because we are getting that product as an item. So what I'm gonna pass, that the entire item I'm gonna pass, okay, I'm gonna pass as the item. So now if we go back here, you see we have nothing, and if we click in any of the product, okay, nothing happened. Okay, nothing happened. So means the product is not getting. So just have a hot reload to see either it's working or not. Okay, so let's click. Yeah, it's working. So it's just asking for a reload, nothing else. So now what's actually happening, if we are click again, it's just replacing our array. You see, just replacing that object, but I don't want to replace. If I add a product, if that product is available within that array, it's gonna just increase the quantity. If that product is not available, that it gonna add the first one. Okay, so now we need to create that logic in our pro slice here. So how actually we're gonna build that logic? And to build that, let's go here. So I'll just comment that one, this line, and now I need to write a logic. The logic is const existing product. So we need to find the existing product, and from where actually we can find it from the state dot, and it's gonna be product data dot find, and from there I'm gonna take that as the item, and that item gonna be that product type, and inside that item it will be an item dot id. If that id is equal to action dot payload dot id. Okay, so whatever we are actually, like, we are passing a product with that action, right? If that existing item, so if that existing product, it will be that product, which product actually, if any product is available here, then it's gonna match with the id, because id is unique. If that product id and the action dot payload means the product we are sending, if both are matched, it means that product is already existed. So we are now getting that existing product. So now we will write the logic. If we have that existing product, what actually we want to do? We want to just existing product dot quantity, and that quantity we just want to increase that, and it will be action dot payload dot quantity. Okay, so you want to increase that. So if there is no existing product, okay, means nothing is there, it's empty. So then actually we will just pass that action. So we will just remove that. So we will pass that action, but instead of action dot payload, we are not going to make it equal. So we will just push that within that array. So it will be just push that method, that's it. So that is state dot product data dot push action dot payload. So of course there is nothing, there is the error is coming. We're gonna fix that error in a bit. So first let's check actually that things is working or not, then we're gonna fix the error. So now if we click, we're gonna have a product. You see we have a product. If we click, we're gonna have two products. So now you see I have the similar 302 the id. So now the quantity is 1. If I add again the same product, you see the quantity is increasing, not the product. Okay, so now our things is working just fine. So now we need to just stay with me. I'm gonna quickly re-render all the properties here. So now I will just define the types for those things. So it will be interface, and then I'm gonna make that store state, and that store state. So the product data, careful for the name. It will, if you just messing around the name, it will not work properly. So it will be the product data, it will be array of the product type, because remember we already declared here the product type, and where actually you're gonna find the types. So we have a file named the type.ts, and all the type is available here, so feel free to get from there. And also we're gonna add two more type here. Instead of that product type, we're gonna have that interface with that item props, which gonna be the props of that product type. We're gonna take it later. And then also you're gonna have that straight props. So whenever we're gonna take that data, remember the product data, the same type we are declaring user info is an empty object, or the data which gonna be a product type of the product area of the product type. And the favorite data, same, the similar pattern we are going to use. We're gonna use that later, but I just keep it right now. So now what actually is gonna happen here? So we have that product data, and also we have that user info, and that user info, it can be null, and also it can be a string, so anything can be here. So now the order data, similar way, the product data type of array, and then we're gonna have that favorite data, which actually we're gonna use that very much. So product data, which gonna type of array. So now in initial state, it gonna be initial state, and also the type it gonna be that store state. As soon as I did that, you see all the error, it just disappeared. So now we have that add to cart thing. So, and also we're gonna have that another portion is that increasing the quantity. So after below that, we're gonna have that increasing quantity. Similar way, we are taking that state and action, and we are increasing the quantity. We are just matching with the ID. Remember how we fetch that existing item. Similar way, whenever you see it gonna be happen from here. I'm gonna show you what actually gonna do. There will be instances where the plus and minus button will be there, and also it will be available in that cart and other instances. So that increasing quantity and also that decreasing quantity. So what it gonna do, it gonna again take one thing, state and action. So first thing first, it gonna find that existing product. If it's finding the existing product, it will just increase the quantity, not increase, sorry, it gonna just decrease the quantity. And you see now there is a logic here. If the existing quantity is equal to 1, so it will not decrease below 1, otherwise it will be minus 1, 2, minus 3, minus 4, like that. So we don't want to make that. If it's the product quantity is 1, it will not decrease, it will be just keep the quantity as 1, and if it, otherwise it will just minus the quantity. So now I can explain a lot of things here. Now already I created a lot of video in my channel where actually you can find how those things actually work. So for this video, just follow through that. And the delete product, what it gonna do, it's gonna take that state and action, and in the state.product data, what actually it gonna do, it gonna just filter through like whatever the action and payload I'm gonna send the ID with that action, and it gonna be matching with that ID, and it gonna just filter with that ID, because if the ID is not matched, it just gonna remove that. And also we're gonna have that another one, which we have that as a receipt card. And in the receipt card button, it just gonna take the action, and it gonna just make that product data as empty value. And so now we the similar way, I'm gonna add the 3 more things, which gonna be add to favorite, and also delete to favorite, and the receipt favorite. So these things, and now what I'm gonna do is that add user. So we're gonna just add the user in this state and action whenever we're going to log in, and we're gonna also delete the user. We're gonna just make that user info as null. And also if you want to use that in your database, you can use that both of the things, which gonna be that add order and that receipt order. So now this much the things I'm gonna use as my core actions. So I'm just gonna repress, I'm just gonna export everything from here. So now this is the actions. I know I'm just getting a quick overview from here, but if you just do it by yourself, it's gonna make a lot of sense. Just give it your time to understand a bit in a better way, then implement it the way you feel preferable. So now first thing first, we will go with that actions where we're gonna create that user, and from there we'll go one by one. Remember, we are adding the products in our cart, okay, but we are not getting any action. So I will just close those things, and okay, so I'll just open that package.json just to see if we have that one of the things I'm looking for. No, we don't have that because I want to use that Toastify to implement that to give that a message thing. So I will use that React hot toast. So what I'm gonna do, let's see, previously no, I didn't use that. So just let's open that npm because I want to show the message once a product is just adding in the cart. So I'll just get that one. Okay, this is the one I'm looking for. So okay, this is a tiny library to use such kind of things. So I'll just copy that kind of command and npm. Okay, so I'm gonna use that. So now in the product, so whenever I'm gonna adding a something, like whenever I'm dispatching a item over there, I'm gonna just show the message. And to use that Toastify, I need to import that two things. First thing is that import, it gonna be toast. We're gonna use that toast, and also we're gonna use that toaster, and that we will just get that from React hot toast. Okay, so after that we need to do a tiny bit of work, which going to be on the below that we're gonna pass that toaster value, how the value it will be, and that toaster value will declare the position, which gonna be a bottom right to see the below instances, and also that toast options. I will just wrapping in another object, and I'm gonna pass that style, and that style it gonna be a background color. Okay, not the background color, just the background. So that background I'm gonna give it as I think the black, it will be good. And also I want to give a color. So as I give it the background the color, so the color it will be the white. Looks good. So now we will that's the things I needed. So now once we add anything in the card, right now I don't know how it's happening, so nothing to actually see any effect is happening, is adding in the card or not. So right now what I'm gonna do, whenever I'm creating that displace functionality, I'm just wrapping it inside an object. So now I can pass like the multiple value. So now after passing one value, I'm gonna just get the toast.success, and inside the success I'm gonna get that to pass that one with the backtick. And the first thing, what I will take that item dot, if the item has a title, so I will take the title, and that after that is that I'm gonna pass that added to cards. Okay, so that's the message I want to show. So now if I add one product, you see iPhone 15 is added to cart. You can see in the below. So as you choose to be right of that, you can just put that bottom right or top center. For me, I will not put it in the top right because my card and other things is available here, so I'll just put that in the bottom right. Okay, so now I am actually putting it here, but it's not reflecting anything in the header like in my navbar. So now how actually I can put an emphasizing of that in my navbar? To implement that one, what I'm gonna do in my navbar, I actually get that data from there. So from where actually I'm gonna get that, as you see, is use client. So I can make that client side interactivity here. So I will just get all the data which gonna be available here. So it's gonna be a const, and now from here I'm gonna just destructure that product data, and it gonna be using that, it will use that use selector, not the use session, use selector, which need to be imported from React Redux. And that here it's gonna be a state, which will be that state props action. Remember, we actually predefined that one in our types. So in the store state, the state props, there gonna be other name, the name it will be the pro, and inside that name there will be that 4 instances we have been created in the store. So now the state props is available. So after that we just gonna get that state dot pro. That's it. So now will be available to the data, it will be available for us. So if we just put a tiny log, and we can view that product data is available. So just I will get the inspector to open it here. As you see, we have the 4 array of data, and that data is contained our 4 products, but here it's gonna reflect, right? Because we have that 0 button, which actually we can give the length of the product. So now this is the length which we have been gave that for the shopping cart. So now we're gonna just write something here. So what actually we are going to write, I believe that that for the wish list, this is for the cart, yeah. So now what I will do, I will just make that product data. If the product data is available, then the product data dot length, if available, is there, otherwise just remain it as 0. So now we're gonna have that, we have that 4 button because we have that 4 product data. So the same things, because as we are here in the product, I will do for the wish list also. So it's gonna be implementing at a similar time. So now beside that product data, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write that for our favorite data, and also I'm gonna put the same instances. I'm just gonna go and get a copy that. So I'll just remove the console, which no longer necessary. Now instead of that favorite data, I'll just copy this line. I will just put that as the product data. I'll just put that favorite data. That's it. So now let's go back to the product, because we are going to create the dispatch on that product things, on that what you call that in the heart, I think. Yeah, we're going to use that instances here. So now this the cart, and where is our heart? Okay, let's just dig it through. So that's the heart, which actually is in an absolute position. So now this is the add to cart, and somewhere here we're gonna find it. Okay. Okay, where actually that, that's the heart. Okay, it's right here. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write another on-click function over here on the heart. So now what actually we're gonna declare is that dispatch, and it will be that add to favorite. Don't forget to import that one. Remember, you need to import that, otherwise it will not work. That's the add to favorite. So now in the add to favorite, we're gonna pass that entire item. Okay, so we pass the item. So now and also actually we can show the success message, but now actually we will predefine the color combination. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna define the favorite. So once the favorite is added, it's gonna give us a color, the red color, and if it's not there, and it will be the similar color is available. So now in the dispatch, what I'm gonna do, because I need that entire property here, right? I need that entire favorite data so that I can go through that data and can actually find the match the data if it's available in the favorite or not. If it's available, I'll keep it as red. If it's not available, I'll put that normal color. So now just get that, or actually we can go to the navbar, and inside that navbar we have those entire things. I will just copy that, and here I'm gonna paste it, and before that use selector. Oops, I will just put that control spacebar and then import that one, and also that one control spacebar, and then get it from the type. So now I don't have that, I don't need that product data. I will work only with that favorite data. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make that const is favorite, and that favorite gonna take that product ID, and that product ID, it can be any, or if you want to declare the types, doesn't matter, you can put the type of that string or the number value, whatever you preferable. And I'm gonna return a value which gonna be favorite data dot sum, and that sum gonna take as the favorite item, and inside that favorite item dot ID equal to, it will be that product ID. So if that ID is match, if that ID is the same, then it gonna take that instances and it gonna take that action. Sorry, it not be the favorite data, it gonna be favorite item. Okay, so now we can actually get that is a favorite and to create that color combination. So now in the heart, we're gonna just because there is a fill color property here, if you are gonna use that, I believe I used that from, okay, that's the heart from Lucid React. So now there is a fill color, so in that fill you can give that, like I'll give that as red color. Okay, it's not taking the fill, it should take. Okay, let me see. Okay, it should take. So now it's not taking the fill in that way. So what I'm gonna do, okay, I think we need to wrap it just an object. Okay, I have that fill here. Okay, sorry, I have that fill, that's why it's not working. Okay, so we can put that fill as red and black. So instead of keeping it here, I'm just gonna take that in top level. So now instead of putting that an string, I'm gonna put it inside an object, and is favorite available, and is favorite is equal to that item dot id. So if it's matched with that favorite data, so now then if it's matched, I'm gonna keep it as red. If it's not matched, I'm gonna just put that default color as the black. So now if you see, I'm adding the favorite, so it's giving that red, and you see two favorite data is available. If I remove, we're just getting the normal color. So see, it's easy. So now as we have that, so we can actually write some logic. So now if is favorite available, and inside that is favorite is item.id, then actually we can give a toastify, and else also we can pass a different toastify. So now if is favorite available, so toast.error, and actually we can, the first instances it's gonna be remove that from that favorite item, and the second instance it's gonna add with that favorite item. So now the first one it's gonna say that item removed from the favorites, and the second one it's gonna say item added to favorites. If you click, you see iPhone is photo removed from the favorites, and if you click, iPhone new added to favorite. So that's so simple to create those two instances. See, it's so cool to create in that way. So now we are having that data. You see, we have that favorite, we have that card, and also we can actually assure to create the other properties. Now we need to create another instances which actually gonna give us that full implementation, because right now if I'm just going to reload, the data will disappear, but we don't want that. We need to save it in that local storage. And to do that, we're gonna use another tiny library which are going to be that Redux persist. So the all things is available in the Redux toolkit. Feel free to read the documentation. For right now, what I'm gonna do, pnpm add that Redux persist. So after that adding that Redux persist, let's go back to our store, because we need to connect everything in our store. So now here we need to import a lot of things. So import, and then we're gonna use that persist. Persist store. Okay. So the persist store it's gonna be getting from that Redux, I believe Redux persist. Okay, it will be that from Redux persist. It will be a smaller p. Okay, and after that persist store, we're gonna have that similar other things. So we need to import all over the things, persist store, and also the persist reducer flush, then rehydrate post, and persist so many other things. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a web storage, and that gonna be with that import, and it will be a create web storage, and it's gonna be also be imported from Redux persist es storage, and that gonna be create web storage. And after that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a dummy storage to put back to the server, and then it's gonna head back through and put that on the real server. So now we also import one of the function and export, and it's gonna be a create persist, and that will be a store, and that store gonna take with that properties of that web store the type, and inside the type we're gonna just make that const is server. If the server is available, that server it will be type of window, and at that window it will be equal to, just put that undefined because we don't know where it's gonna be headed through. So now what actually we're gonna do, we're gonna just returns a value. So we're gonna returns a noob, or you can call that as dummy server, dummy storage. So you're gonna return the dummy storage here. So what actually it's gonna be append through in our dummy storage? So if that is server is available, then what it's gonna return? So if its server is available, then it will return, and inside that return we're gonna pass that get item, and in that get item it will be a function which gonna define with through an object, and it's gonna return a promise. Okay, inside that promise it will resolve, and by default it's just gonna resolve none. And now another instances it's gonna be at the set item. We need to set the item also, and also it's gonna be return something, and here it's gonna return again with that promise, and that promise it's gonna also resolve. And the third one we need to pass, already get the two. So the third one it's gonna be a remove item to give the permission to remove also, and also it's gonna return a value which gonna be promise promise dot resolve. Okay, so now our server is, now we actually know the instances. So now what actually we need to return back after that? So I believe, yeah, we need to return it here or here. Okay, so it's gonna be return that create web storage, and that web storage it's gonna create in local. I believe it's here, or okay, it's gonna be here. Okay, so now we have that dummy server or dummy storage, you can say. So now we need to interlink with that storage with our actual storage. So now put that const storage, and that storage it's gonna be the type of window. If it's not equal to undefined, then we're gonna pass something. If it's not equal to undefined, then we're gonna just put that create web storage, and it will go from that local. And if it's not, then we need to pass a value. We just put that create persist store. Okay, so our value is fine. And now also we need to get that persist configuration. So it will be a persist config. Okay, persist config. Okay, the persist config it will be, we need to pass that key value. Okay, the key it will be the root value, and also version we need to pass the version of 1, and then oops, it will not be that one, it will be just the storage we want to interlink with that. And now we have everything is ready, so we need to get that persist reducer. So now that persist, I think the persist reducer, yeah, the persist reducer it will be that persist persist reducer, I think. Okay, that persist reducer it will be redux toolkit. Okay, which one actually we no it's not be from there, because we already imported one here. So that's the persist reducer which gonna be implemented. So so what actually I'm gonna do, we actually getting the two name, so it will be persistence reducer, and that persistence reducer it gonna take that persist config, and also it gonna take that pro reducer. So both reducer are gonna be combined with that persist reducer. So now we can actually inject that reducer here. So we have that configure store, and in the reducer, instead of that pro like that pro reducer, we can actually pass that persist persistent reducer, the one actually got persisted to save in that local storage. And what actually we can do, we can inject that inside an object, which actually we have been done. So now after doing that, we pass the we have been passed the reducer. So now we need to pass the middleware. Okay, so let's just passing that middleware, and that middleware it gonna just get that get okay, I think did we have that get default config? Did we have anything? No, we don't have that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pass that get default config or get default middleware, and that default middleware we just go through with that function. So now what actually we're gonna pass inside that default middleware, we're gonna just inject an object, and that object it's gonna be serializable check, and inside that it's gonna be ignore actions, and here we're gonna pass a lot of things which actually it's gonna do. It's just the things for the storage things, so don't give that much of headache for that to understand. So now we are passing the middleware and it should work. Okay, and from where actually we're getting the error? Actually that returnable value it should not be injected here, I think. Okay, from where actually I'm taking it out. Okay, this is the one, so it should be maintainable with that. Okay, just going to debug a bit. Right thing, it just need to pass with that value, so I'll just put that value here. Okay, so that's the middleware. We need to just making the setup. It's a little bit hunky, but it will just work in a good way. So now we'll just put that export let persister. So now we can actually use that persister, and that persister it's gonna be also with that is persist store, and now we're gonna pass that store within that. So now our persist store gonna be work. So remember we have a file which gonna be called that layout, and inside that layout we have all other things. So let's just go in that layout. So now inside that layout we need to get one more thing which will be import, and here we need to import that persist get. Okay, that's the one. And it will not be from that leave or other things. In the persist get, it's gonna be from that integration, and then it's gonna be react. Okay, and now here what I'm gonna do, everything I'm gonna wrapping up, not everything, that is store actually the session provider which we are passing. So now here we will just put that in the persist get, and that persist get is taking an action which gonna be that loading, and by default it's gonna be passing that null value, and also it's gonna take another value is that which is for that persistor. Okay, and also need to import that persistor from that Redux store. So let's save it, and now just put a hot reload because we did a lot of things, so it can be go wrong and can be go right, so it can be an issue there. Just let's go debug, and in the console we have nothing, so means we are in a good to go way. So now here, and from here I will choose that one. Remember we have that favorite data, some data available, so just we'll add some new data, add to cart, add to cart, add to cart. So we have that three data in the product and in the cart, and you can see the data available. If we just refresh, and you see the data is available, so nothing is going to be removed anymore. So now we have the data, so let's go back to the cart. Of course we need to create the login instances, otherwise we cannot go back to the cart. So now we are having in the cart, now it's time to storing data here. So let's head back to our cart page. I'm just gonna close other tabs or all the tabs. So now here in the app we have that our cart, so this is our cart. So inside that cart I will just get another component because we need to make it as that client side, because we're gonna interact with our store. So it's gonna be cart.tsx rafce, and now that cart actually we can import here. So in your cart we're gonna just put that cart and we're gonna import from there. So now you see that cart is available. So now here we need to pour in that data, so whatever data is available to show it up. So in the cart what I'm gonna do, we need that product data, right? So we have the data in the navbar, so I will use that same setup here. So just grabbing that and gonna just put it here, and also need to import that use selector, and also that state props favorite no longer needed. If I save, it will give us an error, because remember by default all are server side. So because we are using the client side interactivity, we are using the third-party library which is the React Redux. We need to make that our things as use client, and then the things it will just disappear. So now we have that product data. So now what actually we are going to do is that we're gonna write a simple configuration here. So now first I will just take that empty braces here, and now I'm gonna write a condition. The first condition is gonna be product data dot length. If it's more than 0, means we have the product. If we have the product, I'm gonna return a div which gonna pass that product is available. So now if that product is available, it's gonna give us that. And if a product is not available, then what actually, well, oops, it's not gonna be divide, it's gonna be another div. Okay, so if there is a no more product, oops, okay, I think I have made something wrong. So if this product is available, okay, it's gonna be here. If the product is not available, we're gonna return a div. Okay, now inside the div, we're gonna just put a p tag that your car is oops, it will be empty. Okay, so now later we're gonna pouring things up here, because right now we're gonna have the product, right? So the product is available here, so we will put it later on. So now here, first thing first, in that div I'm gonna take another div within that, then I will take a table. So now with the table way, I'm gonna show the data. So first table, I'm gonna just that table row, and that the table head, and inside the table head I'm gonna pass that product information. So let's see, you see the product information is available here. So now in the top level I'm gonna pass some class name, so it will be margin top of 5, and flex also it's gonna be flex column. Just keeping it in that way so that whenever I want to give a gap, we can give it very easily. And the second div also give a class name which gonna be I think relative, because something I'm gonna put it in absolute, and the overflow x it will be auto, and the shadow it will be md, and in the small devices it will be rounded lg. Okay, so now that table I'm gonna just put some class name for that, and that class name it gonna be text gonna be extra small, xs, sorry, at the access extra small, and also the text is gonna be white, and it's gonna be uppercase, and bj it will be jing of 950. Okay, you see that product information, the table is already rotating. So now I have a t head here, so here I will just put that scope, and that scope it will be as a column scope. Oops, it will be a column. And also I'm gonna just put a class name, px it will be a 6, and py it will be 3. Okay, as you see, that's the product information and all other things available here. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just get my other things here. As you see, that's the things: product information, the unit price, quantity, subtotal, and saving. Okay, so right now I'm having that. I will get the other instances too. So now as I have that table, that okay, that t head, actually I made a mistake. It should be that t head, then it's gonna be row, so it will be t head. So the table head I need to identify, otherwise it will not work. So instead of giving that class name in the table, which I put in unintentionally in the wrong way, so the table it will not be the table, it's gonna be in that table head. So the table head it's gonna be that black things. And also for the table I'm gonna just put some class name which gonna be take that full weight, and also the text it's gonna be small text, and also the text it's gonna intended to be keep in the left. As you see, now it looks better. So now we have the things. So below that table head we can pass our entire data things. So the data, remember we have that product data. I'm just gonna map through it, and I'm gonna get that item, which that item is gonna be with that product type properties. And now I'm just gonna return something here, and that return is gonna be table body, and inside that body again the table row and table head, we're gonna pass that table head. And now what I'm gonna do, first thing first, I'm gonna get an icon from that lucid icon. So just save it you're gonna see something. You see the 4 icons is 3 icons available because we have 3 data. If we go back to the phones, and now if I add some more items, okay, so you're gonna be see that I think the 5 icons. Okay, so now in the table body, okay, let's put some class name. Not the class name, actually I will not put that class. I'm just gonna give that key because I'm mapping with that, and that gonna be item.id. And that table row also takes some class name. bj, it gonna be white, and the border bottom it gonna be 1 pixel. Okay, and also border b, which gonna be a zinc of 300. So it's gonna be intended to be having a border. And in the t head also, I'm just gonna give a scope, which gonna be row, and then passing some class name, which gonna be padding in x-axis 6, padding in y it will be a 4, and the flex item center and the gap it gonna be 3. Okay, you see now it looks good, and also you can see that intended possibilities here. So now here on that x, let's put some class name, and width it will be 4, height it also going to be 4, and hover the text it gonna be red of 600, and cursor it gonna be pointer, duration it gonna be 200, and of course it gonna be passing an action. Remember why actually we can actually clear that product from here. We're gonna do it later. First, actually we can actually intend to do it properly also. So what I'm gonna do, just const this patch, it gonna take from that use stitch patch, because just do it in the same way. And now here, whenever I'm gonna click on that on click, I'm gonna just write an function and return the same. It gonna be is a dispatch method, and it would be that delete, I think delete product. Okay, and that product it gonna be item.id. We are just going to be passed from there. And here also I'll just mention a toast, which need to be imported, toast. And also we need to import one more things. Remember, let's just go back to the product, and we are going to have the toaster here. Okay, just copy that and paste it below, and also we need to import that. So now if we click, you see iPhone 15 removed from the wish list. So that's working fine, and it will work in a very good way. So now we are having with that X icon, and now also we need to get that image, and of course we're gonna get that from the next image. And here the source it will be item.image, and also the alternative it will be a product image. Oops, it will be image. And now the weight it gonna be 500 to having a clear objectory, and hide a 500. The class name we'll just put an width of 24, and object contain. Okay, let's save it. So now you can see the object product is available, the image is available. So now our first one not yet done, because we need to pass another things. I'm gonna pass that p tag, and inside that p tag I'm gonna pass item.title. Okay, the product title. You see the iPhone 15 and other title is available. So after passing the title, put some class name on it, which are gonna be text, gonna be base text. So whatever text is giving that, and font it gonna be medium, and text black. Actually by default it gonna take the similar things. So after finishing that table head, so I'm gonna put that table data, and in the data the first one it gonna be a formatted price, and that formatted price we are going to give that amount, which gonna be item dot price. You see price is available here right now. Okay, so here what I'm gonna do, put some class name, padding in x-axis gonna be 6, and padding in y-axis is gonna be 4. Okay, looks cool. Now we have 3 more: quantity, subtotal, and saving. So after that td, so we need to put another table data, and what it gonna be, it's gonna be that minus and plus things. So how actually we can acquire? I'll just get a span tag, and here I'm gonna get that minus icon, and that similar way I'm gonna get another span, and in here I'm gonna get that item dot quantity, and now another span which gonna be getting that, oops, it will be, okay, oh my bad, plus icon, US, yeah, plus icon. Okay, now you can see that icon is available. So what I'm gonna do, the similar formalities, the similar class name, it will be there. So class, oops, it's not gonna be callback, it's gonna be class name, width it will be 4, and height gonna be 4. Okay, now in the top level of that table data, just give that padding x-axis 6, padding y of 4, and now flex item center, and also the gap gonna be 4. Okay, looks cool. So now again the similar functionality, it gonna be taking away that both span. So let's just go and give that same class name over there. So it gonna be, okay, put that class name, and that class name I'm gonna be put that border, and the border it gonna be a zinc of 300, and padding it will be 1, and rounded MD, and hover the border it gonna be a zinc of 800, and cursor gonna be pointer, duration gonna be 200, and it gonna be also inline flex item center, justify center, just to put it in that main axis. You see, looks cool. Okay, so now for that item tag, what I'm gonna do is that just make that font as semi bold to see it's actually looking good or not. So now once I click, it should be increase. If I click here, it should be decrease. So first thing first, for the -1, it's gonna be decrease things. So put that on click event, and now I'm gonna return that dispatch event, which gonna be decrease quantity, and inside that I'm gonna pass that item. And now what actually it gonna happen, I'm gonna also, actually these things, when I'm decreasing that, it cannot decrease more than 1, right? So I need to write a function here. So item dot quantity is bigger than 1. So if it's bigger than 1, I'm gonna write that functionality. How actually I'm gonna do, not functionality with that. If it's bigger than 1, then I'm gonna put that dispatch, and that dispatch gonna be decrease quantity, and there I'm gonna pass that item, and after passing that, it also gonna pass that another things, which gonna be toast dot success, and here quantity decreased successfully. So that's the message it need to pass. And if it's like more than like below 1, so there is like no item is available, because we cannot go below 1. So I'm just gonna pass an error, and that it will be cannot delete less than 1. Okay, let's see. Okay, so right now we have 1, so it will be cannot delete less than 1. So now again we'll just create that increase quantity, then actually we can see the difference. So on click, again the similar thing. So we're gonna pass that dispatch, which gonna be increase quantity, and here I'm gonna pass the item, and after passing the item, we're gonna also pass that toast dot success. Oops, not the custom, it's gonna be success, and here we're gonna go with that backtick, and here I'm gonna pass that item dot title, and now after that quantity added. Okay, so right now we can see the difference. If we add, you see iPhone SC is added. Okay, increase. Okay, now we cannot decrease more than 1. Okay, so I think right now is clear to you actually why I'm using that, and actually it's pretty slick to use in that similar fashion. So now we have this portion. So after this table data, we need to add another data, which gonna be table data. Just simply we're gonna use that formatted price, and that price is gonna be amount. Remember, we're gonna be making the subtotal, so that total amount, it will be item dot price. It's gonna be multiply with that item dot quantity. Okay, so it's gonna get that 2 item, 2 price, 3 item, 3. If you minus, it's gonna be similar fashion. So now in that table data, put that class name, padding in x-axis 6 and padding in y-axis, it's gonna be 4. Okay, giving the full length and scale. So now actually we need to mention how much actually we are having that saving. So to do the similar fashion, we will have the td and then p. Inside that p, we can actually pass how much we save, and now we can pass the saving value. Before passing that, put some class name, and the similar way, padding x-axis 6, padding y4. You can just put it in a class name, then do it in a good way. Now to add that, actually calculating the percentage, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go with that index of our helper functions. I'm gonna create another function here to just make that calculate that percentage. Okay, percentage. So now here it's gonna be export const calculate percentage, and now here it's gonna take two different things. It's gonna take previous price, which can be any, and also it's gonna take a price which can be any. You can put the number if you want, which the preferable data if you have, and now it's gonna return, and we're gonna parse that one. So the parse float, and here I'm gonna put that price, and that price is gonna, with that again we need to parse float, so that value is gonna get that previous price. And now if that previous price and the both is available with that, what actually we're gonna do, we're gonna that from that 100 we're gonna just minus with actual the value with that, so that a previous price gonna be multiplied with that price, and then divide with the price and then multiply by 100, and then actually we're gonna make that two fixed. Actually it should not be here, it's gonna be outside to fixed, and it's gonna to fixed on that particular value, and if it's not available then it's just gonna be 0. Okay, so now what actually we can do, let's go back to our card. Is in here we can actually use that one, so just put that, and it will be calculate percentage, and inside that percentage we're gonna put that item dot price, and then we're gonna also pass that item dot previous price. So now it's gonna show us how much actually we saved, and you see we saved the 5%. And also what actually I am gonna do, I'm gonna just put a space in between to let it looks good. Okay, so in here in the p tag, let's put some class name, which will be a bg. It will be a zinc of 900, width of 20, text it will be small text, font it gonna be a semi bold, and the text it gonna be a center, and text it will be white, py it will be 1, and rounded it gonna be it will be a rounded md. Okay, so now as you see we have that a 5% save or 3% save. It depends on the price you are preferring to do. So now we have been done, like we did a very good things. Actually the progress is so much high. So now what actually we can do, we are past that td, and then the t body, and then the table. So the table is done. After the table, also after that div, we're gonna get another button, and that button gonna say is that receipt cards. So once we click on that, we can actually be able to receipt our cards. Okay, so now let's give something on that, put some class name, background it's gonna be zinc of 950, or actually because it's the sum only that dispenses with the class name. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just predefine the class name here. Okay, it's just a silly mistake here. Okay, so that will be our receipt card. Okay, just put a hot reload, should be appearing here. Okay, that's the receipt card. So now actually what is gonna happen once we click on that, on click, we're gonna get a function which gonna be handle reset. And what actually it gonna reset, so let's write actual things, how actually we're gonna reset that entire things. So in the top level here, we're gonna put that handle reset, and in handle reset what actually we are going to pass is that const, it will be confirm reset, and inside that confirm reset we just need to get that window dot confirm. The message should be coming from the window, and it will be it will be are you sure it will be 1-2 reset your, not the wish list, reset your cart. Okay, so that's the message gonna coming from the window. So now we're gonna pass two instances. If confirmation message is there, then what actually with that, if confirm a receipt is available, means the yes is applicable, then we're gonna just put a dispatch, and inside the dispatch we'll just pass that reset cart. And also we're gonna put that, it not be here, toast.success, and that cart reset successfully. And also after doing that means we have been done the reset, so we need to put push the router in actually in a good layer. So let's const router, it will use that use router, which we need to import from the next navigation. So router dot push, and it's gonna push us to that home page. So let's receive card. You see, are you sure want to receive the card? If we receive yes, as you see your card is empty and is taken back to us here. So if we go back here, that your card is empty message right now we actually can see. Let's design it in a good and preferable way. So what actually we can do here, in that top level of the div, we're gonna put that padding y of 10, flex in the column layer, and gap we're gonna give 1, and item center, justify center, so everything gonna come in the center. And for that p tag, okay, the text it will be LG, font gonna be bold. Then we're gonna have that link icon, which need to import from that next link, and here it will be go back to shopping, and that it gonna take an href which gonna give us back to the home. Okay, so to implement that also I will put some class name. The text it will be small text uppercase, and font it gonna be a semi bold, and it gonna be underline offset, I'm gonna put it as 2. Hover, the text it gonna be design color, and duration it gonna be 200, and cursor pointer. Okay, so now once you hover, you see we can just go back to the home. So let's add some more products on the cart. Okay, so let's go back to the cart. Now you see we can increase. Now we need to actually initiate that payment authentication here, so all the instances is done. So now what actually we can do, we can create that payment things. So remember we have that receipt button. Below that receipt button we'll take another div, and it will not be there. So here I'm gonna pass some class name, so that bg it will be a zinc of 950. Text I'm gonna put a zinc of 200. Okay, and width it will be 36, and padding y it will be 3, margin top gonna be 5, rounded MD, text gonna be extra small, and also font it gonna be a semi bold, and hover, actually what I'm doing, it's my bad, I'm just rehearsing that button here. So I'm just gonna put the class name, which gonna be that margin top it gonna be a 4, and also bg it gonna be white background, and in the max width of it will be axle, and also padding it gonna be a 4, and then it gonna be flex call gap gonna be 1. Okay, so you can see that's the portion we're gonna work with that. So now here, first thing first, we're gonna inject first item, which gonna be is that p tag. It gonna be cart summary. Okay, you see the cart summaries right now, you can see. So here put some class name. It will be border b, gonna be 1 pixel, and also let's put that border b, which it gonna be the design color, and padding y it gonna be 1. Okay, looks cool. Now what I'm gonna do here, I need to pass the total items value. Okay, so that's the cart summary. Here in the p tag, I'm gonna get that total items, and that items count, remember we have that product data. So what I'm gonna do, that product data dot length, that will be the count for that items, total items. So now in the p tag, put again the class name flex item center, justify between to push through in that other layer. And this one, okay, so I think that's looking good. So the similar fashion, I'm gonna get another one which not gonna get the total item. It's gonna just give me that price, and that price, what actually we can do, that price, because we need to pass different prices. Okay, so first I'm gonna just keep that price here, and in this span, okay, we need 2 prices. One is the raw price, one is the total price. So that 2 prices we need to get first. Okay, so let's go in the top layer. So we will create the 2 instances to get the price. So to get the price value, below here, okay, I'll just put that price value. So now what actually we will do, we will create one use effect hook, because that price value will change once that product data is changing, right? So in the dependency, the product data, it will be available. So now what I'm gonna put, let amount, it will be 0, the first amount, and let row amount, it also gonna be 0. And now we need to get 2 instances, which gonna be total amount and that raw price. So that 2 value we need to implement. So it's gonna be total amount and also with the raw price, so which is the actual price. The raw price is means that what you call the previous price, or some other way we can actually count that. So now that's, we have that 2 instances. So now what I'm gonna do, product data dot map, and here I'm gonna get that item which gonna be getting from that product type. And now the amount, it gonna be a plus equal to item dot price into item dot quantity. So that's actually gonna be with that total amount, and then I'm gonna return. Okay, so that's the one thing actually we create. And now then again you need to create another thing, and then a product data dot map, again the same, so it will be that product type. Okay, so now here actually what I'm gonna put, that raw amount, and that similar way that plus, and then it will be item dot previous price into item dot quantity. Okay, so now we have 2 price, one is the current price, one is the raw price, means the without the what you call that any, like without any percentage over here, like the actual price, the previous, the old price. So now we can actually set total amount, which gonna be simply amount, and set raw price, it gonna be raw amount. So we have 2 amount right now available for us. So right now let's go back to our things where actually we are going to implement that. So this is gonna be here. Okay, after that product.length. So now actually here we gonna get that formatted price, and that amount it's gonna be raw price, like overall price here. Okay, the overall price is 0. Why is 0? Because we are getting two things. I think we messed up something. Okay, we're just gonna go that in a bit. First I'm gonna just implement the other portions. So now here I'm gonna get that discount, and inside that discount in the formatted price it will be raw price minus total amount. So let's see if anything coming here. Nothing coming. Okay, don't worry about it. So now after that, let's go back to the last one, which gonna be total price, and that total price it just gonna pass that total amount. Okay, and also that total amount going to have some class name. That font it gonna be semi bold, and text gonna be LG. Okay, so after that anything available, okay, that's the p tag, and after that p tag we're gonna have a button which gonna be proceed to checkout. Don't worry, we're gonna fix the price, just I'm gonna get that button right now. Now here let's put some class name again, visit zinc of 9800 and text zinc of 200, and then margin vertical it's gonna be 2, and also padding y it's gonna be 2 uppercase. Text gonna be in not the clip, it will be center. Okay, rounded it's gonna be MD, font it's gonna be semi bold, Uber BJ black, and now Uber text gonna be white, duration it gonna be 200. Okay, our button is ready. So now let's head back to our those things, that product price value, why actually it's not working. So did we set it properly? So this is the two value we are going to get from there. So now what actually we are doing, so that's the empty, and let's show empty product data.map. We are mapping it, putting an empty item.price and then item.quantity, and the similar fashion. Okay, so let's just put a log here. Okay, and then put that, what do you call that, it's okay, that's the, okay, it's gonna be total empty, total amount. Okay, let's see if we are receiving anything. Okay, nothing. Let's just go debug with that. I think it should work. Just let's go out from there, come back again. Yeah, it's work actually. Just I believe what I missed actually to give a hot reload. That's it. It's supposed to work because we are putting everything in the right portion. Okay, so now it actually is working. So this favorite data, it's gonna be similar portion of that. I'm gonna keep it in your own hand. You can do it as the way you prefer. So just go and do that, and then you need to implement one more things. Once you click on that add to cart from the favorite, it's gonna add to the cart. So it's your homework, so feel free to just try to implement that one. So now what actually I'm gonna do is that creating that payment authentication to handling the checkout portion. And to implement that, remember I have a button where actually gonna get that one. So that's the proceed to checkout. So now here I'm gonna make that on click event handle checkout. Okay, so now I'm gonna write that entire function here. So that's the where I'm gonna just getting all the checkout things. So now I'm gonna write it in the comment, which gonna be Stripe payment. So that will be Stripe payment to styling and doing everything here. Okay, what actually happening wrong? Okay, because we didn't finish the function, so it will be handle checkout. Okay, all right, now I'm just gonna put it as empty to see. Okay, so now we need to having that two more things. If we go back to our env file, okay, so we need to put that next public stripe publishable key, and we need to have that next stripe secret key. And to get that, you see I have already an account. If you doesn't have the account, just click on that. So after clicking, you can just put that new account, and when you click, it will just similar authentication and very easy to open. So I'm gonna just go with my previous value, and from here I'll go to the developer mode, and now I can actually get back all the API keys value and other things. So this is the publishable key. I'm gonna just copy that, and also I'm gonna get my secret key. So don't reveal your secret key to anyone, okay? And if you are taking that one, don't worry, because I'm gonna just delete it later on. Okay, by the way, I'm just not gonna go with my password things because I know what actually is that secret value. So I'm just gonna grab that value, and then I'm gonna just I'm just gonna put it here. So these two value right now I have. With that two value, I can actually create that authentication. And to work with Stripe, I need to get their package first for sure. So it will be that pnpm I need to get that Stripe, and then also I need to get another one to interact with that client side, which gonna be reactjs. Okay, it's still installing, just okay, and then I'm gonna get that one. So with that two things, we can actually start work with that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just clear all over the things, because now we're gonna do with that creating that payment checkout authentication. So first thing first, in that checkout portion, in the cart layer, what I'm gonna do, okay, I'm gonna use that import load stripe from Stripe to load that data. So here in that handle stripe, before that, I'm just put that const stripe promise, and in that stripe promise, I'm gonna just get that load stripe, and here I'm gonna just get that value from that process.env, and that env, remember we have a value, so let's go there, and it will be next public stripe publishable key. So now that value, it will be available. So once we click there, we should be able to see. So just put that console.log, and we just wanna see that stripe promise, just to see the value if it's available or not. So just let's put inspect and clear the. There will be a lot of error in the console, but don't worry, there nothing will be major. You see, we are getting a promise. With that promise is fulfilled, so we can actually get the value here if we want. So now is the actual game going to be start. And now this one, okay, actually is also is a client-side library. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write an async function, okay, async, and here, so first thing first, I'm gonna just define that const stripe, and that stripe it will await, and that gonna be get that from that stripe promise. And now const response, we're gonna await for a response, and that response gonna fetch from there. And remember, that's our actual route. So if we go back to the home page, so that's the route we have, that localhost 3000. So that's our actual route, and in that route we'll go to the API, and then we're gonna create a checkout route for us, and inside that route we're gonna pass some object, and the method it gonna be make as a post method, and also the headers, and what the headers we're gonna pass, it will be content, I think content type, yeah, content type, and that content type it gonna be application, and that gonna be JSON. So be careful once you're typing, you need to type it very carefully. So in the body we're gonna pass that JSON, and the JSON we need to make that string, it will be JSON.stringify, because whatever that we are passing, we need to stringify that one. otherwise it cannot be read in the backend portion. So the items, what the items in it, we have the product data, so all the product data we're gonna pass that as the item. And the email, so we need to pass the email. Remember, we can actually get that with the session, right? So now what I'm gonna do, we're gonna get the data from that session. So now to implement that, const data, it's gonna get as a session, and we're gonna make that use session from that next auth react. So now from here actually we can pass the email, and that email, it's gonna be the email of the user email. So that email, it will be session if the session is there, and if the user is there, that email gonna be that email. And now our body is done. So after the body and below that functionality, what actually we can do, if whatever the response we are getting, if that response is okay, then we're gonna create that stripe dot redirect to checkout, and then we're gonna pass that session ID with that data dot id. Oops, not it will be data dot, why is coming that dot id? Okay, and if that session response is not okay, then we will just throw new error, and that error is gonna be fail to create a stripe payment. Okay, so don't worry about that because we don't have data right now, so it's gonna be given an error with that. So the session ID is gonna be coming with that. Okay, so we are almost done here. So now what actually we're gonna do, I need to create that API. To create that API, let's go back to our app. Inside that app, remember we already have an API for the route. So here we're gonna get another folder which we're gonna give that name as checkout. Be careful, once we are giving that name, it should be matched with that name you are passing here, otherwise the route it's not gonna be matched also. So I'll just rename that one, just paste that. I know the name is okay, and that one here I'm gonna create a file which gonna be route.ts. So now I need to create the route here. Now in the route, let's see how actually we can do. Now in the route, first thing first, we need to import so many things. So first we need to import that next request and also that next response from that next server, and also we will import that stripe from stripe, and also we will get that, oh, that much is okay for that. And now what we need to do is that export, and it will be const, and of course it's gonna be a post method, and it will be of course and also an assign, and then the request, it will be request, and that request gonna be next request. And now we're gonna inject our function. So now here we're gonna put that stripe, and then it's gonna be with that new stripe, and from there, remember in the oops, it not be in the process.env, we have one that stripe secret key. That's the key we are actually going to use that. So that secret key we're gonna implement here, and of course that key it will be available. Okay, so that's the secret key we're gonna use. And now we're gonna put that as a try catch block. So let's just put that catch, the error one. So if we are getting any error, so then we're gonna return, which coming with that next response dot JSON, and there we're gonna pass an error. So that error it's gonna be that error dot message, and of course also we need to pass the status as is the error. So we're gonna get that 500 should be the server error or some other, and it can be any kind of error. So we are passing the error. Okay, So now what actually we're gonna try. First thing first, let's get the request body, and that request body is gonna await for what? The await for request.json. So that's the request it's gonna be implemented to be awaiting, and from there we're gonna remember we're sending one items and email. So we're gonna get that items and also we're gonna get that email, and that both gonna coming from that await, and it's gonna get that from request body. Remember, we are passing items and we are passing that email. So now we are having that too. So now what actually we can do, we're gonna just extracting the items. We are sending the items, but we are not going to send that raw items we are sending, because we need to modify it as the way Stripe should accept. So we're gonna await for that items dot map. After await, once we get the items, we're gonna get that, and that item gonna be as the product type, of course. And here we're gonna destructurize the item. Okay, not that, we're gonna get inside that, we're gonna destructure it. So we're gonna get that quantity, and that quantity it will be item dot quantity. Okay, and then we're gonna get that price data, and here we're gonna get that currency, which going to be USD. Be careful once you're typing. If a single silly mistake, it gonna just your action it will not be implemented. So unit price, it will be item dot price and multiply by 100, because by default it's taking it as cent, so it will be price. And now we're gonna pass that product data. So inside that product data, we're gonna pass that item dot title as the name, and also that this description, which gonna be item dot description, and images, it's going to be item dot images, an array of images. So now we're just destructuring the data, but we didn't create any session, we didn't pass the data anywhere. So now what actually we will do, we will create our session. So const session, so that's the session we're gonna create. It will await to get the Stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create. Okay, so now we're gonna create a checkout sessions over here. So the payment method types, so declare the types, whatever types we want, we will pass the types as the card, as we gonna pay with the card. Okay, after putting that payment methods, then we're gonna pass that line items, which gonna be that extracting items we just extract right now, and the mode it will be for the payment, we are making a payment, and the success URL, and the success URL it gonna be, remember in the process.env file we have that next auth URL, so we can actually pass that URL to create the success page. So put a backtick, and here we're gonna get that process.env dot next auth URL, and after that next auth URL it gonna be /success. And the similar way we can also put that, what you call that, cancel URL process.env file, and then it's gonna be cancel. So both URL we can actually create to pass, and then we're gonna pass that metadata. Inside that metadata we can pass that only the email. Remember, we can use that email to pass any kind of value. And now we're gonna return, and then that return we're gonna pass that next response, and that it will be with the JSON. Okay, so the message it will be connection is active. We're gonna pass the status, not the status, remember we are getting that success, so success is true. ID it gonna be session.id. Okay, that's the ID we're gonna pass from here. Okay, and I think we're gonna have a simple thing. This data, actually we didn't destructure the data, that's why it cannot find it from there. So now const data equal to await, we will just await to get that response, not the receipt card, it will be response.json. Okay, So now if everything is right, we're gonna have a payment authentication. So let's just close everything, and now let's just click on that proceed to checkout. If everything is good, we will be back to that authentication page. Okay, there we are getting an error. So what's the error is that failed to create a Stripe payment. Okay, that can become. So okay, let's just see the error in a multiple way. Localhost 3000 API checkout. Did we mismatch the name? Okay, CHECKOUT checkout. And here, okay, let's see the error. Throw new error, so it didn't go actually in that particular page. So what I'm gonna do, just to put a new instances, I'm just gonna try one more, then I'm gonna start debugging it. Okay, let's try proceed to checkout. Okay, again the internal error, so that can be somewhere we made some mistakes. So let's debug that one again, and let's just go with that our route. Let's see actually if we made some mistake there. And I believe, okay, that's something I just changed because it was previously the price. I think it's gonna be that amount. Okay, just now I changed that one just to see and reshuffle. So that unit amount should be that unit price. That's the one actually having the trouble. If we click on that proceed to checkout, you see we are redirecting to that our payment integration. So before going there, I want to do one more things, which that is that I'm gonna create that our success page, because I just want to go in that way. Okay, now let's go back to our app, and here I'm gonna take another folder, getting the page as success, the name we have been given, and then we're gonna paste that tsx rafce. So here what I'm gonna do independently, I'm gonna just create that page as use client. You can interactively do whatever you want. I'll just make it in a simple way. So now here I will get that container from the container we have been created, and here I'm gonna put a div, and in the div I'm gonna put h2 your payment accepted by next amazonpro.com, and in the p now you can view your orders or continue shopping with us. Okay, so now these two things, let's put the container, put some class name, and before going there, what I'm gonna do, let's just go back with that success page. Of course we will not be able to see that. I'm gonna hide it later on. Just I'm gonna design that flex item center, justify center, padding y, it's gonna be 20. Okay, what's happening? Okay, it's gonna be 20, and then I'm gonna get the div, put some class name, and also the min height, it's gonna be 400 pixel minimum height. Flex it will be a column, item center, justify center, gap in y-axis gonna be 5. Okay, so that's the two things we have created. And after that p tag, I'm gonna take another div, and inside that div I'm gonna get that link button. So that link here we're gonna pass the two things actually, which I didn't create. You can create if you want, which gonna be orders to go through that order page, and then it gonna see us with that view orders, and I'm gonna put some class name of that, and then it gonna be, or instead of doing those things, I'm gonna just popping up these two things to avail it here. So one, it will take us to the order, another it gonna take us to the home page to just go us to the continue shopping. Okay, that's the two things we need to amplify and to implement that one. And I believe that min height 400 pixel flex column. Okay, that one we can do something. So class name text gonna be for Excel, font gonna be bold. Okay, so it looks good. So now here as I didn't create any database for these instances, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go in a simple way. So make that dispatch from that use dispatch, and now here I'm gonna go with that one instances. So use effects, so once it's gonna coming on that page, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just dispatch that action receipt card. Of course you can actually do a lot of things if you want, because here actually in the next video I'm gonna create the database, because I have a target to create another video with a full form of where actually you can create your own backend structure with admin dashboard. You can pass the data from there, then all the data can revalidate it and then can come in your product page. So that's the one I'm gonna create. Then I'm gonna create all the instances regarding the card, payment, authentication, integration, everything gonna be handled through the backend server. So where I'm gonna actually go through that, everything should be done, but I'm just gonna give an idea, because what actually I'm gonna do, I'm just going to dispatch that receipt card here. But what actually you can do once you're handling that, remember you are giving that to that Stripe checkout. So once you are receiving that data, because you're redirecting that, you can get the data and then you can pass the data to your your database, or if you're using the CMS, you can connect to the CMS. So I'm gonna implement that later on for this e-commerce website. I actually didn't design it for that, that's why I'm not gonna implement that one. I'm just gonna simply just dispatching an action to receive that card. And also you can use that middleware to not anyone to restrict that one if they are not giving the payment. So just think about it, it's very simple to do it. If you cannot do it, then just let me know, I'll help you to do that one. So you have two tags to go with that to create that favorite portion, and then also to create that card portion. So let's add to card, add more card here, so more product on the card. So let's go here. So now I have around 819, so I will just add some more product. Let's create some big amount. So we have 22,513. As I'm using the same account, we're gonna receive that payment here in that API. So 8160. Let's proceed to checkout, and it will take us to our that payment integration page. Okay, we are here. Just put the email and the default value 4242. Oops, it will be 42 and 42. So the month 12 30 123, giving the name, and that create the payment. And after the payment is done, it will take us to our success page. Of course, you see we are landing here at the success page. Okay, we are having some trouble because we didn't land in a proper SUCCESS, which we made maybe some mistake to where we are giving. You see, double C should be. So we are in the wrong page. So again, let's go back to our go back to our home page. We're gonna create another payment. This payment is already there, so let's go back there, because it didn't land in the success page, so our card item is still there. Okay, that's the fallback. If it's not in success, where it will go? So that's the way you need to be very careful to redirect in the same page. So 6603, the second one. And now if we go with that similar pattern, okay, 1230 123, put the card holder name, make the payment. And now after putting that, you see we are having in the success page, and our card is now empty. And if we come here, put a reload, we should be able to see two successful payments. One, it will be 22,000, another it will be the 6,000. As you see, both payments are done. So now this is a very simple and a very good way to let you introduce with this Stripe payment authentication and integration. Remember, you can do a lot of things with that if you are willing to. So don't worry, all this code, it will be available in the repo. Remember, I already created that repo beforehand. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just put that in these instances. Now here, as I have been already with that repo, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just put that git add dot to add everything I have been done here. Okay, what's wrong with that? Okay, so no problem. Did you have that git dot ignore? Okay, no worries. So git push, just pushing the data to okay, everything is up to date. Okay, we'll see what's happening. Okay, we didn't made that commit message, so git is status, so status. Okay, now git commit. So what actually there should be payment done. Okay, so now we just going to make that git push. So now it's gonna push that to that my repository we actually used beforehand. So here the link it will be in the description. I'm gonna give that, so it's gonna be in that repository link. And here, this is the repository actually I'm keeping to keep that, so you can just copy and other things in the env.env file. Remember, you need to put through your credentials, whatever the credentials you are going to use, then it will work very simple way, very fine. Okay, so I hope you can do it if you are willing to, and then you can just have that beautiful e-commerce website in your portfolio. You can make it more interactive, and don't worry about if anything I'm missing right now, because I'm gonna make another portfolio with actually the backend stability using that MongoDB or any other CMS. I'm gonna implement that one very soon. So hope it's gonna help you to achieve some more knowledge and interactive website to create on it. So we'll see you in next video.
Hello everyone, in our today's build we're gonna create that Badger e-commerce website. Here, as you can see, we have a little bit a slider banner is rotating over here, and then we have that product option over here. Now as you hover, you can be available that add a product card button over here. As you see, click on that, the product is added, and you can add it as much as possible you want. And also you're gonna get a Toastify where it said that with the title that product is added. And also you can make another thing. If you just click on that image, you will go with another tab which is coming with that ID, product ID, that is a details view you can actually see over here. And now from here also, what you can see, you can just add a little bit more product, and then add to cart, the product is added. So now from here we can go proceed to checkout, which we're gonna use the Stripe. And of course, before describing much further, let's go and start spinning our application for today. I'm gonna just opening my folder where I will create that npx create react app. I'm gonna use the client name because I'm also gonna create the server for that React Stripe checkout token. Now as you see, now while it's spinning, in the cart page, actually from here you can remove that product, or you can reset the cart, it will remove entire product. Now here you can go back to shopping over here, and let's add more products, because now we're gonna create a payment checkout. Also from here, let's click on. Now as you see, we have products in our cart, so we want to make the payment, but how we'll do it? Let's go and proceed to checkout, but we are getting an error. It's showing please sign in to checkout. So we need to make sign in before we purchase anything. And to sign in, let's go to our logo icon, and now here there is a two option. Either you can sign in with Google or you can sign in with GitHub. I'll just choose the Google, and that one is happening with the Google Firebase authentication. So I will choose my account, whichever I want to log in. And now as you see, as I log in, I am having my image, and also I am having my name available over here. So let's click on my here in that card, and now I can go through proceed to checkout. When I click, now it's showing pay to Badger, so I can pay right now. And now I'm gonna just go through my default Stripe card, and it will be 12 and 34 CVC 123. So now it's 380.99 and I'm going to pay. So let's click, and as you see, the payment is successful. And if I go through my Stripe payments option over here, I think that will be available right now. As you see, That's the payment I made. That's the email I have been chosen over here. That is my email, and that is the time I am. Also, if you just click on over here, you can see all the more details you require. So that's the way actually we can make the Stripe payment authentication. And as you see, those all the setup we're gonna create from the beginning. So let's just close all the tab. So you're gonna create it. As you see, our page is spinning. I think it's done. So let's just go and start in our code editor. Just let me go and grab it over here. Now that is our today's editor over here. We're gonna start building on it. So let's go and open another git bash. Now this is our client. So in here we will make our client side page. All the page, it will be here. So first of all, it's better, it will be a good procedure to let you know what kind of things we're gonna use in our entire build, if you just want to know. So first of all, if I just make it scroll and just giving you idea what is gonna be in our entire build, we're gonna use that I think a Redux toolkit to managing our store, and also we're gonna use that Google Firebase to create our user authentication, and also we're gonna use React Router DOM to making all the routing setup over here, and also we will use the React Stripe checkout to make our payment authentication. And we will use also Axios, because as you know, we're gonna have a backend from where we're gonna get the token, and also in the backend we're gonna use the Express. Beside that, we also gonna use the Tailwind CSS to make our designing pattern and everything, and also we're gonna use that React icons and also React Toastify and so on. There will be lots of other things, but those things are important to know. So those are the tech we're gonna use. So be stay with me to understand how easily we can use that one. So first of all, we're gonna just clear our application. So I'm just gonna remove whatever things I'm not required for that application. So I have one app.js, index.css and index.js. In the app.js, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just remove other things which is not necessary. Let's put an h1 tag. Oops, it should be in smaller letter. Yeah, h1 tag, and that will be Badger e-commerce. Let's save it from here, and also I'm gonna just import React from React. Now it's time to just set up our Tailwind CSS. I can actually spin the application right now. I'm not gonna do it. Better to start it when I'm setting up that Tailwind CSS. So let's go to in a quick way. I'm gonna go in framework guide, and it will be for that npx one. So we need to install that one, and by default, as you see, we are in the client like in the main directory. So we need to make cd in the client directory, and here we're gonna install that one. So the client like the Tailwind CSS, as you see in the dev dependency, is available. And also we need to make that npx Tailwind CSS in it to having a Tailwind config file, config.js file. And now after that, we need to actually add that line in that which is giving the authentication, like here in the content. Now Tailwind can go through inside the source directory whatever is happening, all the directory in including the js, jsx, tx or tsx. I'm not gonna use that tsx because TypeScript I'm not gonna using for that application. And also this portion I need to keep in my index.css file. So I'm gonna remove the previous everything, and now it's available to work, and now I can run. So first of all, let's just go a little bit, giving a class name just text red 600 to let's see if Tailwind CSS is working or not. So after that, let's go and npm start. So now we're gonna start everything to spinning the app. So I'm gonna take another terminal for our build, and also in here I'm gonna go inside the client. So as you see, let's spinning that one. So first of all, let's see what we're gonna build first. First, what we need to do, actually we need to build that header, okay, and that header has a two option. One will be the image portion, and another is other all the items, and of course it will be and justify between, so giving a little bit hit. We have something more to set up, because index.js, that report vitals, which I'm not gonna use, and I'm not gonna use the strict mode because I'm gonna use that Stripe checkout payment. So as I save, I believe it will be work just fine. As you see, Badger e-commerce available, and the Tailwind is working just fine. And for Tailwind CSS, because as you see, whenever I am typing, like if I make that text Excel, you see there is utilities giving me a pop-up what it can be. So it's very helpful whenever you are building your application with Tailwind. And to make the things run, what you need to do, you need to install in your extension, you need to install that one for, I think, the Tailwind. Yes, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. You install that one, it will go start giving a pop-up. And also you better use the PTR, because to make your code looks much better. And also don't forget to use that ES7 snippet, because later on I will show you how it can really be helpful whenever you are creating another component. So first of all, let's drag it a little bit smaller. Yes, now it's smaller. So now first, in the source folder, I'm gonna create some of the, like, go over here. I believe it's, yeah, we are in this, like, let's cd source folder. Now in source folder we will make several directories, dir to make directory, and here first we will be use the components to keep all the components, and also we will create the pages and assets for all our assets. And also we will create another folder which will contain our API, whatever API we're gonna create. So these 4 directories is available over here. So now let's begin to create our first one, which will be inside the component. What we need to create one header. So before creating header, because in the app directory we're gonna create the routing setup, so because of that I'm gonna take another directory in the pages, which will be our home.js. all the home file it will contain over here. Now reactjs, see, we can create that component over here. So this portion, entire page, it will be our home directory, like home page. So this home page we need to just import over here, home, and I think our home is available. So now we inside in the home we can actually start working to create that header, or either, because in the home, just see what we're gonna be having in here. In the home we will have that like that banner, the header. And also if you just come in the downward in that footer, it will be available in all the components. Like if we go to our cart page, is available. If we go to our logging page, this too is available. So while we are installing the routing using React Router DOM, we need to make a setup for that one. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, I just go and start creating our banner. So in the components, take a new file, which will be, it will be header, not banner. I'm just messing up that one, reactjs. So in that header, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna also take it over here, and I'm gonna remove that class name from here. Now as you see, yeah, our home and our header is available. Now in our header there will be one icon, and first of all let me go and grab all the icons available for our today's build. So I'm gonna just copy from my previous build, and in our assets folder I'm gonna just paste it over here. Now you see the cart image, all the images available from here onwards. And also what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a new file which will be named index.js, and from that file onwards I'm gonna just import all the images required, like import, and it will be first one, it will be logo dark, and it will be from the same directory, so dark.png. And after importing that one, I'm just going to export that one from over here, logo dark. In this way I'm gonna import everything from my JS file, and it's pretty faster than normally like you are importing directly from the image from the components. It's better to do in that way. So after that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna export all other from here. Now these images are accessible in overall components over there. So now it's time to make our header looks better. So first of all, in the header there is one div. Inside there will be another two div. One will contain the logo, another will contain the others. First of all, let's go in the top level of the div. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna give a width of full height of 20, because we're gonna make it as a sticky later on, and the background will be white. And after making the background white, and also we're gonna make the border which to make remark. Now after applying, you will see that is our header is available over here. So first of all, in that div I'm gonna just get that image. I'm gonna make a div and I'm gonna import the image. First image, it will be logo dark. Of course, first it will not import normally, so let's go import logo dark, and it will be from assets and index file. And also we need to give an alternative logo dark. So now as you see, our logo is available, and of course it's not, it looks a little bit bigger, so I'm gonna give a class name width of 28, and after giving that, that looks better. And here, because as you see, it's getting the entire width, because there is a max width is available over here, and in that div we're gonna just introduce that class name. So I'm just gonna go and grab that class name for that. It will be a max screen width will be axle, height full, that 20 it will take, and mx auto it will be in the center, and flex item center justify between. See, it looks better. So now we need to create the other components is available for that, and to create the other component will come in that portion. And in here, first of all, I will take a order list UL, an order list, and here in the li I will take as a home, and like how many I have here, 2 3 4 5. So home, pages, shop, element. So let's create 5. So now it will be pages, home, pages, and then shop, element, block. And after saving it, you see that is available over here, but it's kind of like out of the boundary, and it's because oops, yeah, because we need to create that one inside of that. Yeah, now it will be fine. So that is available right now, and for that UL, what we're gonna do, we're gonna also give a class name. We'll make a flex item center, and also I'm gonna give a gap of 8 to just see, now it looks better. And now in that li, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna also introduce some of the class name over here over all the list item. Now see, I'm giving a text of beige, text black, font bold, hover text orange, and hover, whenever it's hovering it will be underline, and underline offset will be 2 little bit downward, decoration 1 pixel, and cursor pointer duration 300. Now as you see, if I hover I can feel that it's good. So now this font and this font is not similar because I used a different kind of fonts over here, which is mentioning over there as a title font, and that font name is Poppins. One is Poppins and one is Nonito. So these two font we need to use actually. And to get the font, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go to Google Fonts. Oops, it's giving me Google. It should be Google Fonts. And now from here I will choose the fonts I needed. Now here, as you see, I choose two font already, Nonito Sans and Poppins. Now in that link section, I'm gonna just take entire link status from there, and in my public folder there over here, index.html, I'm gonna import that font from there over here, and now I can access that font anywhere I like. And also, as you see in my previous build, there is a kind of icon is over available. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab my old icon, and in the public I'm gonna keep that icon over here. And here, as you see, that icon I'll replace with our icon, a small logo. And also I'm gonna change it over here, a small icon. And after that, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna also change the entire title over here. As you see, it's a React app. We're gonna put the Badger, a modern shopping app. After saving it, you see our title is changed, and also our, now we can actually access the font in our Tailwind CSS. So to access the font in Tailwind CSS, what we need to do, we will go to our tailwind.config.js, and in here I'm gonna just add that font family, and inside that font family I will introduce two font. One will be a body font, which will be a Poppins. One will be title font, which will be Nonito. So now, because now we have the font, we can access it now. So let's go back over here, inspect that one, because I want to give the title font for everything in that header. So I believe the font family, let's go and see, that's the font family. It's the default font family. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in our header, and here what I'm gonna make, overall all will be title font. So as I save the title font, and you come over here, see that font family is out, because I believe, yeah, the font family Nonito is now active. So we can use the font family Nonito, and by default what I'm gonna do in the apps, I'm gonna also here give it the class name. It will be font the body font. By default it will take the body font, so whenever we want to use the title font, we can use title font by default. Just mentioning the title font we can use. So we are having our font. Now after that, what we have two another portion. One will be our card item, and another will be our icon. And remember, whenever we are signing, there also we are having that one name. So these three things we need to create. First of all, let's go over here. After that, because we take it inside a div, so what I'm gonna do, in the UL and li, after UL I'm gonna take another image tag, because I think that one also as an image. So first of all, in that one I'm gonna take inside a div, and here I'm gonna just add our, I believe the name will be cart image, and if we save, I believe we can see the image. So the cart image is available. Now first of all, what I'm gonna do, in the top label of the div, I'm just gonna grab this similar class name, because I want to make it a flex. And after giving that, let's save it. And as you see, it's coming in like side by side, but it's not looks the way it's supposed to be, because in the cart, what I'm gonna do, in that here, I'm gonna give a class name, and for the cart image I'm gonna give it width of 6. that is okay. So now why I take that inside the div? I can actually take as an image. Why I take it? Because remember, in our final build there is a number over here, so that number we need to initialize. So for that one, that div, I'm gonna make that div as relative, and after making it relative, I'm gonna take a span tag, and oops, it will be a span tag. I'm gonna create a 0, and also for that span tag, because I want to make it as an absolute tag, so let's go and give some class name, and absolute with 6 top 2 is just a normal similar class name over there. I can actually remove that font as a title font, because by default is all the font is title font. So now we are having our items number over here, and now also we need to use another image tag which will contain one image. And to do that, after that div, I'm gonna take an image tag, and this one actually I'm gonna just give a source image from somewhere. Yeah, so it will be user logo, and as you see that is available. And for that one also we need to give some class name, which will be 8, height will be 8, and that one rounded will be full, and just save it. And you see, so now our header is done the way it's supposed to look. And after the header, now it's time to create our banner portion. So let's go and create our banner. And banner, actually it will be a slider, as you see it's sliding up properly, so we just need some images. So first of all, let's go in the components, and we're gonna create our banner.js rafce, so that banner is available. And that one, actually what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take it in home, because that will be in the home portion. And now you will see the banner is available. So first, what I'm gonna do in the banner, I'm gonna take some of the images which I'm gonna use. It will be 4 images for our banner. So that image I'm gonna use as a data, and inside the array I'm gonna paste that image. Now that image, it will be applicable for all the things over here. First of all, that div, it will be a full div, and inside that div I'm gonna take another div. And now here actually I'm gonna use a 3 div, because first one it will be entire div, then it will be image which will contain the height, then this button will be available for that, which also I need to make another div. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, in the top level, give a class name. Width will be full, height will be auto, and then after width and height, inside that div, actually first let's go and bring one image so that we can understand it better. An image source, remember we have a data, right? So oops, it will not be an array. Now actually we can access that image from the data. So now the source will be data, and that data we want the first one, an array. You know, remember array is starting from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So by now we have 4 image. By default it will be 3 image, so that will be our image. And now just image 1, let's save it, and I believe we can see our image. See, our first image is available over here. And for that image I'm gonna just go and grab some class name. It's a normal class name. So as you see, that is our image, the first image. And now in the same way, and also because it will be our first image, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make it a loading priority. So whenever you just refresh, as you see, refresh, the image will be instantly popping up. You don't need to wait. So I'm giving a first loading as a prioritize with that. And after that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna popping up my other 3 images over here. So now I have 4 images, as you see, it's lying side by side, like bottomwards, downwards. So what I am gonna do, in the top level of that div, in the image div, so I'm gonna give a width, and width of will be 400 view width, so that will be the initial width. And then height will be full, and also I'm gonna make it a flex, and the duration, sorry, it's not will be the duration, so just make it a flex. And as you see, my image is available, but it's coming side by side because I made it flex, and also the width is a 400 view width, so that will be fine. It's just maximizing the width proportion. And now what I need to do, actually I don't want to see other images, so what I'm gonna do, in the top label of the top div over here, I'm gonna make that overflow X, which I'm gonna make it hidden. After making it hidden, you see we can see only one image available over here. So now, before creating any other portion, let's go and introduce, because I need to bring that button. Remember, we have that button over here. These two button, we need to bring it, and these two button actually we're gonna bring it from React icons. So let's go and React icons. First we need to install that React icons over here, and these two button, it will be this over here, which are right and left. So you can just click and choose the right one. It will give you all the available buttons. You just any of the button, just click, it will copy, then you can download over there. So now these two button I'm gonna use. And remember, after the div over here, this is the div contain all the images, and in before that like after that images, I have another over here, and this one actually, because I'm taking the hide of full, so this one we're gonna give some class name over here, and it will be width of with full, not full, which will be screen height. So whatever the screen is, depending on that, it will take that full width, and height it will be 650px, and that one we're gonna make it as relative, because after that one we're gonna take another div which we are going to make it absolute for the icons. So now inside that div, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take two more div, so two div, and first div which will contain like hi arrow left, and the second one which will contain that hi arrow right. So this is my two div, and I believe some is, see, it's over here available in the corner in the bottom section. So now we need to make it as an absolute, so that's the way it will just go in the actual level. So I'm just go and grab some class name for that overall div. Is an absolute with feed and left 0 right 0, just normal kind of a setup is there. As you see, it's available over here. And also for the other one, like for that div over here, I'm gonna make also some class name, because I'm gonna give a width and height, and giving a border color, and making it like the center using the flex proportion. And also for that one I'm gonna do the same. So now I have the two button, as you see. So now whenever I'm clicking, that image need to be changes, right? So for that one I'm gonna just also introduce over here, like whenever I make on click, it will be a pref slide, and the other one, whenever I on click on that, oops, it will be on click, yeah, it will be next slide. So these two portion I need to create. So first of all, let's go to top, and it's very simple to create. You just try 1-2 times, then you will understand it better. So now what I'm gonna do, first I'm gonna make a pref slide, and that one, it will be a simple function, simple arrow function. So now what it gonna do, actually, because of that I need to take because I don't want to explain that one much further, because it's very simple to make. You try and it will be just fine. So it will be the current slide, and then set current slide, and by default in UG state it will be 0. So we're gonna make it as current slide and the pref slide. So what I'm gonna do, whenever we are clicking in a pref slide, like on clicking on over here in that one, what it gonna happen, and whenever we click over here, what is gonna happen? So first of all, whenever we are clicking over here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna make set current slide. It will be like current slide if equal to the 0, the first one. If it's a 0, the first one, then it will be take the last image. Otherwise, I'm gonna take a prev function is available over here, and the prev minus 1. Oops, it will be prev minus 1. So it's just giving us whenever I have an image like this one, this is the first image. Whenever I click on that, it will give the third image. Otherwise, it will give, if it's the second, it will give the third. If it's the first, it will give the second. The same thing it's gonna do. And also for that my next slide, what I'm gonna do the same way, it will be first it will be minus, the second one it will be plus. That's simple, that is as that one. So now if I see, first let's go inspect and make the console.log, and it will be like current slide. Oops, current slide. And now see, first one is 0. If we click, it's changing 1, the next 2, next 3, then coming the 0. Now if we click, if it's 0, you could give the third one, second, first. So by that way, it gonna change the images proportion. That's all only. And now whenever that changing, we need to actually work on it, work on that way that it's really working. So first of all, in that div, that image is inside that div, remember? So in that div, we're gonna introduce one style, and that style, it will be like a transform. We're gonna give a transform. Oops, transform. And that transform, let's make in a functional way. So it will be let x, and here what I'm gonna introduce, I'm gonna like the current slide. Remember, we're gonna current slide, it will be like 100 view weight, it will be take. So whenever that like 1 2 3 is going to happen, like I click, it will take that image to that 100% left right in that way. So now as you see, I can view all the images, but it's coming so fast because I need to create one transitioning over here. So make a transition like the transform, I think, transition, it will be transform, and the duration I'm gonna just give a 1 seconds overall duration. And as you see, whenever I click, the image is changing, and I'm getting a very good directional transitioning over here. So our banner looks fine. Now it's time to create our other components. So now we will create our product component. As you see, our product will be over here, and to create that one, what I am gonna do here in the components is create another one, which will be products.js, RAFCE. So now here it will be our product, and let's go to our, let's close the banner, header, and in the home, because the product, it will be our home page. So let's import the product. So now as you see, our products is available over here, and to that products we are just going to make it a little bit better. So overall, and the div, I'm gonna give a padding in y-axis, it will be 10. And after that, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna take a div, and inside that div, actually what I'm going to create, I'm going to create that text and shopping every day, and that little bit details over here. These two things I am gonna create over here. And to create that, first of all, I'm just gonna grab our h1 tag, and it will be like shopping every day. And for that one, I'm just going to just go and grab some class name for that. And as you see, that is available over here, but we need to make it in the center. So in our overall div, what I'm gonna do, we'll make a flex. Of course, I'm gonna making a flex in column direction because we have some other items. So item center, and the gap will be 4. And after doing that, you see that's in the middle. And after that, also we need to have another span tag, because to giving that little bit black line, so that will be weight 20, height 3 pixel, and you see the black line is available over here. And also after that we have some predefined details over here, which I'm just going to grab it because it's not that much important to explain. It's giving a max width of 700 pixel, text gray, so it looks bit like that and it looks fine. So after having that, we're gonna have that product, and of course before creating the product we need to create the routing. So because I want to create that routing, because that product we're gonna use loader, we're gonna get the product using the React router DOM, not using the use effect. Okay, and because of that we need to create the routing. So before creating routing, I'm gonna create that like that footer, because that footer and header is available everywhere. So let's go and create the footer. And first of all, what I'm gonna do actually, like in here after that div, after the first div, I'm gonna create another div, and inside that div I'm gonna use a product cards, because as you see these products, it will be singular component, each and one single component. So in here let's just make a demo one. It will be products card dot js rafce. So now that product cards, it will be implemented over here. Of course we're gonna make it later because of that issue. We first need to create the header, and that one actually what I'm gonna do, because it's not looks good, it will be like max white of screen axle, and Amex it will be auto, and now it will be our products card. So first of all, let's go and create the footer over here. After footer, we're gonna create that routing DOM. So it will be footer.js rafce, and that footer actually we're gonna take it in our app. So it will be footer. So now you see that footer is available. So to create that footer, what I'm gonna do, first of all, to make it looks visible internally, is close all. In the top label of the div, I'm gonna give a class name that bg will be black, and of course there will be a text which will be predefined text. The color I'm gonna give it, it will be 949494. You can put that curly like the third bracket, and you can make that one in a like you can access the default color. So the font, it will be the title font. So as we save, see the footer is available with the color. So now actually what we're gonna have a 4 section on that footer. The first one, it will be the logo, second look at us profile, and that one is it will be subscription. So in here we're gonna introduce another div. Inside that div we have that 4 section over here. First of all, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna give a class name in the overall div. Next width, it will be screen, and it will be axle, and Amex it will be auto. So now I think it will be in the middle wise. Oops, because nothing is available over here. So first what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a div, and inside that div I am gonna introduce our image, logo image, and also the payment image. It will go over here. So first let's see, I'm gonna take that image. Oops, yeah, the image source, it will be our logo light. Yeah, so as we save, our image is available over here. And for that image, what I'm gonna do, give a class name width of 32. Yes, it's the similar size. And after that image we have one text, and then we have another image, and we have the icon. So we have like total 4 components available over here. So after image, we're gonna have an text which will just at reactpd.com, just a normal text, the text you want to give for your any website. And then we're gonna have another image, and that image will contain the payment image we have available. So we need to import that image from assets. I imported that one, and as you will see, the image is available. And after that, and you see it's just squishing all together because we need to give a gapping over here, and that gap we're gonna give to in the parent div over here. What I'm gonna do, we're gonna make it a flex, and it will be a flex in column, and the gap will be 7. And after giving that, you see the gap is available. Now we need to give that 5 icon. First of all, let's go and grab those icons from our friend from React icons. These all are the icons it will be. And now what I'm gonna do, in here I'm gonna introduce another div. Oops, it will not be there, div. And now in that div, first I'm gonna give I think Github. Yeah, it should be Git. Oops, is it not the one we implement? Let's see in the top. Oh, because 2 3 4 5, yeah, there will be another icon which is I am Github. We didn't. Okay, so this will be the first one. So let's go and grab it. As you see, our icon is available over here, but whenever we hover, there will be some kind of hover effect. And to create that effect, let's go give a class name, and that class name, it will be whenever we hover, the text will be white, and the duration, it will be 300. And of course the cursor, we need to make it as a pointer. So you will see whenever now we hover, it's giving us the effect. And in the top level of here, what I'm gonna do, like instead of pulling all over the things, I'm gonna get another icons, which I have this 3 icons, another 4 icons. Like I have the icons available over here, but we need to make it a little bit good. To make it that, we'll give a flex and the gap of 5. And also initially the text will be a little bit a bigger icon, and the text gray, it will be the 500, or I'm gonna make it a 400 to the initial color, because whenever we're gonna hover, it will be the white color. So now as you see, that is available over here, and now that looks slick. So first we are having that. So after that, also we need to create that locate us, and to create that one, inside that div, we're gonna create that so logo icon is already end over here. Now locate us, it will be start over here. So first of all, here it will be one h2 tag, and that 2 tag will contain locate us. And for that one, actually I'm gonna make it like class name, and the text will be 2XL, and font, I want to make it in a semi bold, little bit bolder, and of course the text will be white, and margin bottom of 4. So after having that, you see, because we need to create that margin from here. So now as you see, it's squashing all together. So to avoid that one, what I'm gonna do, in that label on the top label, which I'm giving that max wide, I'm gonna make it a grid, and the grid calls, I'm gonna give it a 4 because we have 4 columns. And after saving it, as you see, now it's coming on the pieces. So now after having that, after that h2 tag, I'm gonna take a div, and inside that div, I'm gonna take some p tag, which will contain my address, my mobile number, phone number, email, and everything. Now you see that is contained that. I think we made a mistake, because this entire proportion we need to keep inside the div, otherwise it will take in a grid pattern for everywhere. So now you see that looks better. And now also in that parent div, let's give it a text, a base text, and a flex call, and we're gonna give a gap up to little bit downward. Wow, that looks fine, the similar of that. So after that one, we also need to create another one, which will be profile, and that profile also we need to create a div. Now first of all, the same tag we are using over here, that too, we're gonna use that, and that one will be profile. And after saving it, you will see the profile available over here. Now there will be some icons and then some other things. So first of all, what we're gonna do, we're gonna grab all the icons will be necessary for that. Already having some icons, but just let's go and grab other icons also. So first, I'm gonna take a p tag, and inside that p tag, I'm gonna just make my account. First I want to see how it looks. You see my account is available. Now we need to just get that icon and setting up together. So first of all, what I'm gonna do before that my account is finished, I'm gonna take a span tag. Oops, it will be a span tag, and here I'm gonna make person fill, and I believe our icon is available. And now in that p tag, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go and grab some of the class name to make it looks better. Yeah, I'm just giving a flex to that, make that icon coming in together. Item center, gap 3, whenever I'm hovering, it's giving me the text white, duration, and the cursor pointer. So like that, nice, looks better. So now after having that, actually I'm not requiring that one. So after having that, how many I have actually? I have, I believe, yeah, 4. So just because it's the same thing, similar of the previously, so I'm gonna just grab 3 of my other portion over here, that p tag. One will be my checkout, one will be order tracking, one will be help and support. The same setup, same class name, everything is the same as you see. Now it's not looks good, is squishing all together because in our parent div over here, because see this one we take it as a separate. So what I'm gonna do, all the p tag, I'm gonna just put it inside and div, and that div I'm gonna go and grab some class name for that, and that class name just let's give flex, and it will be items, it will be Santa, and oops, I believe it will be not that one, yeah, because flex, we need to make it a flex column, yes, and the gap will be 2, and the text will be best. The similar one of that we give over here, the same thing we're providing. So now we have our profile, and after having profile, we need to have another one which will contain our subscribe button. Let's see what is available over here. One input, one subscribe button. So there's 2 things. So first of all, let's create a div, and first one it will be import, another it will be button. That button will contain subscribe, and for that input we'll just go and grab some class name, and also we need to give a placeholder which will contain our email. Okay, so now you see that one is available. So also in our top label we need to make that same one, class name flex call, and justify center, and as you will see that is available. So now what we need to do for that button tag, also we're gonna go and grab some class name, and now you will see our button is available. So our footer is ready, and our header is ready, and also our home page is ready. Now it's time to create our React router DOM npm. We need to first install that one. To install, let's go to over here, let's see where we are. Yeah, we are in the right direction. Let's paste it over here. Now actually you can go to React router DOM official page over here, and you will find everything the way I am using, because what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use that proportion, that create routes with I'm gonna just use the create browse router, yeah, and it will be, yeah, I'm gonna use the create browser router. I think that's the default one they're using. Yeah, that I'm using. You can just go, feel free to just go all the details to read, and you will understand. But for this project, you can just do that with me together, and it will be easy peasy. Our React router is already installed. So first of all, what I need to do, I need to create I'm just gonna import whatever the things I'm gonna use from there. So let's import. I'm gonna use that create browse router, outlet, react like router provider is called restoration. So those things I'm gonna use. So first of all, I'm gonna create a layout, because in layout I'm gonna describe what I want. Like, let's go create const layout, and in that layout what I want, first of all I'm gonna return, let's give it a first bracket, return what I want. First it will be header, okay, and after the header it will be the outlet, and that outlet will be whatever is inside in the middle, and then it will be the footer. That's a simple proportion of outlet. What I want, first I want to be our header, okay, the header will be shown in every page, and also the footer will be showing in every page, and that outlet will contain all the pages. Like if I go to our cart, that cart page, if I go to logging, this middle component will be contained within the outlet. So that outlet we create over here, and now it's time to create our router. And to create the router, what you need to do, const router, and in that router we're gonna use that create a browse router, and here I'm gonna take it as an array, and inside the array I'm gonna create all the routers I am requiring. First it will be home router, and that home router, it will take an element, and first element it will take our element as layout. First it will take the layout, and that layout will have some children which will also contain as an array, and inside that array we're gonna give a path. The first it will be the home path, which will contain in the home page, and that home page, the element, it will be our home element which we created already. The home page it will contain. So first we're having the home page. Like, to understand that one better, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another page which will be our cart.js rafce. So that will be our cart page. So now let's go over here, create another path, and it will be the cart, and the element it will be our cart page. And also with that we're gonna have another two more page which will contain with the product ID and with the login. So these two things we're gonna create whenever necessary. So first of all, let's go over here. Now these all things actually not required, because what we're gonna do, we're gonna use that router provider from our React router DOM, and in here it's taking as a router, and that router it will be our router which we created over here, that router. So now if we just go over here, as you see those things are available. Now also we have another page which contain the cart. If we go in the cart, you see the header and footer available, and we are having the cart page. Now we just need to put up all the elements is required. And also that header, you see, is not sticky, and to make it much better looks, to make it sticky, we need to do some setup in the component where we have the header. What we're gonna do in our top level, okay, so here we're gonna make it as a sticky, and the top 0, the z index we will give as 50, so it will be available for everything. Now you see, now our header is sticky, so it's time to get our products data. So now we have our products cart, but we need to pull up all the data. And now we have one side which is fake store store API. I think it will be .reactpd.com. Now from here, from this products data we're gonna use for our application. This product data contains all the data is available over here, all the images, all the title, rate, category, everything is available from that data. So to do that, actually we're gonna use that loader data, and to first of all we need to fetch that data, and to fetch the data we need to create another file over here in the API. So we'll make it api.js, and through that API we're gonna take that one. First of all, we need to import the axios. It will be npm I axios. With that axios, we're gonna hit that and get the data from there. First of all, let's import axios from axios. And how that one is actually work, feel free to go to the React Router DOM and take and check with the use loader data component. You will see. So from here, I'm gonna make a function, assign function, and I'm gonna export it from there. That function name will be like products. Not the products. It will be products data. So that products data is it will be like cons products. That products, it will wait for to get the data, and it will use the axios dot get, and that data it will get from here. We have that link. From that link we're gonna get the data. All the data is necessary for that. And what it gonna do, it gonna return the products. So now that products is available, like this, all are the products is available to go and to get it from this site. So first of all, how we can access those data? First of all, in our, whenever we are declaring the router, remember we declare router in our app.js, and where we want the products, we want that in the home page. See, in the home page we have our all products. So now in the home page, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use the loader, and that loader we will just return that products data. Remember, you need to import that one over here. Already import, auto import. So this data now it's available in the loader. It have that products data. It's passing that data from here to home. Now if I go to my home page, actually the data will be available for me. So let's go to home, and in here I'm gonna use that use effect, because I need to use the use effect because it will load the data from there. So now what I'm gonna do, actually before using the I'm gonna use better, or just I'm gonna just want to see that is available or not. So I'm gonna use loader data, and that loader data will be from React Router DOM. So now as you see, my data will be available over here. So now console.log, let's see what is coming in the data. Is it giving me anything or not? So if I inspect that one over here, and in the console, let's make a refresh. See, I am having an array, and that array coming with the status 200, so it's available. And inside that array there is another option is there, which is coming as a data, and in that data I have the 20 items which contain the products. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just declare another state which will be which will contain the products as a products. I'm gonna get the products from there, and instead of getting it in that row function, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take an use effect, because that data gonna be changes whenever I am gonna just going throughout the pages. So that one will be very good if I use that one with that use effect. So the data I'm gonna just setting as a product, and of course I'm gonna take an array, and here I'm gonna put a dependency with data. So whenever the data is changing, it's gonna change. Now where I want that products data, actually I'm gonna use in the products. Remember, inside that products we will have the data. So from the home, because the parent directory is the home, so as products I'm gonna just pass our products. Okay, so now from that home, in the products we are passing that data. So now if I go to products, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just simply access that products in there. I believe it's a small letter. Why is coming big? Small letter will be there. Yeah. So now if I make that console.log, I think we will see our products data, and it will coming from the product. I think the column number 5. So just hit a refresh. let's see the data. You see the data, and its data is available in the products. So now we are having the product. We are ready to implement that product in over here. So first of all, to do that, what I'm gonna do, in this div will contains the product, and I'm gonna make a py of 10 because I want to see it a little bit. Okay, now it looks better. So now here in that product card, actually we have the product data, 20 data we have, remember. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go and make, oops, it will be products.map, and that map I'm gonna take as an item, and that item I'm gonna pass that one. So let's see how many items. As you see, we have 20 items as 20 data is available, and also those items I'm gonna give a grid pattern. So just make a grid, and the grid calls, it will be, I believe, the 4, and the gap I'm gonna give a 10, and you see we have a good grid pattern available here. Now we have the products card, and that is the product cards available. So we need to pass our data to that products card. And how are we gonna do that? And there is another problem which you're gonna face in the console whenever you are getting that. You see that each child in a list should have a unique key prop. First of all, let's go and give that key prop, and the key, it will be item, which contain our items, and there is an ID. As you see, if we go over here in the products, all the products have a unique ID. So this ID we're gonna access to that, and whenever we give the ID, just refresh, the error is gone. And also I believe that console is not record anymore. So now we are passing that now we need to pass our data. So that data we will name as the name of a product, and that product will contain all the items. So now this item can be accessible in our products portion. Like if we go to our products card, we can actually access that product. So let's just copy that one, go to products card, and now paste it over here. Oops, it will not be there. Actually I make it wrong. It should be just products. Yeah, so now if we make a console.log and product, now this console.log should be coming from the products card. Let's see what we have. Now we have all the items is in the products card in the separate horizon. Okay, so now we can access that product data in our card over here. So close that one. First of all, let's see what we have actually in the products card. Here we have let me just get my drawer to just, yeah, first of all we have a full component. Okay, that component divide into two steps. One, we have the image, and another one we have the details. Here whenever we hover, that add to cart button will be available, and also we will have a sell button. So these four things we need to create. And to create that, first of all, let's go to our, in the entire div, what I am gonna do, because now we can access the product, right? So I'm gonna take a div, and inside that div I'm gonna take the image, and the image source, it will be product dot image. Oops, it will be image image, product image. Now if we go to over here, you see all the images available because we made it as a grid. That's why it's giving us a good pattern. So now for that image, what I am gonna do, for the image also I'm gonna go and grab some class name also, and this portion in the top label I'm gonna give a width of full, and the height it will be 96, and the cursor it will be pointer, and the overflow it will be hidden. Because of why, whenever like I'm giving a width full, height full, because whenever we because this one, let's go and give a class name of group, because whenever we are hovering that entire portion, that image gonna go given a scale of 110. Like whenever I hover, see, and the overflow is hidden because the div contains the image. I'm making it overflow as hidden. So now we have our product image. After image, we need to create that the down portion, and to create that one, after that image over here, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna take another div, and let's take one div, and for this div, because that will contain the full width and height, okay, and there is also one border, and just padding in x-axis to y-axis 4, and you will see this is the containing over here. Now these two will be inside the div, right? So first let's create that one. So in here we will take another div, and inside that div I'm gonna having an h2 tag. That 2 tag will contain product.title, and after the product dot, I think the product dot title, yes, yeah, now we have the title. And for that title, to make it looks little bit better, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna grab some class name, font title font text base, and font will be little bit bolder. As you see, it's available. And now what I need to do, actually I need to take that one which will be our price first one, and to do that, after that h2 tag, I believe I take inside a div. So after that div, I'm gonna take another div, and first one it will be a p tag, and that p tag will contain product dot price, or first one it will be like the old price, and the second one it will be product dot price. So as we save, see those all prices available. Of course, before finishing the price, we need to give a $sign. So these are the price we have, and that overall in the top level of the div, this contains I think I better take this one inside another div. Yes, because I'm gonna make it a flex div. So let's give a flex justify between, justify between, and item center it will be. So as I did, so this is in the center, and also this portion also I need to give a flex proportion, otherwise it will not show the desired one I want to see. So first of all, let's go give a class name, and that will be again flex, and the gap will be 2. As you see, this gapping is over here. And first of all, for the old price, let's go and give some class name, and that one it will be line through. So it will be a line in the middle, and the text gray, and that text gray it will be 500. And for the another one, class name, the font it will be semi bold to looks little bit bolder. As you see, that looks better. But what I believe, something we are missing, line through, thro, yeah, oops, yeah, line through. Okay, so now that is working fine. Okay, also what we need to do in the top level, in the top level of the div, what I am gonna do, actually, this is my h1 which I am taking. Okay, and because I am gonna having another p tag over here, so now this is my 2p tag. So this 2p tag I'm gonna take inside a div. It's a bit of little bit complexity over here, because whenever I hover, you see the add to cart is coming, other one is going. So these things I need to create. So to create that one, what I am gonna do, actually, so I'm taking it inside a div, and over here on that div, what I am gonna do, let's go, I'm gonna go and give some class name for that div. I'm giving width of 28. As you see, this is not looks the way it's supposed to be, because I see the sum in here, the all I need to just make the title as in a synchronized way that it will not go some of, like, I will make a substring. I want the minimum it will be a 0 words, and maximum it will be 15 words. So maximum 15 words it will take over here. As you see, now it looks better. Now I have also this icons looks little bit cool. So now over here, what I need to do, in over here, this portion, I have to div over here. So first of all, text sm, okay. Let's also just give a gap of 2 just to see. Yeah, okay, yeah, I believe that looks fine. So now I need to add another p tag after that div. This in the top level of the div. What I am gonna do to that div, I'm gonna make it as a relative, because here I'm gonna take another p tag, and that, oops, it will be a p tag. Why is taking object? And that p tag, it will contain add to cart. So this p tag will contain over here. As you see, it's breaking. First of all, what I'm gonna do, because it's just a little bit of complexity over here, so I'm just gonna explain in a bit. That p tag, I'm just going to grab some class name. I'm giving an absolute z, weight of 100 pixel, text gray, and you see whenever I am just hovering on the group, I believe, yeah, it's giving a translate x equal to 0, just giving the portion to moving over there. So as you see, this hover is coming from there, but it's not the way it's supposed to be, because there is some portion which I need to give over here. Let's go, and in the top level over here, I need to make the proportion of that flex gap to transform group hover translate x24. So in that way I can move that too. So now as you see, whenever I am going there, that entire portion is moving somewhere and coming over here. So also what I need to do, actually I need to make that overflow hidden. So what I am gonna do, actually, overflow hidden, and you see, yeah, but now it not looks that much good, because I need to give a width which I'm gonna give it 28. And now as you see, oops, still not looks the way I am looking. Give a text of a smaller text. Okay, yeah, it's almost there. And to make it a bit exact the way I want, also actually we need to have one icon. Remember, in here there is an icon. Yeah, we are missing that icon, that's why it's not matching. So what I'm gonna do, after that add to cart, I'm gonna take a span tag, and in that span tag, the icon, it will be bs arrow, I believe. It will be bs arrow right. Okay, bs arrow right. So after adding that icon, now, yeah, that is looks a couple bit of fine. But what is actually killing, they are here, I believe, to make that one. This is our top level of the div, because it's not giving that justify. So what I'm gonna make, I'm gonna make it as justify end, and after having that, now you see whenever I'm hovering, it's giving me the card. Whenever hovering at the card, it's giving the exact situation I am looking for. So now we have that. Now first of all, we are having all the products available over here, and we have also the cart page, but there is another page which will be available whenever we are clicking on that image. First of all, I believe there is another portion which remember that sale tag is available, so we need to create that tag also. And to create that, so first let's create that one. So after actually that there is actually two is balance. Yeah, I was so excited, so I forget that there is two. So first of all, we have that overall add to cart, then yeah, this is the tag, this is the one we are working for, so it will be inside of that. And there I'm gonna take another div, gonna take a p tag, and that p tag, it will be like the product dot, oops, category, and you see the products dot category is available. And also after that div, initial div, what we need to do, I'm gonna take another div, and that div will contain another portion. It will be like product dot is new. if that new is available, only then it gonna reflect, it gonna return a p tag, and that p tag will contain, yeah, it will contain is for sale. So let's see how many we have. Now the sale is not available for all. Whenever just is new is available, that giving the sale. And for that sale also, what we gonna do, actually we're gonna just go and grab some class name to looks it the way it's supposed to look. So that is our p tag, giving the speech black, text white, font semi-bold, font title font, and giving a padding to make it looks better. So now this is the one over here, but what we will actually do in the top label, we're gonna also introduce some of the class name, and that it will be absolute, and from the top it will be 4, and from the right it will be 0. So after having that, we cannot find that, because remember we have an overall div, the group div. We need to make it as relative to see it through. So now you see that is available over here. So now we need to create another page. Whenever we click, like whenever we click over here in any of the image, click is taking us to the product and giving us the name of the title of that page. So first of all, to create that, what we will do, I believe we will create it in the components. Okay, so that one, it will be only single product .js refce. So that product, I'm gonna close the home API. Okay, so now in the app.js we need to create that route actually. So what are the route? It will be the path, it will contains a single things, which will be like product and id. It will require the product and id, and the element it gonna take our product page. Need to give that one. Okay, so now whenever we come over here, like if we type the product and giving id like 2, it gonna giving us a page, name the product. So over here in the product, actually now we can access all the items which will be sent from our products card, like whenever we are on click on that image, right? And to create that portion in the product card, actually in that div, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna taking an on click event. Oops, sometimes why auto is not okay, just make it manually. On click event, and that on click I'm gonna make it like handle details. So let's go in the top level, we're gonna make const handle details. Oops, details. So first of all, let's see if it's working or not. So whenever we click over here, it should give us that details. Yeah, so now that clicking is available for that one. First of all, what we need to do, just try to understand, we need to get the product ID. Okay, remember whenever we are clicking, we are getting that ID as the name, right? So first of all, we need to create that name as ID, only then we can navigate through that page with that ID. So to do that, first what we gonna do, we gonna just create that const id equal to, it will be like product dot title. Remember we are going to take the name as an id. So we that, like if we make the console.log, and that log is giving the id, you will see, oops, it will be console. Okay, now you see I'm receiving all the available IDs available over here. See the name. So but there is a gap, there is a capital letter, because whenever we're gonna create the routing, all we need is a smaller letter. We cannot use the capital letter in routing. So first of all, what I am gonna do, I'm taking as ID. Okay, now this ID I'm gonna make it something different. What I'm gonna do, const const, that one will be id string, because we're gonna make it a string, and that string I'm gonna take it as id, and I'm gonna go through, and that return, what it gonna return, it gonna return the string, and that string it will take id as a parameter, and from that parameter, that id it will make to, I don't know why my okay string dot id dot to lowercase, oops, I think it will be lowercase, yeah, and then it will make split, and that is split I'm gonna remove all the space between, and then I'm gonna make it a join, and that join I'm gonna remove everything from there, I'm gonna just join it as usual. So now if I make the console.log, and if you see, just refresh, it will not come, because I need to make yeah, it will not come, because what I need to do, I need to make it in a way that, because I'm gonna go all the IDs, so I will make another string which will be root ID, and that root ID will take the ID string which I create, ID string, and inside that ID string it gonna take the ID and it will make it the way it's supposed to be. It will remove all the space between, all the uppercase, it will make everything in lowercase, and it will keep it without any space. So now we have our root ID, and now actually we need to access the navigate portion, like const navigate, it will be from the use navigate. I don't know why this one is not giving me the auto pop-up. No suggestion. So that one actually we will get it from React Router DOM, and now we need to navigate through that. So what I'm gonna do, whenever we click in handle details, it gonna navigate, and where it will navigate, I'm gonna take in a functional way, it's gonna navigate to my product page, and that product page, what it gonna do, it gonna take that root ID, the ID I am giving, and then what it gonna do, it gonna pass also an object, and there I'm gonna passing a state, and that state will pass the item, and that item it will be product. Remember the product I have, whenever I click whichever product, it gonna pass that. So now if we just over here, just put a little bit downwards, if I click, as you see, I am getting that jacket with woolen hat, and also I am having that product which I am passing over here. And to access that product, actually I will use that use location from React Router DOM. So I believe I removed that everything from here, yeah. So now in the product over here, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna take that use location, like const location location, and that use location I am gonna take it from React Router DOM. I'm gonna import from there. Oops, yeah. So now accessing with that, oops, not the use it will be use location, I'm taking the use navigate. So now if I just make that it's better to get that using the use effect, and of course you'll make an empty string over here. So now just see what location is giving over here. Okay, oops, console.log, it will be location. Okay, so now if we go over here, just go to our home page and click any of the image, you see we are having something, we are having a path, and in the state we are having our desired item. So like if we make location dot state dot item, I believe we will see the item. And also let's go to our actually in the header, so it will be a little bit easy to us. So we're gonna create the link, and that link it will give us to home page. So now if we just click over here, it will bring us to the home page, and you see and when you click, you see we are getting that actual product khaki jeans, and also the product ID is available. So now whenever we are coming in home page, it should not go in the top. You see it's like if you go to home, it's not rolling to the top, see. And to do that, actually we can just fix that issue first over here, and after the outlet I will just make that score restoration. So after doing that one, now if we just go and click that item, we have jacket with wool, we have that item. So this item available, if we go to home, it's getting us in the top. So now we have the item over here in the product. So now we can actually make that item the way we want. First of all, we will just take an state. That state will be like const details. It will be set details, use state. First of all, I'm gonna put an empty object, and I'm gonna just make our that one as set details. So now we have the item. Actually we can go through it and set up the items right now. And how we can set the items, as you see, if we our previous build, when we click, we have one image in the left side and the other things in the right side. So let's roll back to our product section, and in here we are taking a div. Inside that div we will take another div, and that div actually I'm just gonna go a little bit quick on that because it's the same sort of setup we're gonna create overall. So first of all, what we need to do, we need to take one div which will contain the image and others, and in here we need to keep that our image, which will be our details.image. Remember, we are accessing the details from over here using the use location. Now after we save, as we go over here, close it, click any of the, we get that image. And after having there, we remember we have another one that whenever we have that cell mark, we need to create that cell over here in the image. And to do that, let's go to an image which has the cell. That one has the cell. So in that over here, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna give a class name which will be 2x5, like around 45% something relative. And after doing there, it will be the same way inside a div. I'm gonna create the way we did before, same portion div, and in that div what we need to do, because the same setup, actually nothing changes the way we did before. So now as you see, our cell is available, and after that we need to create the right portion. And to create the right portion, what we need to do actually, to create the right portion, now our image portion is finished over here, and after finishing over here, I'm gonna get that one. So first of all, we will maximize the width and height, okay, because we give 2x5 over here. So over here I'm gonna give width of 3x5, okay. So this height gonna contain everything over there, and as you may see, first of all, this will be over here with 3x5, and now I'm gonna take another div. Inside the div I'm gonna get the h2 tag, and h2 tag will contain like details dot, it will be our title. So after saving, we'll see the title is available over here, and for the titles I want it to look a little bit better. What I am gonna do, I'm gonna give some class name to make it looks better. After the title, we're gonna have that price section over here. So after this one, it's the similar work we have been done before. So we will just go and grab that old price and new price the same way, and you see that is available. But to make it looks better, what we need to do actually, oops, yeah, it's supposed to be in that way, okay. And to make it looks better, in that div I am going to just introduce some of the class name over here. Now it looks better. And also in the top level over here, I'm gonna make it a flex. I'm gonna make it as a flex call, and also I'm gonna make a justify center, and the gap will be 12 to make it looks bit downward, looks better. So now after having that one, we need to also, like this 2 is there, we need to get that icon. That icon is like, it will be MD and outline is star. Yeah, that icon should be for that. So as you see, we have an icon, but we need the 5 icon for 5. And also that icon, what I am gonna do, actually, let's go and make it as a flex class name, flex item center. Oops, item center, and the gap will be 2, and the text will be base. Now we have the icon, and also there is another text will be there which will contain the icons review. So what I am gonna do, actually, I'm gonna take that inside a div over here. Yeah, better. I'm gonna take a div over here. So class name flex. Yeah, so this will give me flex, and now I can actually add another items which also going to contain our p tag. That's just a normal p tag. I'm gonna introducing that one, which will giving us one customer review over here. So now after that, I am gonna, after that this div, I'm gonna adding another p tag which will contain our details dot description. And as you see, description is available, and I am also going to make a bit of class name for it. Just a simple class name. Whenever you are typing in your application, you will understand that one better. So after having that one, what we need to do, we need to add that quantity and the button. So it will be 2 set of things. So after that p tag, I am going to take another div, and inside the div, first div, I'm gonna take that portion over here, available over here, then I'm gonna take the button. So inside that div, what I am gonna actually do, I'm gonna take a like a p tag quantity. So as you see, the p tag is available over here, the quantity, and this quantity, I'm gonna make that one as a small tag. Sorry, the text is small. So now I need to introduce one button over here, and that button, first, let's see, it will be first one, it will be minus, okay, and then the second one, another button which will be plus, and also like inside that button, I'm gonna take a span tag which will contain the our number. Just give it 1. Let's see. Yeah, so now our button is now we need to, because it's a div, so what I am gonna do, actually, in the overall div we have, after the quantity, remember, after the quantity we are taking a like the name. Oh, actually we need to keep that inside a div, because we're gonna put that everything inside that div. So over here in that div, I'm gonna grab some class name, flex item center, gap 4, text sm, just the normal items for that. And as I remember, that quantity also include in that all the text. So over here, that quantity and the div. So in that div, I need to go and grab some class name for it. So let's go it, because I'm gonna give a justify between on that, and also giving a border to looks little bit better. So now you see we have that affection. Now we need to create that proportion for that, and to do that, actually for the first button, which will contain the minus, the same setup, and also the plus one, it will be same class name, which will contain the height 5 and the text, just a bit of class name over that. So as you see, whenever you're hovering, you're getting some items available over here. So now after that, we need to introduce that button. So I believe we have that to div which we contains over here. So that div will contain the button. So the button, it will be contain that add to cart, and for that cart button also I'm just gonna go and grab some class name, and as you will see the button is available over here in this over here in the top level. We're gonna give a class name and the gap of 4. So the button is available, okay, and then also quantity is available. Now it's time to give that category, and to give that category after where the div is finished, I think this is the actual div in just let's go through. Yeah, nope, this is the div finish here, so that is the div. So where the button is finished, we're gonna go and give another p tag, and that p tag will contain category, and after that like details dot category. So as we save, yeah, now our category is available, and for that what I am gonna do, actually gonna grab some class name for our p tag, okay, and also for our span tag which will contain the category, we're gonna make it as a capitalize. I think I am gonna keep it in a span tag, yeah, span tag, and have some class name for it, and the font will be medium capitalize. So now we are having our things is ready. We can go to our home page, and whenever we are selecting any of the items, we can go through and get it on the paging item. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create that, like whenever we are clicking in add to cart, we should be available to get a product in the cart. So it's time to create our Redux store, and to create the Redux store we're gonna use that Redux toolkit. So let's go to Redux toolkit, and we're gonna go to quick start, and in here as you see we need to install that reactjs toolkit and React Redux. These two things we need to install, so let's install that one. And what is showing, we need to create an store.js over here. So first of all, in the source folder we're gonna create another folder which will contain everything related to Redux. Let's create our store.js, and in the store.js I'm just gonna copy over here from that whatever is available. Let's save it, and after that one also we need to create another, we need to connect it to our index.js. We need to get the provider and we need to get the store. So in our index.js, what I'm gonna do, import provider. That provider, it will be, I believe that will be from React Redux actually. Why is not giving me the pop-up? Let's try again. Import provider. Yeah, React Redux. And also we need to make import our store which we create over there, and that store it will be Redux store. So first of all what we need to do, we need to wrap everything, our application, inside that provider, and that provider will take as a parameter as a store, as our store we have been created. So now if we go over here and make it in just an inspect, our Redux is initiated, and in the Redux that is the previous action we have been created. I think it will go whenever we refresh. Yeah, now you see it's a type definition is ready to start. So first of all what we need to do after doing that one, we need to create that our counter slice is happening here. So we need to create that our actual slice which will give a name of a budget slice. So I'm just gonna go in a good way. In here, what I am gonna do, another file which will be our budget slice.js, and first we need to import our create slice from our Redux toolkit. And after importing it, actually we need to create our slices over here. First of all, what I want to do, I'm gonna give an initial state which will contain our two, actually one which will be our product data, where we can save all of the products we want, and then there will be another which will be user info. It will be only one, so by default we are going to keep it null. So whenever the info will be available, we will make it the way it's supposed to be. And now we need to do export const, and that will be our budget slice, and that one it will take from that create slice, and it will take an object as a parameter. And first we're gonna need to give a name, and that name it will be budget. And also we will first of all we will give that initial state, and then we're gonna create the reducers. That first reducers it will be add to cart, and that reducer it gonna take one as a state, and another it will take action, two parameter it gonna take. And first of all, like we will make the const item, not the item actually, like we'll just make that state dot product data equal to action dot payload. So that state dot product data is whatever is that, it will be whatever we gonna pass that with that action, it will be that action dot payload. I'm gonna make understand one, then I'm gonna just go through it a bit fast on that. And now we are declaring our add to cart as reducer, so then we need to export that one, and then we will export that our add to cart, and that it will be from that budget slice, and it will be the actions we are exporting. So all the actions it will be concurring, and by default also we need to export something, and that default we are going to export the budget slice dot, it will be dot reducer. So now that reducer will be available, but first of all in this store we need to initialize that store. So what we actually need to do to initialize that store, in that store we need to import that one like as we need to import as a, not that, it will be budget reducer, and it will be from budget slice. So now we are having that reducer we need to implement over here, and to implement that one I'm gonna just go and give a name over here which will be budget, and that will contain the budget reducer. So now it will be available over here. As you see, if we refresh over here, that action parameter, I believe we can see now we have two parameter, which is product data is now like an array, and we have user info. So now what we need to do, actually we need to initialize that add to cart. Okay, so whenever we're gonna use that add to cart, we can use the product, we can add the product in the cart. So now where is our product line? Okay, we have our product in our product cart, right? From here we are taking all the products available. First of all, we can actually create hub over here add to cart. Remember, as we go over here add to cart, whenever we click on that we can actually add the product. And to add the product we need to that dispatch function. So let me just go and get rid of all of that. So over here I'm gonna make const dispatch, I'm gonna use that use dispatch from the React Redux. So now what I want, whenever I am gonna click on that add to cart in that p tag, on click, whenever I'm gonna click on that I am going to dispatch an action, and that action it will be add to cart, and that you need to import in top level. I'm just auto importing. If you didn't see the import, just import manually. And that add to cart which also contain another parameter which will go through an object, and with that object what I am going to do, I'm going to go and pass that variable. I'm gonna pass the ID as the product ID, title as product title, image as product image, price it will be product price, quantity 1, description which will be the product description. So now if we go over here, of course I will open the inspect over here, go to Redux, and now as you see we have all are empty, right? So whenever I click in that add to cart, you see we have one product data. If we click another, that data is replacing. But remember what we like to do, we need to keep that product. Whenever we are getting one product, we need to keep that. So how we do that? To do that, we will go to our budget slice, and over here we will pass the condition. Okay, for passing that condition, first of all we need to get the item, available item, like const it will be the item, and that item it will be state dot, like the product data dot find. So it's gonna find all the available item inside that product data. Okay, and that item dot id equal to yeah, I think 3, yeah, action dot payload. Oops, payload. So that will be our item. So what it gonna do, it gonna going through to state dot product data, it will go loop through all the product data is available, and then it gonna find the item as a item dot id equal to action dot payload. So if whatever the items we are sending, if that item dot id is equal to that product, if there is any product data available, product dot id is available, it's gonna pass that same id. So now we can pass a condition over here. If there is an existing item, whichever item we click, if that item is available, what it gonna do, item dot quantity, it gonna just give that quantity that action dot payload dot quantity. If there is an item available, it will just increase that item quantity. Otherwise what it gonna do, because right now what we are doing, oops, it will go up, yeah, right now what we are doing, we are just giving an equal to, but it will not going to equal. What it gonna do, it gonna do like state dot product data dot push, because it's an array, so it will just push that action dot payload inside that array. Like if we save that one, and now if we go and add some product, you see that is empty. So let's click, and as you see we have a product available. We click another one available, but now you see the same id 14. So I want to add another product on that, the same product, and I believe, yeah, because something wrong we didn't okay, if that product is available, I think I missed that item dot quantity. I think I miss with the name something. Yes, sometimes it's that naming problem. So just refresh that one. We're gonna add one product over here, id 20. That similar product we're gonna add again. Oops, it's not giving me that portion, so I think it's somewhere I'm making a mistake. And the mistake it's over here, because we give that payload, but it will not be that only payload, it will match with the id, because it's finding that data according to that id. So now we are having that. Now if we add one product which have id of like the 19, if the same product we add now, as you see, is increasing the quantity, not the item. So now we can actually, yeah, now we can add the items properly. So from here we can add the items, but we need to see it in our actually in the header card image. We need to see that item, and to see that how we can do it, let's go to our header portion, and inside that header portion we can make that const oops, I'm just gonna grab those one. Actually we can use selector to see the available product items from there in the store. we need to import also UX selector from there. So now we have that product data, and from that product data is giving the state, and available product data is just passing. So if we make that console.log and we just put that product data, I believe we can be available to see all the product data. Now you see there is an array and it's giving the product data. And now what we will do in here, remember we are giving a hardcode value which is 0. So now here what I am gonna go, product data dot length. So now as you see we have 3 product data. So as you see, if we refresh, it will go, because we need to save it to our persist reducer, which we're gonna do it later. So now as you see, we have items available over here. So we have 4 item, 5 item. Now whenever we click, we need to pass the same value from over here. Like we need to also be available from to add the product from here. So to do that, we need to go to our product where we are giving that value. So in that product, it's not only give, actually we can also increase our quantity from here, right? So to implement first, let's go to get a base quantity. I'm just going to get a value over here which will contain our base quantity of 1, and that quantity I am gonna just implement there. We have the quantity, that's the quantity. We just make hard-coded 1. So it will be base quantity. So now we have that quantity. So in that button, what I am going to do, I am going to do just like in the top, in the +1, I will make an on-click function, and that on-click function, it will just make set base quantity. Base quantity. It will be like base quantity +1. So it will increase the base quantity +1. And in here also, what I'm gonna make another function, it will make set base quantity, and it will make that base quantity -1. So as you see, if I add, the quantity is going on over here, but if I reduce, it should not reduce below 1. So there we need to give a condition. So set base quantity, what the condition we're gonna give, if that base quantity is equal to 1, then that base quantity will be 1, otherwise it will be base quantity -1, the symbol configuration. So now if I just make a refresh, now I add. Now if you see, after 1 I cannot reduce. So now whenever I add to cart, I need to pass that base quantity also. So the similar way to pass an product in the store, to save it, I need to make that dispatch, and we're gonna it will be equal to, we're gonna use dispatch from the React Redux. And what we gonna pass, actually it will be here, I think, add to cart. We will pass an on-click function, and that on-click function, we're gonna dispatch an action, and that dispatch will be add to cart, and also that gonna pass some value, and that value will be add to cart value. Not add to cart, because we are adding already add to cart, and we will just need to pass the product value. The product's detail will be id, title, details.title, image, that same image, details.image, because remember we are passing that product as details, so we need to pass the details, and the quantity, which will be the base quantity. So now let's save, let's open our inspection, check with the Redux, because we need to check how many quantity is going to get. So let's add like 5 piece of item, add to cart, item is added, and as you see, the item quantity, it will be 5. So that's working just fine. So now also we need to add our Toastify, remember, because we are using that React Toastify to give us the messages. So let's go to add that React Toastify, and we just need to install that one over here. So after installing, also we need to let's see what is required. I believe let's go to their home page. We need to use that. We need to also import that one in our index.css to let the CSS work from there, so that will work. You can go through the React.js in their main page and try to understand the required portion you need, but for now I am just going to go and grab the one I am using. So first of all, I need to use a toast container over here to get my Toastify to work, and also I need to import that toast container and toast, which will giving us the message from that Toastify. Now what kind of message I want to pass? Like whenever I am passing that items over here. Oops, where is my items? Where am I? Oops, I made a mistake. It will not be here in the header. Actually, I am doing it in the header. It's supposed not to be there. It should be in my products. Yeah, that would be here. It's a mistake. So let's go. Also, I'm gonna close my header. In here I'm gonna take my toast container, and also I am going to import the same thing, that toast container and toast. So now whenever I am passing that data over here, okay, also I am gonna pass another function which will give us toast.success, you know, toast.success, and that success, what it gonna give us as a functional parameter, because I want to get the name of that product. So the product name, it will be like details.title, it will be the name details.title, and then what it will say is added. So now it gonna give us me a Toastify. So let's go and grab another products. This product, include some, add, you see, jacket with woolen hat is added. The same Toastify also I need to add it in our product card, because also I am passing items from there, remember. So to add that products card, okay, that's the product. Also need to import that, and in here I'm gonna just go grab that portion. Okay. Oops, details is not available because it will be the product, the different name, just be careful. So now in home, whenever we are adding a card, oops, yeah, that's our product available. Now whenever we click, we need to have a card page. Remember, we have a card page, so we will go to our header, and in header we have that card available over here. What I am going to do, I'm gonna put that in a link, and that link, it will be card. So whenever I click, I need to have that card page. So now inside that card page, we need to have our card product. So before that, also what I am going to do, I'm going to just go and make all the necessary arrangement for our budget slice. So what I am going to do, we have add to cart, and also I'm gonna introduce another two, which will be the two one will be like delete from cart. This add to cart will start from here. It will be another one, delete item, and would another, like it will be delete one item. It will go to state and dot product data, and in state dot product data it will filter whatever item we have, including that item. It gonna get that action dot payload, and it will just remove that item. Whenever we click on receipt, it will remove all the product from there. And also we're gonna have an increment and decrement, which we're gonna implement. That too also we're gonna implement here. And also, yeah, so this, I think that yeah, for right now that much. So I'm just gonna just import that from here. Okay, so now that is available. So as you see, now in the cart page, actually we need to access the product from here, from our store. So let's go to cart page. And as you see, if we go to our cart page, we have a particular image over here. I'm just gonna grab some products to see how it will looks like. Okay, so as you see, it looks like that. That's the things we need to create. So let's go to cart page. Actually, we don't have a product to edit, so let's also grab some products in here. Okay, so now we can actually work with that product. So first of all, let's go to our cart page. I'm gonna close everything related others and pages. That is our cart page, and the same way I took the data in that header, I'm gonna use that use selector to access all the data. I believe it's not giving me that use selector, so what I am gonna do, I'm gonna import here. So now I have the product data. If I make that console.log, I'll be available to see the product data. So I have that product data, which includes 3 data. So now I need to create that top image over here, which will contain everything. In that div, I'm gonna take an or I will do one thing, because I'm just gonna go and grab that image to see a little bit better. Now I have that image, the same thing which we have been doing that one over there. Now what I am gonna do after that, below on that, I have that product data. So product data.map, and in that map, product data.map, what I am gonna do actually I'm gonna do it later. First of all, I need to create 2 sections to see how it will work. Actually, instead of passing the data from here, I'm not gonna take it right now. What I will do, actually, I'm gonna take an component which will pass the card item.js rafce. So now, because I want to make everything in a single component, because it will be easy for me to track. So now over here in that card, after that image, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go and grab over here, I'm gonna take a div, and there I'm gonna take that card item. So now as you will see, product data is not defined, because this I am making console, which not required. So now I have that card item, and in that card item I will make that portion over here. This will coming from the card item, and this will be on that page stick around. So these 2 things we're gonna create. So first of all, to create that, actually first of all, before creating that card item, I'm gonna create that other portion which we have over here. Let's go make a div, and that div I'm gonna just go and grab some class name for that, which I'm gonna give a width of 1/3 and other things, because I'm gonna give with a 2/3 for that product item. And now over here inside that div, I'm gonna get another div, because I'm giving a background over there also. And inside that div, I'm gonna giving an h2, which will be card totals. And you see, I am going to create that portion first, this portion first, then I'm gonna go and grab the other portion. Okay, so now, and after creating that portion, also remember this overall proportion, this one we need to also go and grab some class name for that, otherwise it will not looks good. So over here I'm gonna just make it a max width of screen axle mx auto, and giving a padding in y axis and giving a flex direction. So this will be our that portion. And also for that card item, because if I not give that width and height, it will not looks that much better. So this one, it will be that. As you see, this portion is okay. There is also background is working. So now for that card portion over here, after also I think in our h2 tag, I'm just go and grab some class name for it. and also that our entire div, because this takes only the designing, so you feel free to go each and every portion and then you will understand better. I don't want to kill much more time on that. So after that h2 tag, I will be having another one, like after that p tag I'm gonna having that subtotal, and for the subtotal we still don't have the total amount, so I'll just make an fragment of 200, just a default kind of sort of things. As you see, we have the subtotal, and after the subtotal we need to have the shipping and then the total. So now after that p tag, I'm also going to grab that shipping address, which will be available over here, address. So it will be our shipping, and after that shipping we will have another, like, yeah, we have that shipping available over here. Now we need to get the total item, and the total item will be after that div, which will contain a p tag, and that p tag will give us the total amount, which we still don't have the total amount. We're gonna calculate it later. Like, I'm just gonna paste it manually over here, and also that p tag, which will contain some class name over here. As you see, this is our total, and then we need to make the proceed to checkout button. So we're gonna have another button over here, and that button, yeah, button which will proceed to checkout, and that proceed to checkout button also gonna get some class name. So now we have that fragment is done. Now we need to create that cart item. And to create the cart item, we need to introduce our items over here. As you see, we have the items available. Remember, before we already check over here. So in the cart item, we can actually access the item same the way we did beforehand. We will use that one, use selector, to get the all available items from our cart. So now we have the cart items available over here. And now, first of all, I will make a div which is going to make the class name with a full. It's gonna take, and inside the div, first of all, I will give the title, and the title will be shopping cart. And also for that title, I'm gonna just go grab some class name, giving the title font and also text to Excel. So now we have the shopping cart. We need to now get the actual shopping items over here. So now after that div, we're gonna take another div, and now remember we have that product data, and product data.map. We will take the item, and that item we're gonna return a div, and inside that div, first of all, I am going to return an icon which will be in the div, which will contain the image and icon. So let's go, and it will be md, or I am just going to grab that icon from there. Just I'll grab whatever the icons is necessary. First one, it will be md outline close. So that's the icons we're gonna use first. So as you see, you will see 3 icons available. So first of all, after that icon, because in that proportion of the div, we need to give a keyword which will contain the item.id, and then we're gonna make a flex item center just in between, giving a gap to make it work. And also for that icon, you need to go and grab some class name for it to make it just looks little bit better. I believe this is the icon we are giving. Actually, yeah. So now as you see, our icons looks better. And after that icon, below that icon, we're gonna give also one image. Like that icon is finished over here. Now we're gonna pass that image, and that image will be our item.image that contains and as you see the image popping up. Now we need to make it in a flexible way. So to do that, class name, it will be flex item center, and the gap it will be 2. After doing that, you see our image is ready. So now after having that image, we need to sort out the things whatever is required. Now after that div, we're gonna have 2 more div, two more, one h2 tag, one p tag, which will contain the item.title and item.price. You see those things is available over here. I believe we're missing something. Yeah, we need to actually use that price and item.title, item.price. Then we will have to, because we make it in justify between, so it's getting all the available spaces. So now after that too, what we need to do, item.quantity text sm item.quantity, so it will be the quantity. Yes, that quantity. I believe that quantity, it will be in a way, it will be inside a div. Remember the same thing actually we did beforehand. You can just go and copy that one, it will work just fine. Remember we created that portion over here. If we go over here in the details, the same thing, the same portion actually we are working right now. So feel free to copy that one, and it will just work similarly, the same functional way. So I'm just gonna go and grab those things from our, yeah. And for right now, what I am gonna do, I am gonna just mute that on click function. Okay, we're gonna add that function later on to just let it be work. So now as you see, dispatch and set quantity. Okay, one, and that will just remove that. Oops, it will not be there. Yeah, as you see, we have that quantity, and after that quantity we have that total price. So also we need to add that because that is the giving the single price. Whenever we add the quantity, it will give the actual price. So these things we need to add that one, that actual price. And to do that, after that div where is finished, we need to get that price, and that price it will be item.quantity into item.price. So now this price will be available, but the space is not enough. It's because we need to go to in our top level, we need to sort out some of the things which need to require for that. Let's find us what is the important. To find out the problem, I believe we made a mistake in somewhere. As you see, that div is contain all the quantity. Yeah, okay, we need to keep that outside of the div, and if we do that, so now that is working just fine. So whenever we click on that button, we need to also introduce another another, remember we have the budget slice we are using over here, which is the delete item. So whenever we click on that actual item, it will delete that particular item. So we need to create that one over here. And to create that one, actually we need to dispatch some action over here. So let's go to our cart where we are keeping that icon. So let's go to our cart. Oops, not here, in the cart item, and I think it's in the cart. Yeah, it's in the cart totals. Inside the cart item we are having that one. Yes, that button close tag is available over here. So whenever we are clicking on that button close, it gonna dispatch that action. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take that dispatch from there. It will be const dispatch, use dispatch, and now whenever I am gonna click on that button closed, remember it gonna give us an on click event, and that on click event it will give us that dispatch, and that dispatch it will be delete item. It's not giving me the pop-up. did we implement that one over here? Let's go to budget slice. Did we? Okay, we implement that one. Delete item. So yeah, now it's giving. So delete item, and that one it will also passing that item dot id. So it will pass that item dot id, which will be available to root through and delete that item. And also I will make that toast dot error, which will give us a red line mark, and what it's gonna pass that to that particular item. Toast dot error, that particular item is removed. So now if we just the toast, of course we need to get the toast container and everything, and to get that one we need to just go to and grab the toast container, and also we need to grab another, which will be, we need to import that toast container. Now as you see, oops, toast is not defined in the card item. Okay, that is the, oh, again the same mistake, we supposed to paste that one. No problem, we also need that one over that page. Now as you see, if we click, the compact fashion t-shirt is removed, but there will be another icon which will be available for receipt all the items from the card. Okay, so also we need to create that icon, so whenever we click it will we can receive all the items from there. So to do that, in the card, actually not in the card item, so in the card we need to create that. I believe, yeah, it will be in the card, but it will be in the card item. Okay, so let's go to card item, and after that I think quantity and price is finished over here, and this portion is finishing over here. So now actually we can take it over here. We will introduce one button which will be like receipt card, and also we're gonna go and grab some class name for that card to looks it better. So receipt card, and as you see we have that receipt card. Whenever we click on that receipt card, it gonna also give us one thing which we have in the budget slice. It will, what it will do, it will make our card empty, product data, it will be empty. So to do that, implement that one in our over here, I'm gonna use one on click event, and that on click event also it gonna take that dispatch portion, dispatch, and it will just declare that receipt card, it will declare that, and also it gonna get our that toastify event, which will mention that toast dot error, or yeah, that your card is empty. So now if we click over here, your card is empty but nothing has been removed. And why is not removed? Let's go and see. Receipt card, yeah, it's because we need to go and get it over here. We are putting that outside of our air boundary. So now is receipts, it's available now. So now if we go to budget, and also if we just add some of the items, we can remove one by one or we can remove all together. And also there will be another which will give us go shopping. So what I am gonna do, I'm just gonna go and grab that one over here, and after that receipt button I'm gonna paste it over here. So this one will give us that portion, so it will take us to the also we need to import that link from React Router DOM. It's not giving me that auto import. Link from React Router, React Router DOM. So now it will be available. We can actually go to shopping, yes, and also add to cart. So now actually we need to have that available like the data over here. See, we have actually we need to implement that one, that quantity to be imported over here also. And to do that, actually we have it already here, that on click function which will be dispatch increment. It gonna dispatch all the, like it gonna, what it's gonna do, it's gonna pass all the value, and also it's gonna dispatch the item over there. And also that one is the similar one. You feel free to go and discover it more, because if I make you understand one by one, it will take a lot of time. So now whenever we see the price is changing, but our this one is not changing because it's the hard coded. So what we need to do in here, in I think it will be in the card items. Yeah, so now let's see, that is the here where we give that. So now here what we gonna do, we're gonna make that item dot quantity. So now as we click, the item will change. See, item change, and 5 into 5 250, and also is changing. So now we are changing that item, but we need also the total amount. Okay, and to get the total amount, we will, what we will do actually, we will go over here in the card item. Here we're gonna take the total amount from there. First of all, we need to get that item from there, like the product, overall product, and then we're gonna make an state where it will take total amount and set total amount. First of all, we need to get the total amount, so we will make an use effect because it will constantly change the amount. So, and that here we're gonna make the price equal to, it will be the 0 price, initial price. And now what I'm gonna do, product data dot map, it will take an item and initializing that item. What I am gonna do, I'm gonna make a plus price plus minus that item dot price, it will be into multiply with that item dot quantity, and what it gonna do, it gonna return the price. And of course I need to be make it an empty string, and it will change whenever the product data will be available. And also if we just make that console.log and make that I believe the price, just to check the price, I think use state is not defined, so we need to import that one from React. Oops, console.log. I again make a mistake, console dot, it will not be log, it will be the log. So now I believe I will see that total amount available over here 705. If I add another item is 702. Footer dot, I think from the footer something is coming. Let's go to footer, and no, nothing is coming from footer actually. What is that? Blue jeans. It's coming from the card actually, or footer.js27. Okay, we'll see later on that one. 27. Oops. Let's refresh that one. Okay, it's coming from the header. So let's go and add some products. Okay, it's coming from the header, so there is something, maybe we make the console here, product data. Let's, oops, it will be only that portion. So now in the card item, I believe in the card item or card, yeah. So now we can actually see the price available over here. If we add something, and if we go to our card, you see we can see the actual total price. That total price we need to just paste it over here. So now we have the total price. What we will do, we will just make it as a set total amount. Okay, so now that total amount we can access over wherever we want to give. So now here we will just make that set total amount, and also I believe another one somewhere. Okay, so now as you see, yeah, now we have that total amount available over here. Just put a gap. Okay, so now we can actually see the amount the way we're supposed to be. We can click, it's going, it's removing, or also is deciding to remove. And another things actually is good to go, because what I am gonna do, I'm gonna just make that two fixed, because if there is after like 3-4 items after that mark, it's gonna give, yeah, so it's giving a little bit good classy. Okay, now whenever we refresh, that things is going, and it's because we need to use that persist reducer, so that redux persist. what I am gonna do, persist. So that things I am gonna use to make it looks, it will be saved in our local storage, same like the local storage, but it will be managed by the Redux toolkit, not in the local storage. So this, oops, sorry, it will be npm I need to install that one. And what we need to do also, we need to import that persist storage, and that persist get, we will use that one in our index.js file. So in our, over here in the cart, not in the cart, oops, it will be in the store, we need to import those things available over here. And after importing that one, what we need to do actually, also we need to import persist get not required. We need that persist config over here, config, that config. And then also what we need to do, we need to use that const persist reducer over here. So we will, I believe it will be, no, it will be the same const persist reducer. It will not be the root reducer, it will be budget reducer. And also after that, see that reducer, after that configure store, I'm gonna just go and grab everything from there. I'm gonna pass it that, and in here in the persist, I'm gonna pass that budget reducer we are creating, and that budget reducer, it will take all the persist reducer we have over here. That persist reducer, it gonna take over here. And now what we need to do, we need to export that one, that it can be accessed from our main file. So export let persistor, it will be our persistor reducer. So now over here in the persist store, in our, I believe it will be in our index.js, what we need to do, we need to import that persist get, that one. So let's go and grab that persist get over here. Now we need to wrap everything over here, like our that provider is giving our store. So in app, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna modify that one over here, and that persistor we will import from our Redux store file. And here what I am gonna do, I'm gonna give a loading portion. Whenever it has the loading, it will be loading, otherwise it gonna give the persistor, and that persistor, it gonna take the persistor we are having, that one. Oops, why it's not taking, I think, okay, oh, I take actually two, that loading, it will finish over here. So now I believe it will be work in real time, and it will save all the data over here. So just add a bit, okay. Now if we have the item, we refresh, but that item remain the same, it's not going, you see, it's stay in the real time. So we can actually remove, and also we can reset all the card. So, and also now as you see over here, whenever we receive, there is a message. Feel free to go and explore how you can implement that one. It's your homework, okay. There's some little small thing which you can really feel free to go and make with a designable one. So now we need to create our login page, and to create the login page, our store is down in the pages. What we're gonna do, we're gonna create login.js rafce. So now our login page we need to create, and of course we need to go to our app.js. We need to create a route for our login page. The path, it will be login, and the element, it will be login. And what I am gonna do, I'm gonna go in header portion, and over here you see we have one image, and that image we're gonna link through that image, and that link, it will be login. Oops, it will mistake. So now whenever we come over here, we click, it's taking us to the login page. So it's time to create that login page, and that's a simple page creating, nothing more of that much mambo jumbo over here. So now what I am gonna do, actually I am gonna take that tool logo which I'm using for my login proportion pages, and now over here I will take inside that one div, I'm gonna take another div, and inside that div I'm gonna take an image. Oops, it will not be img, it will be there, image, and first one it will be Google logo. So I believe you will see too much big logo is available over here, so I'm gonna just reduce the width. I'll give a width of 8 to make it looks little bit better. So now this is our login page available over here. So what I am gonna do in the top label, of the div, I'm gonna go grab some class name, just a normal similar class name I'm giving, and also in that div over here I'm gonna go and give some class name. As you see, it's in the middle and it looks better, because whenever I will sign in it will give me as a sign out page also, so that's why I need to create a two separate one. So over here after the image, what I have one span tag which giving is sign in with Google. As you see, it's giving me that portion over here. But right now what I need to do, actually, in the div, in the top level of the div which is acquiring, I'm gonna just take everything inside a div, and now in that div I'm gonna just go and grab some class name. So it's just giving a width and height and just making a little bit design. Now you see whenever I'm hovering, it's giving a blue color over here. And after that also I'm gonna need to add another button, and after that div I'm gonna adding one button, and that button will be give us sign out. So you see the sign out is available, and that sign out will be requiring to handle the sign out button over here. Oops. Yeah, and also I'm going to give some class name for it. Now I have the sign out button. Now you see this div is conquering that 2. Actually I can make this 2, so it will be the 2 div, and for that I'm gonna give that Github logo, and also for that one it will be sign in with Github. The same simple setup which gonna be happen. So now we need to create that login authentication, and for that we need to go through our Firebase. Go to Firebase. It's the normal setup which we can make it. We need to just, I will go to console because I already have that started things. So now I need to create a project. So let's go and create Badger app. Yeah, let's continue, and I'm now needing that enable analytics for over here. It will just take a bit of time. Feel free to take your time and create that project. Okay, and actually it will show us what you need to do to implement that everything required for your project and how you can go step by step for that. So let's continue, and now let's go to project setting. As you see, actually we need to go over here, so I'm gonna give that same name, Badger app, register app. So, and that Firebase hosting, I'm not requiring that one. Now I am using the npm, so I need to install that one in my project. So let's go and install the Firebase, and now I need to import that one. So what I am gonna do, in the source file, like in the source, I'm gonna create another file which will be firebase dot config.js. You can give any name you like, it doesn't matter. So now over here I am gonna use that application to initialize my app. And also now I am I am gonna export that one from here, that application, because I need to apply that one in my app. not app in my index.js, so I am exporting that one, and now in here I need to add that one to my application. Same way that I'm giving store as a provider, I will also need to pass that app as in that way. So let's go and let's import app from Firebase app, and now here that app, it will contain our app. So now I can actually initialize the Firebase authentication right now. As you see, the things is giving me that fundamental idea how I can authenticate. So now as you can see over here, again we need to go to continue to console, and in the build we will go to authentication, and inside the authentication we need to implement something which will give us the access for the Google login. So now in Google we will just enable that one. Now there is an project ID, everything is available over here, you can just go and feel free, but right now I actually am not needing that SDK configuration. So now if we go to Firebase, actually I'm gonna go to documentation over here, and from here I'm gonna go to build documentation, and now in authentication what I want for the web, I want that Google authentication, which now you feel free to go through each and every single element over here, because whatever I am gonna apply, it's everything from here. Okay, so feel free to go and understand. Okay, so for our project what I am gonna do, actually I'm gonna create one function over here which will contain overall in that div. On here, on click, it will be like handle Google login. So let's go over here, handle Google login. Now I need several things from the Google. What is that? First of all, I need that Google auth provider, and also I need that because I want to sign it with the pop-up, so Google auth provider get auth sign in with pop-up, and I also need the sign out. So first of all I need to implement that auth, like const auth equal to, it will be get auth. Okay, so now I'm gonna make that e dot prevent default, and also I'm gonna see my auth if I have any auth available for my project, if it's actually working or not, I can check in that way. So let's go to our application. So whenever I will click with the sign in with Google, I can see my auth available over here. As you see, I have my auth, I have everything available. These are the data is required. Okay, so this one will give me the access, and that auth is accessing because I am wrapping my entire application with that app. Remember, and that app is coming firebase.config.js, so my application can access that one pretty much very easily. So first of all, what I am gonna do in here, again I'm saying all the things, I'm getting that documentation, because if you just feel free to go and read everything, you will pass it over there. This is only from that documentation. And now what I need to do, I need to get the provider also after the auth, and that provider also I am going to get from the provider, new Google auth provider, that is giving me the provider option. And now what I am gonna do, I will make the sign in with pop-up, which will take my auth and also take the provider. So these two will be taken from there, and dot, it will be then what it gonna do, it gonna give us a result after it's having that login setup. So that result actually, let me see. No, I think I am making a mistake. Let's go back to our again. So it will be that sign in with pop-up, which will contain the auth, then it will give us the result. Actually there is one thing I need to consider, because those things after result it gonna give that action, so I need to keep it in that way. So now we are having that result, and that const user now giving the result. So the const user, it will be result.user, whatever result is coming. Okay, So now what it gonna do, that will give me that user, and after that it gonna also catch, and that catch, it will catch the error. What it gonna do, if there is an error, it gonna give console.log error. First it's gonna create the user, so also we're gonna make console.log, we're gonna see our user, which user is available. So to do that, let's go to our application over here, remove everything, click it. Oh, it's giving me the pop-up, and now it's the auth operation not allowed, so I made something wrong. Okay, let's go what is showing over here. Actually we're gonna follow up with that. Let's see first of all that get auth, so we're gonna go through over it. Let's see if we can actually manage that one. So this is the thing is going over there, and I'm gonna just making console.log user, and also console.log error if there is an error. So let's just refresh that one. Let's go sign in. Oops, Firebase error, auth operation not allowed, so something is missing here. Actually I think we are facing that complication because it's not, our authentication is not finished properly, because as you see we have the sign in method. If we see the Google, it's not yet enabled because we need to give an email. So first of all I'm going to give my email. Okay, keep it the same email. Now saving it, I think now it will give us that authentication to work in that way, because it's not yet activated beforehand. So let's see. Yeah, now our auth provider is activated. So what I am gonna do, because previously whatever we did, that is right, so there is nothing wrong with that. It's gonna giving us the pop-up and everything, and console.log error and everything, so that is just fine. So now we will go again. Let's just wrap it again and make it okay. Now as you see I am getting that, and now we are having our user, we are having everything. And first of all also we need to create that sign out, so we can also remove the user whenever we require. And to make that sign out, the same setup we need to create. I'm gonna remove that one from here, because as you see if we just refresh we will see an user. As you see we're seeing the user is available over here, so I'm gonna remove from it from the Firebase. Now I need to work over here, so we will create that sign out portion. So in the sign out, what is gonna happen, so whenever we will click that sign out button, we're gonna click create that one, and that is the simple one. It will happen the same one, the same way it could be possible. Whenever we make the handle sign out, it will sign out everything, and also it will show us. Actually I'm not gonna use that one right now because I'm not saving it, so it will show us a message that sign out successfully. And the toast and toastifier, which is always making a problem, let's get that one. So that one over here, and also I need to import that toastify for the toast over here. So now I think we'll be fine. If we make sign out, logged out successfully, and if we refresh we will not see any user authentication. So now actually if we just click, we can sign in again. Okay, so now whenever we sign in, actually we need to pass that user in our Redux. See, remember we have 1.3 portion over here which contain that user info. We need to pass that one as the user info, so we can access that one over there. So first of all we will make it sign out again, and we need to create that two piece of state in this Badger slice, and that two state which will contain that. I'm just gonna go grab and give those things here. So after that decrement, we're gonna just give that add user, which will be state.userinfo, it will be user, and whenever remove user, the state.userinfo, it will be none. The simple way. First we will keep it, then we will just remove it from there. And also for that too, I need to pass that add user and remove user from there. So now our that one is ready, and we need to implement that one with the login. And whenever we are having that user, actually remember we are making console.log user. So what I'm gonna do in here, let's go and grab our dispatch. This oops, am I in the right place or making it something wrong? So let's go and grab that dispatch from somewhere. Okay, we are having the dispatch, and also we need to import that dispatch. Now it's not suggesting, so import use dispatch React router DOM. So now we are having that use dispatch. Now we need to implement that one. So whenever we have a user, actually what we're gonna do, we're gonna dispatch as action, and that dispatch will contain that add user. Did we save that one? Yeah, we saved that one. So add user, and inside that user we're gonna pass an object, and that object, remember, which you are getting that ID, it will be that user.uid, and name will be the user.display name, email the user email, and image that will be the same. So now we are having that one. And also what we're gonna do after having that one, also we're gonna make a parameter which will be a set timeout, and that set timeout, which what it will give us, that it will navigate us. So also we need to import that navigate. Use navigate. Okay, what it gonna do, it gonna navigate to us in the home page, and that navigation will happen after 1.5 seconds. So it will be 1500 milliseconds. So it gonna give us navigate over there. So now if we go over here, the use dispatch is having some issue. Import as dispatch. Where is the use dispatch? Okay, imported it was not found in React router DOM. Okay, so dispatch, it will be use dispatch. It's a little bit of minor complication. If we go over here, so that dispatch actually we need use dispatch. PATCH, also DISPATCH. Okay, that's tricky. Let me see what's happening there. Actually I think that is pretty much right, because that dispatch we will not get from the React router DOM. Actually that dispatch will coming from our React Redux. Okay, so that is the problem is facing. So from it will be React Redux. Yes, because of that issue it's giving me that complication. Now dispatch is not defined. We need to define that, because I believe I previously removed that. So dispatch. Okay, so now it will be just fine. So we have the dispatch. So let's go over here, and now if we just log in, and after within 1.5 you're getting in the same position. So now also if we just inspect with that, I believe our user will be available. As you see, user info, we're having our user info. And now if we just go over here, sign out, and you will see if we just refresh, it will go, because there is other things is available. User info is actually holding the previous user info. I don't know what this one. Yeah, so that one, as you see, user info, it will be empty. If we just hit refresh again, payload, product data, user info, and that user info, it will be empty. Yeah, so now it's working much fine. So now let's log in again to get the data. Okay, So after login, actually we need to get the data in the header portion, right, to see that data actually our user is available or not. So let's close it. Let's go to our header portion, because here actually we will see. Now to get the user info, we're gonna just set up that user info over here, same the way we're gonna get that product data, and we will make that console.log user info to see if that user info is available. Inspect, let's go to our console, and you see it's passing an object, and that object giving us the user info, image, name and email. So whatever is we have been required for. So now what I am gonna do, remember we are also passing a name over here after that image. So whenever we're gonna having that actually over here, yes, we're gonna pass like user info, and if the user info is available, we will passing it p tag, and that p tag will contain that user info dot name. It means the username, it will be available. As you see, the name is available over here now because we have the user. So let's go and give that p tag some of the class name which is required, and it looks better. And also we need to change that image. So how we can do it, make the changes in the source. Actually we're gonna change. First of all, I'm gonna cut that source image, and in that parameter I'm gonna make a condition user info. If there is an user info, it will be user info dot image, and if there is no user info, what it gonna take the default image. So now my image, it will be available over here. Now if we go to here and just sign out, oops, sign out is not taking, because remember we are not, I believe we didn't create that sign out. Actually we create, okay, sign out we create, but we are not removing the data from there. That is actually causing the problem. So first of all, what we need to do after setting that sign out successfully, also we need to create a dispatch function, and in that dispatch what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that remove user and done. So it's gonna remove the user from there. Yeah. So that one was making the problem. Like if we sign in again and sign in with that account, and you see I have that all the information and it's taking me to there. Now if we go over here, sign out, it just sign out and everything going out of the way. So first of all, we need to create a portion. Remember over here, whenever we are having an item, like let's just add some of the item from there, we are having the item. So now whenever we click, if it's not signed in, it will give us an error that you need to sign in to, like you need to sign in to proceed for checkout, right? So let's go and create that piece of state. First of all, we need to get the user in our cart page. So let's go to cart page, and same way the product data, we will get our user info data. So now it's very easy to make that one. What I am gonna do, I'm gonna take an over here proceed to checkout. I'm gonna make an on click function, handle checkout, and here let's make const handle checkout. Like if user info is available, okay, that user info is available, it will make what I'm gonna do also, I'm gonna take two state which will be like pay now, and like it will, if user info is not available, it will give that pay now is false, otherwise it will be true. By default it will be false. It will make set pay now, it will make it as true, and else what it gonna make, else it gonna give us an toast error. I believe I already take that toastify from there, so it will make a toast error. So now as you see, if we just go and over here sign out, I think we already sign out. If we check, it will say please sign in to checkout. So now it's time to take our type of payment, to take it in a further level. So what I am gonna do, actually I'm gonna initialize our Stripe payment checkout. So first of all, to do that, let's go to Stripe payment checkout component, and in npm there is a new version for that, and it's very delicate. I'm gonna introduce that one in our next project, which is coming in very big. So just to say to you how it's gonna work, I'm gonna create that one for you. You can feel free to come over here and read everything to understand it better. So first of all, I'm gonna install that one in my project, React Stripe checkout. And now over here, what I am gonna do, because remember, whenever that value is available, it's making me that is pay now is available, I need to introduce that button. So this, under the proceed to button, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna take a function. If the pay now is available, only then it gonna give us a div, and inside that div I'm gonna get Stripe Stripe checkout. I think it will not come because I just installed that one. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna implement it manually. Okay, and also whatever I am passing, I'm just gonna popping up. Feel free to go and read the documentation to understand thoroughly. I'm just passing that Stripe checkout. Now here I'm giving a Stripe key. That Stripe key is coming from here. If we go to our Stripe, because I already logged in my Stripe, you just feel free to open an account. Now that is my dashboard, and inside that dashboard I'm gonna having a 2 key. As you see, I have one key, a publishable key, and there is one secret key, and I'm gonna use that secret key to create the token. And that publishable key is, I'm just gonna copy that one over here, and I am gonna add that one over here. That is for my this project build publishable key. And also that token, that token is not available right now. I'm gonna make it for in that way. Email will be user info email, and that amount, and just a little bit the same symphony over here. So if we just refresh, now it's not available because we need to sign in. Let's go to our account. Let's make it the Google login. Okay, so now we are signed in. Now if we go to our cards and if we click, now you see pay to Badger, it's available. Also we need to make it a little bit designing over here to make it center. Okay, so now it will be in the position. If we click, now even we make that, actually if we inspect, it will not work. I believe we will not receive, because see, that token we need to generate, which will coming from the backend. Like if I click on that, that is the default value for there, 34,123, and pay, even is showing it's paid, like around 170 is paid. Like if we go over here in our payments, if we just make it in a way that payment, it will not come, it not receive yet, because we need to create, we need to generate that token over here, and that token we're gonna get it from our backend. And for that we need to set up our backend server. And to setting up our backend server, remember we have one like I have over here in the Badger, we have our client. So now in here I'm gonna open one terminal. Actually I can do it from here because we need to create our server. I'm gonna take another git bash. So now as see, we have in the client. So now actually we will make mkdir, and that will be server. And now if we see ls, now make cd server, and now we will make npm init. So it will install all the npm server. Okay, version okay, description, entry point. I will make that server.js. Okay, everything will be okay, and yes. So now as you see, after the client we have another portion which is server. Now in here I'm gonna make that server.js. If we just make console.log, and I am the server. So now over here, if I make npm start, you will see that I am the server is available. So our server is ready. So now what we need to do, we need to like in the packages, what I am going to do, I'm going to just grab all the packages I'm going to use for that application in that after that license, actually I'm just gonna, or I am gonna do npm I, so it will install the dependencies is required. You see the package.lock is available, and so that I am just going to make I'm just going to grab the dependencies I'm gonna use for that application. I'm gonna use the body parser course.env express nodman and stripe for that. So let's save it, and I will make npm I again. So what it gonna do, just go through, search in the npm all the things you can find it, whatever the necessary items, and you will feel free to read it. And for this project, just go with me, you will find it, everything is required, whatever is that. So now in that server, what we need to do, we need to import the express. So express, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna require, and it will require that express from the express. And now const app, it will be express. Okay, and also I want to use the course because I'm gonna taking that data from the backend to font it, so I don't want to make any course problem. So I'm gonna use that course. It will be require course. And now what actually I want, that's coming from the express app.get, and it will be request that will be hello world, and also I'm gonna give that app.listen, and that listen, actually in here I'm gonna use another file which will be .env, and here I'm gonna declare the port which will be 800. So now over here, first of all, I'm gonna just get that one, I will make that require, and that require, it will be .env, and from there it will be .config. Now I can access actually whatever is item is required. So now I'm gonna use that const port equal to, it will be process.env port. So now our application which is available, it will be listen, it will be listen on the port, and that port is 8000. And also I'm gonna make a head of the console which will make console.log, and it will be that server is running on port, and then it will give the port number. And also if we just see over here npm start, and you will see server is running on port 8000. But if we just make another console.log hello, it's not gonna running simultaneously. And to do that, actually what I am gonna do, I'm gonna cut that line, and I'm gonna make that start nodemon server.js. And now if we close the server and make npm start, it gonna start properly. So now if we just make any of the changes over here, I make another console, you see that will just get it simultaneously. And first of all, that env file will contain another source of things which will be our Stripe secret key, because that secret key we will use over here. And to do that, because I don't want you to see my secret key, all the secret key, because it's very delicate, don't show your secret key to anyone. So what I am gonna do, in my developers tab, in my front page, I'm gonna just copy my secret key. Oh, I need to give that password. Oops. Okay, now I can copy my secret key, and I'm gonna paste it over here. Feel free to paste it wherever you want. I think you see it, doesn't matter, I'm gonna delete it later on, so don't worry if you can see that I'm gonna delete that account. Just feel free, don't show it to anyone. So now I will access that secret key over here in my server. So first of all, also I'm gonna use some piece of state. Let's see, we have this stripe, right? Yeah, we already create that stripe. So now what I am gonna do, I'm gonna get our stripe portion over here, and also I'm gonna use that body parser because I'm gonna passing the JSON data, so it will not give me a problem. So now what I am gonna do, waiting for file to change before starting. Oops. Okay, there is something wrong. Okay, let's save it. Okay, so the body parser we didn't actually implement. Let's go over here. Okay, first of all we need to import that body parser, and then actually we can use that one. That's why it just freak out, because we didn't implement that one. So now actually what we need to do, we need to create a router. What is that router? It will be like app.post. We're gonna create a post router, and that router it will be pay. What we need to do actually, it will be an assign function, assign, and it will pass a request and also giving a response. And what it gonna pass, actually you can see the console.log. You can see actually what is passing there. Console.log, it will be request.body.token. we will pass the token. And first of all, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna make await, and it will await for the stripe. It will go to stripe, and then it will make the charges, and then it will create a payment indent, and then it will be the source. It will be request.body.token.id, and oops, and the amount, it will be request.body.amount, and also the currency, it will be USD. Okay, now we just create another one payment indent. Now we need to actually connect it to our front end. Now to connect it our front end, actually it's happening in our cart. So I believe we need to go to our cart, and here we will actually get that item from there. So first of all, because we need to give a name for the token, like I'll just give the name as a payment, and that payment, it will be an assign function, and that will take a parameter, and that parameter, it will be token. The token it gonna receive from there. So now it will give an await, and that await, it will be Axios. We need to import that Axios. Oops, why it's not showing us? Did we are not taking the Axios? Okay, I believe okay, let's see and check if we import that Axios or not. Yeah, we have the Axios, so why is not giving the pop-up? So await and Axios, and from that we're gonna use that Axios to actually post that one, and it will be a post request, and that post request, it will go HTTP, and that one, it will be I believe that one, it will be, if we hit in here in localhost 8000 is our main function which is running over here, and in the pay here we will get that, because it's a post request, it cannot be get. So now here we can get our token. So after getting the token, the parameter, it will be amount, and that amount, it will be total amount, and that total amount, what it gonna be, because it's calculating in the cents, so we need to give it 100 to calculate in actual proportion, and the token, it will be equal to token. So the token we are passing, it will capture that same token which will be available over here. Okay, oops, it will not be equal, it will be that one. So now we are having our token, and that token we need to pass here as a token. Over here that token is as payment. So now is everything is going to be all right. We will be see our payment should be working and it would be done. So now let's see over here in our badger. Let's go some add more products. Let's go in badger section and also implement some more products, and let's go to our cart and proceed to payment. We are already logged in. Let's go to the badger is 1595.94. so the dummy card which we have from our is type, it will be 12 34 123. Let's pay 1595 will be payment should be done. So now if we go to our payments, just wait a bit. If everything all right, we will see the payment. Nope, didn't receive the payment yet. Let's go to our, yeah, everything is all right over here, but we didn't receive the payment. Nope. So I think there is an issue. Let's check it out. It's supposed to come. Actually, I believe what I make, we take the course, we didn't use that course, that's why it's not actually app.use.course. We need to use that course, so it's not actually having that credentiality to access the front end. So now if we refresh, as you see, it's already here. Whenever we're accessing the course, we are having that payment. So now the similar way, if we just go back over there and just remove one of the items, just remove that one of the items more. So now as you see, first of all, let's go and sign out. We're gonna create a new, and also in our items we're gonna receive the card. So first of all, let's go to home page, and if everything is right, if we go back to our shopping, let's 1 2 3, and also if we click over here, we can just minus plus, we can add some items. And now if we proceed to checkout, we need to sign in for the checkout, and to sign in with Google. And now as you see, after signing in, we will be available to create our checkout. Let's go to our cart products. So now proceed to checkout 1915.99. Now if we proceed to checkout, I believe it will work. Now 42, okay, and then 12 34 123. So this amount 1915.99, it should be available over here. How much? Yeah, 1915. So if we refresh, I believe we will be available to see, yeah, that amount is already received, and you can see all the information over here from where we received. And also if we go back to our backend, you see we receive every single details, including the ID and everything. Now we can access all the things from there. So feel free to explore a bit more, to design it more and to make it responsive. And don't feel free to go in the Amazon clone which I made fully responsive. I will put the link in the description or somewhere in the top. So feel free to go and check it out and create that beautiful looking budget website. And also for that Stripe, there is another video is coming, because that Stripe payment, they are making one of the React payment is much more good. So that's a cool thing is coming in future, is very soon. So feel free to create that beautiful looking website as your own, and see you in the next video.